I consider it an honor and a privilege to welcome Professor Michael Carey. He is a quantitative researcher in the field of education, specializing in English language and literacy. He has over 20 years of experience in developing mixed method designs in education research. He has taught and conducted research within applied linguistics in the fields of teaching English to speakers of other languages, speech science, academic writing, language testing, and assessment. Professor Carey has published curriculum materials in IELTS preparation and journal articles on placement testing and high-stakes testing. He has won several competitive research grants within the field of language testing and for international development projects aimed at building the capacity of English teachers in Indonesia. For his work in Indonesia, he has been awarded an Office of Learning and Teaching citation for outstanding contributions in student language as a member of the IPG for stimulating systemic educational reform in Indonesia, Papua, through a unique outcome-driven teacher education program for students within an Australian university. His teaching role at the University of Sunshine Coast includes undergraduate and postgraduate language and literacy courses and research methods in education. In 2014, he was awarded a Commonwealth Office of Learning and Teaching citation for outstanding contributions to student learning. He also supervises a number of master's and PhD research students in various fields of linguistics. His research areas include language and literacy in English language education, teaching English to speakers of other languages, language acquisition, language proficiency testing and assessment, grammar and discourse style in written texts, and pronunciation instruction. His keynote address will be particularly important for us here at the University of Goroka because we are a teaching university. As mentioned several times yesterday, our student teachers are struggling with bridging English language acquisition with local vernacular. And so his contributions here today will be an enrichment and an enlightenment for those of us in the field of English teaching who want to help our students to do better and who want to help our country to do better. From the 21st of August to September 14th, the Language and Literature Division under the Uni-wide course conducted a survey asking our first-year students what they thought of our English remedial course last semester. And their responses highlighted what we educators have already noticed, that there is a lack of English understanding and that bridging between English and vernacular is missing in most of the primary and secondary school teachers. The students themselves saw that their teachers need more practice in basic English skills, such as reading, writing, and even pronunciation. The students themselves feel that an English enrichment course is needed in all teachers' colleges and other universities around the country. And so, with that important thing in mind, I invite Professor Michael Carey to give his keynote address today. Please join me in welcoming him with a round of applause.
Oh, thank you very much. So I'm going to put my notes. sling this to the side. Look apart. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. So my speech today is to talk about raising the standard of English in Papua New Guinea, a rather large topic to cover. And when I was first invited to do this, I looked at the topic and thought, wow, how am I going to do that in 40 minutes? But here we go, I'm going to try. Just a little bit about me, how I got here. I'm a bit of a newbie to this area, to particularly working in Papua New Guinea. My first trip here was actually only about 18 months ago. I came under contract to write a report evaluating the digital technologies implementation and technical aspects of Western Pacific University. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a new university with a focus on STEM and technology and business. So that was my introduction to Papua New Guinea. We've also had some students come from there for development at our university with our ICT people and digital learning on foundation scholarships from AusAid. At my university, the University of the Sunshine Coast, which is located just above Brisbane in Queensland, I'm a member of the Indigenous and Transcultural Research Centre. It's a centre that's been running now for about 5 years. But before that, I was part of an earlier organisation called um, the International Projects Group, University of the Sunshine Coast. And I'll speak a little bit about that today because the work we did starting back in 2009 was in Indonesian Papua. And there's some interesting kind of transferable information that I could relate about that experience. I'd just like to start by acknowledging the Kahuku people as custodians of the land on which the University of Goroka stands. And I also recognise the neighbouring language communities of the Eastern Highlands. I pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and honour the many languages and cultures that shape learning in Papua New Guinea. So my journey or my entry to this field of international educational capacity building started in 2009 when I was recruited as somebody who was a TESOL specialist and particularly someone who was a IELTS examiner. So IELTS is International English Language Testing System. I started out as an IELTS examiner in 2001 and by 2007, I'd already written 2 books on IELTS preparation. So I got this gig working in Jayapura with a group of hand-picked teachers, all English teachers, 14 of them to begin with. And they were all selected to be part of an international capacity building project, which was in the beginning anticipated to run for about 10 years. So we had a long-term project that we were pursuing. And we took teachers who were primary and secondary teachers from all regions of Indonesian Papua, a mix of males and females, and 50% Indigenous and 50% transmigrasi Indonesians. So we wanted a representative kind of sample of the teaching population there. And the idea being that we would track their progress, monitor and evaluate their progress through a master's degree in TESOL at our university, and then out into the field where we were going to make them all master teachers who would work in their respective regions, networking with their peers, working as alumni from the university together to create the capacity in Indonesia, in Papua. The project only went for 6 years, which is pretty good. Unfortunately, the ScoMo government came in, a conservative right-wing government came in and offended the Indonesians over our live exports of meat and other things, and also with their restrictive policies on foreign aid. It put an end to our international projects group. However, we are continuing, and we've only just started working now as the Indigenous Transcultural Research Centre in the Pacific area, particularly Fiji, and more recently coming into Papua New Guinea. So the challenge with, as we've had speakers already talking about yesterday, is to build the literacy foundations in New Guinea. And today I'm going to be talking about what I think are the main areas, and I haven't stolen from the other speakers at all. It's really interesting that they did touch upon in a micro and very specific and very concise and exemplary way these areas already, but I'm going to take a macro. So literacy, starting early at the foundations, working on literacy of the youngest people. Also working on educator capacity building and evaluate of all of these. So what I think we need to focus on is evidence-based interventions, beginning from the very foundation stages. In terms of educator capacity, we need to empower school teachers and pre-service teachers with culturally compatible, evidence-based teaching strategies, methods, resources, and to develop their personal English capacity. And finally, evaluation through testing at the school level, regional level, and national level, monitoring the progress of the learning of students and the development of teachers' capacities in schools, because measuring progress and sustainable impact. Before I get on to talking about some specific recommendations, things I think would work in Papua New Guinea based on a fairly similar context in Indonesia, Papua. I'll just talk very briefly about the literacy landscape. Please acknowledge that I am fairly new to this context, so I had to do quite a swift literature review. So please come and talk to me later if I have missed anything here. So current literacy rates and challenges. There's probably a lot of debate or speculation around what the actual figure is here, but according to a couple of sources I looked at, the PNG literacy rate is currently about 63% across the country, children and adults included. Rural and remote literacy is the highest, and particularly for women in rural and remote areas. And there is a lack of resources and teacher training. The multilingual classroom reality is that we have over 800 languages here, and most children begin school with Tok Pisin or a local vernacular, and the first time that they meet English as the medium of instruction is when they first come to school. So therefore, teachers must manage translanguaging between the vernacular, Tok Pisin, and English. So the reason for starting right at the beginning, I'm sure everybody in this room knows, early intervention in the early years is critical. We know from a lot of extensive research in our Australian context and internationally that literacy in the first 3 years of school predicts future success in employment opportunities. One of the people I've cited there is John Hattie, whose work I'll be referring to today in terms of putting some evidence around what actually works in terms of strategies in schools. Without strong foundations, including phonological awareness, which was spoken about yesterday by Susan and Robbie and Roy also. So phonological awareness is key. Decoding of texts and also oracy. So if you don't know what that term means, oracy is not just speaking, it's also listening. And many students never catch up if they don't have good input into the first 3 years of their schooling. So early literacy support reduces dropout rates and creates pathways for lifelong learning. So yesterday there was a lot of talk around using the first language and how that has changed over the years. I'll talk about that a bit more in a minute. But from that, this is just a bit of a pictograph of what I think probably should be the English literacy progression in PNG. So starting from the early years, translanguaging is very important. Translanguaging makes use of the asset of having a primary language and phonological awareness of that language to be able to transfer into the acquisition and learning of English. So that is, without doubt, within the literature, pretty much a well-considered idea. So translanguaging, I think, does have to be part of the curriculum. I think we do need to start with children bringing their home language into the classroom and teachers treating that as an asset. Whether you use the term bridge or not, I know that some people would probably think that bridge is not the right term. The modern term is translanguaging, which takes into account that in the classroom we can move between the two. Robbie was talking about, with veteran experience actually, talking about how the approach that worked for him and still works is to start just with the first language and to develop literacy in that language. And then after that, reading literacy flows on. And this is certainly true. But I do wonder about other capacities. Is it also true for speaking? Does reading necessarily lead directly to speaking? And then what about writing? So there still does need to be explicit teaching of English, and I don't know that we can delay that for too long. I think there needs to be a dual approach of translanguaging and starting with explicit teaching of English early. So as children progress through school, from primary into secondary, what this figure just shows is that more explicit teaching in English occurs, and then translanguaging would be less necessary, but still used for support of conceptual learning. So again, I've just consulted here, and here's a back of the envelope, kind of a tour of what has been tried since about 1999. I'm not going to go back further than that. There's a longer history, and some of you have lived through it. But if we start back in 99, this was a key point where we were working with vernacular to English bridge. And what worked was that there were early gains, teacher training, and the development of materials. And what was limited is inconsistent implementation. So there were a lot of people working in different regions on different things, experimenting, making advances, and then unfortunately it was all brought to the end and rather undermined by English-only instruction coming in 2013. What worked about that was it was probably a good thing for higher education because students got that extra input for English if they're about to enter into university. So it was probably a good thing for senior secondary education and for those students, but not so much for the early years. The change confused teachers and parents, and there was a lack of resources and teacher training methods in this new method to make it sustainable. Then in 2013 to 2015, there was the um, uh, OBC to SBC shift. So outcomes-based curriculum to standards-based curriculum. And we refocused to standards. The rollout was rather rushed. If I make a comparison to our own Australian curriculum, which came in 2015, it was a 6-year process. And we went through several versions, experimental versions, until we got to the first full version in version 8. We're now up to version 9 in 2015. So something as drastic as a new national curriculum is not something that can be in a couple of years. The actual writing and development and testing of that curriculum takes time, as does the upskilling of teachers. So I doubt that it was done very well within that period. There's been a number of initiatives, and just looking at those initiatives from World Bank, DFAT, UNICEF, Anglicare and others, and I'm sure there's more than these that I've just mentioned here. Lots of new resources were brought in, lots of new methodologies, lots of teacher training. But what I know about a lot of this capacity building, and I've seen over the years, is a lot of it is very short term. And because it's short term, there's no follow through. And often there's no ongoing monitoring of evaluation of any change that's happening. So just to think about some of these, the World Bank READ PNG project, a lot of really good resources were brought in, but there were supply and logistics gaps in its implementation. Positive strengthened focus, but dependent on donor cycles. So often the funding can run out, another thing that tends to happen. Book Belong Picanini had an impact on children's literacy, but it was localised and not national. Anglicare Adult Literacy, another good program for support for youth and adults. Again, limited scale and limited funding. Some other more recent projects, one I've read about from Divine World University, a pilot study which looked at an offline solution called Rachel. I'm going to come back in detail. Pilot project. So they had with this in kind of repository using mobile phone schools. Some issues are just securing funding. They had problems getting any funding to do it and had to actually raise funds. The distribution of the technology into remote areas, the IT literacy, which was required to work with these offline networks, a little device that allows smartphones to work in the classroom, teachers downloading materials from various sources to work with their students. The IT literacy around using those was not given as training. So a lot has been done, but what can we do better? Just to reflect for a moment on one of the baseline studies that was done quite recently by my colleagues at the University of Canberra through World Vision. What they did was surveyed and interviewed and observed teachers in the classroom. And in terms of the teaching approaches that they found. This is just a sample of the sorts of things and the frequency. So a lot of these are good. A lot of these we know to work, but how well do they work? And what's just in a name? So for example, teacher reads a story. I think we all know that we can just read a story. We can read a story and we can do a noticing approach and we can get students to notice things about the language or the sounds, or we can just simply read it to them. I think it's actually just a good thing that we read to them to start with, because we know, especially if we can get parents to read to their children, if their parents are literate, that makes a huge difference. But how much difference? I'll talk about that in a minute. Uh, Teacher asked children to chant. So this was a very high frequency teaching methodology. So 60% of occurrences that they observed in the classroom for this particular strategy. Can anyone here tell me what sort of chanting that would be? Is it chanting after the teacher is reading, chanting, for example, in the way we do in TESOL, we introduce a structure or a function of language and we orally chant around the room and point out the phonology, the intonation, the stress patterns. We do something called back chaining where we actually say it backwards so that the mind doesn't have to think too much about what it's doing. You know what I mean? So taking that structure and doing it in different ways and looking at it linguistically in different ways. Developing the metalinguistic ability of students to pull apart a language and understand its components. So a lot of these studies, they capture things like the frequency of what is done, what is being done in simple terms, but we don't really get to the essence of, okay, what are teachers actually doing in the classroom with this? I was glad to see that there's things like sing songs and recites poem in vernacular and in English. Learning games, these can be good for engagement. Sometimes they suffer from actual validity issues. Maybe their learning outcomes are somewhat nebulous. But learning games, if you can structure a game around a purposeful learning outcome in terms of language learning, they are a good thing. And also role play is a great thing. Again, how is it structured though? So all of these questions have to be asked about this research when you're monitoring, using research to monitor what's going on. Teaching strategies for reading. So phonics was a big one. Good to see. Again, how is that done? So phonological awareness stuff I can see here, letter knowledge, but what does that make? Again, we had Susan yesterday give us a very good demonstration of teaching phonological awareness. So breaking down knowledge metalinguistically to the syllable as a unit, focusing on the individual sounds, getting children to play with the sounds, to think about their production, to watch the face of the teacher. So what is the approach in all of these things? So we can see that teachers are doing things. Some small occurrences of things like flashcards used for sight words, looking at print conventions, alphabet charts. But all of that is actually part of phonics, so I wonder why it's separated out. And finally, assessment strategies. Listening to children read. This was very high. But is it subjective feedback given to them? Is it some kind of formative feedback to inform them on how they could read better? Are they stopped in the reading process? We don't know. Running records, also a very well thought of assessment strategy in the classroom to monitor the progress of children's reading. Letter sounds and blends, sight words and flashcards used as assessment. Asking comprehension questions, that's actually quite low, but it's a very important one, I think. So what does work? And I don't mean this in a USA leave nobody behind type idea. Um, this is through lots of research looking at what is the impact on the learning progress of students in multiple studies. So Professor John Hattie in 2009 published a book called Visible Learning. And what he did was create a synthesis of over 800 meta-studies relating to student achievement, not just in English language learning, but across every subject area. And these are just a couple that I've picked out that I think uh, I've used a lot in English language teaching. I've used in Papua, and I've taught these to the master teachers who I taught in the Master of TESOL. And they've reported back to me that they have worked for their students and they've passed on the information about how to teach following these methods to other students and teachers. And they reported that they've had very effective outcomes in children's literacy. Children's literacy, I don't just mean reading. I also mean writing, speaking, listening, and in our curriculum, viewing, because viewing is now a literacy in this modern visual text era that we're in. So the first one there is reciprocal teaching. So if you're not doing that at the moment, it's definitely one to look at. It has an effect size of 0.74, which means it's basically, in terms of learning outcomes and achievement, has double the power of other interventions that you might use. So the metric that was used to evaluate all of these methods over many, many studies is effect size. And Hattie defined 0.4 as a kind of hinge point where the average expected learner would progress in a year. Any strategy above 0.4 can be considered to accelerate student learning. So what we're looking at here in these examples is all high impact strategies that multiple studies have shown to be effective. So reciprocal teaching, the learning outcome is to improve the comprehension of reading, but also generally the comprehension of any unit of work that you're using it with. So in the Australian curriculum, literacy is a cross-curriculum general ability and a priority. So in my first year course, I teach primary and secondary teachers the same subject, English language and literacy. This is our course book, just had published with Cambridge University Press. And I think this university could use it. It contains a lot of these methods, and several of the methods I talk about, including two I'll talk about today, jigsaw reading and think, pair, share, use the strategy of getting students to first predict, and we know prediction is a very important skill in reading. It's also an important skill when you're listening, following a conversation with your interlocutor. Where is this going? What are they going to talk about next? Asking questions of a text. And here I mean text in its broader sense. So in our curriculum, we don't just talk about a text being something you read off the page. This situation is a text. This oral text I'm presenting to you is an example of oracy. I'm presenting to you, you're listening to me, and hopefully later we'll have an exchange. So questioning the text, having questions in your mind, sharing questions with your peers. And this particular set of strategies involves a lot of peer interaction. Seeking clarification on that, and that may be looking up a word in a dictionary, consulting a glossary, asking a peer, asking a teacher, and then being able to summarize what you've just read or what you've just listened to. So two examples, jigsaw and think, pair, share, I'll come to and expand upon in a minute. Phonics instruction, we know is very important, and I'll highlight that a bit. We had some speakers talking very clearly about that yesterday. Collaborative learning, another two strategies, dictogloss and writing conferences. Dictogloss came about in English language teaching, English as a second language, back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And it's now integrated into the Australian curriculum as a suggested technique for reciprocal teaching and for collaborative learning. Also, feedback is very important. It has a 0.7 effect size. Feedback in all its versions. So feedback on writing, feedback on speaking, on oral performances, just about any task, both at the end of the task and in process. One of the things that we've instigated at our university in our teacher training courses is as much as possible to have nested assessment, which means over the whole course, they're only doing one thing, assessed on it 3 times iteratively. So, for example, it might be to write an essay about your English language learning experience. Your first essay is 250 words. You get feedback on that essay, more input. Next task is an essay of 1,000 words. You can actually self-plagiarize and just develop it. So this is actually the natural writing process, to write something and get feedback and write more. And then it may be an oral presentation at the end, where you present your knowledge and show that you have some command of it by being able to talk about it. So feedback, a very important thing. And collaborative learning, 2 strategies I talk about: Dictogloss and writing conferences. Writing conferences involve a long writing project where students work at different times independently, at other times together, on a project that they research, that they draft many times, that they get feedback on many times. And teachers do mini grammar lessons, walking around and giving different groups lessons on their writing as they're doing these projects. Then also very importantly is multi-sensory input. So we had Susan talking about the importance of that yesterday in phonological awareness and phonics. Multi-sensory awareness is very important in terms of all learning. I'll just speak very quickly a little bit about cognitive science. We know that through a lot of research on the brain, through functional magnetic resonance imaging, that the brain is multiply integrated. For example, as I'm speaking to you now, the area of your brain which involves speech perception is very active, it's lit up. But so too is the area involved in speech production. You're actually not talking, but those 2 areas are interrelated. And this is the reason why children can learn to speak. They hear the incoming acoustic input from the speech community, and what they do is take statistics on the co-occurrence of sounds, lay them down in memory, and arrange them in a certain way, like a supercomputer. And also they lay down other sensory impressions, the most important being the visual, seeing the lips moving, and also their own motor sensory apparatus. That's why you see babies babbling and cooing. What they're doing is rehearsing the speech sounds that are coming to them from the outside. And our brain continues to do that even as adults. So multisensory teaching is important. Yesterday, Dawn was talking about learning styles. Okay, so learning styles, the idea of that, this idea of VARK, visual, auditory, read, and kinesthetic learning styles, originally comes from Howard Gardner's work. And Howard Gardner wrote about something called multiple intelligences. What he was all about was the idea that teachers had to recognize that the brain was multiply integrated, that humans react to sensory input that's multiple, visual, auditory, kinesthetic also. So the stuff that you were doing in terms of tracing letters in the air, making them out of Play-Doh. It originally came from Montessori and what she did with children in sand pits, kinesthetic, tactile. All of that lays down sensory memory that's embedded. So the lesson is the more sensory input, the more multiple components of sensory stimulus that we can activate, the better the memory, the better the learning. So in terms of learning styles, we don't just have one preferential learning style. We have all of these things. We learn better when all of them are stimulated. So as much as possible, it's really important in your language teaching to integrate all of these learning styles or sensory inputs. So if it's a reading activity, involve some speaking. Don't make it a solitary exercise. If it's a speaking exercise, get them to consolidate what they talked about later by writing. Get students moving around and talking. There's lots of research also that shows that learning a language and moving and gesture help to reinforce memory and consolidate concepts. So all of this together tells us that we should be integrating our skills of reading, writing, listening, and speaking as much as possible in any task that we do with children. Phonological and phonemic awareness is very important. Again, I think Susan and Roy and Robbie covered this very well yesterday. This is in my book if you want to read more about it. Basically, it's very important to start developing alphabet and those letter to sound correspondences. Give them an understanding of how language goes together. The syllable is a unit. And then reading and speaking in the language would flow on a lot more effectively than if we do not do that. I have a speech science background. My PhD was on trying to develop a visual feedback system for Korean speakers of English to develop their pronunciation, particularly focusing on English vowels. So I studied speech phonetics, acoustic phonetics, sociophonetics, and through this training, I've got a kind of unique perspective on what happens in terms of interlanguage phonology. I think this is also very beneficial knowledge about language for teachers to have. This is something that I prepared when I was doing some research actually on the IELTS, and we were looking at raters' familiarity with certain accents and how that biased their rating judgment in the IELTS and also in the TOEFL. And interestingly, we had to pick an accent of English that most of the raters would never have heard of before. And because we had some Papua New Guinea students in our university, my PhD student who was collecting the data thought they'd be perfect. We found 100 people to rate, 100 IELTS raters to rate their speech, and they'd never actually heard a Papua New Guinean speak English before. So they were the unfamiliar speaker. And we had Japanese, Chinese, Korean, Spanish speakers of English as the familiar speakers. And of course, we did find that there was a bias towards the language that an accent that the rater was familiar with. Anyway, that's an aside. What this shows you is the inventory of vowels in Australian English based on an acoustic phonetic study done in the 1990s. That's pretty much the accepted IPA representation of Australian English, and also a version that I found for Tok Pisin. Having this knowledge, even just about vowels, and I think vowels are the main difference, it's not really the consonants. It's other things too, it's stress and prosody. But looking at vowels, having the teacher having this knowledge is very important to be able to teach teachers what to focus on in terms of priorities for pronunciation. So you can see there, and please come to me and tell me later if I've got any of the transcription of the words wrong. I'm not sure that it was right, or it may be a different version of Tokism. But essentially, there's things there that you can see. For example, Australian English has a, and as phonemic units, represented by one R vowel. Topisen. So distinctions like this when teaching the alphabetical system and phonics are very important to understand to alleviate any confusion, know what to target when you're teaching phonics. So we've spoken a lot about the reading side of literacy. I want to talk also about writing. And this may actually be of some comfort to some of you who are working with students who've got to that writing stage in English and you're looking at their spelling and just thinking, oh my God, they can read, but why can't they write? It's actually a natural developmental process that students go through called invented spelling. Well, it should be. And if they're not going through this process, they're impoverished and they actually need to be allowed to predict spelling, to get it wrong, to experiment. It's such an important part of their writing process development. And the reason I say that is because there's very real evidence that what they're doing is strategic, intentional, experimental, and developmental when they're inventing these misspellings of English words. This is an example I use with my students. It's taken from the very first narrative my son wrote when he was 7 years old. And this is some of the examples of his spelling. I've looked at a lot of students writing since from year 1, 2, and I see the same patterns. I see that they're accessing 3 cues to make these predictions. One is phonetic. So if you look at some of these examples, packets, for example, it's missing a K, but that's almost written in IPA. Change the at to the at symbol that we use in Australian English, change the C to a K looking digraph, and you have something that's basically phonetic. So that's a word that is close to the spelling and the sound. Then there's there. He's actually learnt about TH. He understands that we've got this voiced and voiceless TH sound. And here he's written it. He's heard it and he's writing it. He'd never written these words before. He'd written his name, he'd written short sentences, but this is his first narrative where he wrote about what he did on the weekend and he wrote 2 pages. He's never written 2 pages before. Brisbane, what do you notice about that? Exactly, it's phonetic again, but something else. What's his name? Ben. Very purposeful. So here he's applying another component. He's applying the spelling rules that are familiar to him. He knows how to write his name. That's Ben. Also look down at the bottom. Beautiful. What do you see there? Boot and full. Again, words he can spell. Curious thing, why has he put a U at the end? And he did this with other words too that end in L, what we call dark L. The L after a syllable, at the end of a syllable. Any idea? This is motor sensory. This is motor sensory, what's called the phonological loop. So when he was actually saying the sound beautiful, if you say it, full, you have round lips before the L. Who has that sound anyway, but we don't change it with the L, the consonant. So he's thinking there's a U there. He's actually attending to his articulators in the process of trying to work how to spell something. So as teachers, you need to be mindful of this. You need to walk around the room, you need to look at their writing, you need to sit with them, and you need to say, that's great. I can totally get that. Here's another thing that might challenge you. The word spot. How do we spell that? S-O-P-T. What if I were to tell you that if I took the S off that, if I were actually to record it, look at it in a waveform editor, cut out the S sound, what do you think you'd hear? Bot with something that sounds voiced, not a per. Right, go home and try it. That's hard to conceptualize for us, isn't it? Because we've been spelling it S-P-O-T with that voiceless stop sound our whole lives. But the first spelling that they do of that usually is SBOT, and many other variants words like that. They will substitute the B that they're hearing because that's their input. So what they're doing is incredible. They should be told, this is excellent work. You've understood something here. Final one example here. There's a lot here I could talk about. Final one. The way he spelled bean. Any ideas about why he would have constructed it that way? Magic E. Excellent. Top of the class. So do you know the magic E rule? So in a one-syllable word, if you had E at the end of it, the vowel before says its name. Okay, so let's look at the word bean. We know that we double the E to make the long E sound, right? But if we look at another word like mate, famous Australian word and Irish in origin, really, mate, E at the end. If I take the E off, we've got another word, mat. The vowel is ah. So one thing we teach children are these two forms. We've got the letter A, E, I, O, U. They're also diphthongs, A, E, oh, sorry, E is not, I is, O and U, monophthong. Some of them are diphthongs. And then we have A, E, I, O, A. So this is the first little contrast we can teach them. So mat, without the E, doesn't say the name of the vowel, doesn't say A, it says A. Add the E at the end and you have mate. There are some patterns, some words that don't follow this particular convention. And here he hasn't applied the rule that double E makes the long E sound. What he's grasped on is his own name, Ben, applied the magic E, and you get bean. Beautiful, totally logical, really clever. Sorry, mate, it's not right. It's not what we do. Okay, so invented spelling. Let them do it. Let them experiment. Let them write longer stories than you think they're capable of. And then what I ask my students is, what does Ben still need to learn? And what would you prioritize in feedback? And here is where feedback becomes important. How do we prioritize? In this particular essay, I haven't got essay, it was actually 2 pages of writing. I was really impressed with him. Probably every third word was like this. Now, if I took to it with the red pen and corrected every word for him, what would be the effect? But yes, for a start, he'd be very discouraged, very disheartened, maybe never want to write again. By the way, never use writing as punishment. Turns them off writing. So never make them write something out 100 times or set them an essay for homework if they've been naughty. Some other punishment. I don't know, just not literacy focused. So, yeah. So what we need to be able to say to children is, that was really good, but it's not quite like that. And we need to do it selectively. So we need to think, okay, so what are the priorities here? Okay, let's think about high frequency words. What are the function or the content words that he should know that are high frequency for him writing at this age? So mother, a word like that, that's an immediate word in his environment, should be spelled correctly. And he may need to learn that one as a sight word because it's not phonetic. A word like beautiful, also fairly high frequency as an adjective. So I might say to him, okay, this is a word we're going to learn today. We're going to write it out several times. We're going to cover it and write it and play with that word and look at it in different ways, in different contexts. We'll put it into a sentence or two. Others we'll leave alone. Others at a very low frequency. Others that he's not likely to come across again. He actually used the word PowerPoint, this thing, in his writing in this particular thing. He's not going to come across that very often, so I wouldn't focus on it. Drama and songs, also great. I know this is popular, but again, make it multisensory. Use gesture. There's a method that's called AIM, Accelerated Integrated Method. which originated in Canada to teach French. It's now been used in other languages, English included, and it follows a lot of other principles around teaching English and language, around embodiment, along kinesthetic, um, tactile engagement with language as a kind of way to remember. So the way AIM works is it works with stories and songs. Usually, if you buy the commercial version, there's a video of a story like Little Red Riding Hood that's taught in French or English. And accompanying that is a teacher's workbook that teaches a series of gestures that go along with it. So as the students are watching the video or the teacher, if they're a good French teacher or teacher in the first language or target language, demonstrates it, they also accompany every other verb and also function words like and but with a gesture. So you can easily do these yourself. This is just some of them. So I, you, he, she, we. Can I get the idea? They're all really obvious ones, aren't they? So we're not having to learn a sign language here. All really obvious gestures. And the first 500 most frequent words in French and English are covered in this way. They won't use 500 words in one text. They may use up to about 100 of these gestures. But they're all easy ones, and they soon get to the stage where they can remember a whole story and recite it, also because they've got this cue of the gesture that they've learnt at the same time. I've done some research with this, as have other people, and what we've found is that pronunciation is really a great outcome from this. We've had people who are assessing primary school children who've had this method for 6 months in their classroom, listening to it and say, that is just, sounds like someone who's been speaking the language for at least 6 years. The pronunciation is excellent. Of course, it's perfectly rendered because they've memorized it. But it's a really good way into the language and also into the sound system that really makes them focus on that. Okay, reciprocal teaching. Jigsaw reading and discussion. So the way this works is you give children a text. It could be a story, it could be a song, it could be a poem. I do it with my secondary students and teachers to introduce a new unit of work where I want to teach some new concepts. There's a lot of new vocabulary. So it's very vocabulary learning focused. It also not just is about the meaning of vocabulary, but also the pronunciation, because they actually say the words to each other through this exercise. So what they do first is they get a text broken up into bits. So if there's 4 groups in the class that I can easily arrange, 3, 3, 3, 3, I break up that story into 4 parts, logical divisions. So it could be a story, a newspaper article, a song, a poem, whatever it is you want to work with. I always try to make it input plus 1, Krashen's idea that he stole from Vygotsky. This idea that you give a reading text that's difficult, that are sort of at their level, they can handle the vocabulary plus 1 extra increment of difficulty. So some words that are lower frequency or new terminology you want to teach. You get them to read it individually. They go through and they underline any new words. You may give them a glossary to help them or get them to look it up in a dictionary. Then what they do in their group is they talk about that text. They paraphrase it. Oh, my understanding of it is blah, blah, blah. I found this new word. It means this. This is how I say it. Then you put group A, group B, group C together. You go around to group A and you go, okay, listen for your letter A, B, C, D. Next group, A, B, C, D. Next group, A, B, C, D. Right, all the A's over here together, B's, C's. So what you're doing is reconstructing the jigsaw, and they go around and they start with part A. A teaches the new vocabulary and paraphrases, speaks the content. So here what you've got is multi-sensory learning. You've got multi-skill task, and you have students who are learning the concept. I've done this with university students who are English majors on cell biology. They hated science in school. But at the end, they can tell me what mitochondria is. They can talk about the components of the cell and energy and all of that scientific stuff. And they know it. And they can say words like mitochondria. It makes the learning visible, which is what Hattie goes on about. We want to be able to see students demonstrating their knowledge. So speaking it takes something that's solitary and silent in the head, like reading, and makes it visual. So jigsaw reading is a great one. I'm probably going over time here. I think I've been going 55 minutes. I'll just finish with a couple of other strategies. Think, pair, share, very commonly known one, very similar, but instead what you do is you give them a topic and some questions, and they work collaboratively together to answer the questions. They have to read something or talk about something, and then what they do is they present their new knowledge to the class. So just some recommendations now. Teacher professional development. Pre-service teachers need to introduce phonological awareness. So not just teaching letter to sound, but before that, the step before, teach them to be meta-linguistic about language, to break it up and look at the chunks. Micro-teaching strategies. It's not always about literacy or linguistic knowledge of the teacher. Very often what is missing is these micro-teaching skills around how to organize group work, how to discipline students, how to develop a relationship with students. Working with the Papuan students, the biggest transformation for them was that they got close to their students. In their Indonesian education system, the teacher was God, the student was down here, a big personal relationship distance was created. We turned that around by taking them into Australian schools where they saw teachers going and sitting right next to students and talking to them about their writing as they were writing, talking to them in the playground, playing handball with them. So what did Papuans do when they went back to Papua? First thing, started playing handball with their students, started sitting next to them in class, telling them not to call them sir, getting to know them as people. Drastic transformation. So micro teaching and the relationship you develop, the sense of belonging in the school, the student's sense of personal worth and efficacy and ability to learn, all of those things the teacher instills in the student. And they all come through micro teaching and the way you develop a culture in the classroom. Reflection on feedback practices. Teachers need to develop this all the time. They need to reflect on how they provide feedback to students. Reading, writing, listening, and speaking. In-service teachers. In their class, they need to get these short micro PDs on these types of high impact strategies. They need to practice them in class. They need to get good at them. And because these strategies were created, they just didn't fall from the sky. Somebody had the brainwave. They adapted something over time. They came about. Encourage your teachers to come about some teaching strategies that work for their context. I'm talking about my context, English language in general. You might modify them. Take your folk stories, poetry, songs, use those, and you may do something slightly different. Use action research cycles with reciprocal peer teaching. Talk to your colleagues about what you're doing. Reflect on what you're doing, make changes, and do them again. In-service teachers need PD on effective feedback and ongoing assessment. So one of the things that came out of the baseline study is that ongoing assessment is not something that is ongoing. It tends to be just at the end of the year, at the end of a unit, not ongoing. So formative feedback on everything that they're doing. Increase classroom practice in reading to children and reading and oral fluency and comprehension building strategies that I've just been talking about. Okay. I have run over time, I'm sure. Can I keep going a little bit longer? Or should I wind it up soon? Wind it up. Okay. Um, Just one thing I'll finish with. I have a PhD student, an Australian, Irish Australian lady who works for a company called Firefly Education that develops a lot of early reading resources. Does it in a really effective way and has a lot of material, video material that can be used offline for teacher PD. So demonstration lessons of exactly how to use the materials to teach with. She's going to come here hopefully within the next year, hopefully if Goroka hosts her, and she'll be looking for 20 schools to use across 3 provinces to try and adapt these materials to localize them to the PNG context. And she'll be wanting to use this remote area community hotspot for education and learning called Rachel, which is in apparently 20 schools in Papua. And to adapt the materials to be delivered in the classroom and to do some research on this. So another pilot I know, but hopefully it will lead to something. So in conclusion, a conclusion and an invitation, the core needs are to improve the literacy foundations, start early, enhance educator capacity, and also measure for the impact of what they can deliver, and plan for scalability, which means plan to not just have these little pilots and interventions and experiences and workshops, but to scale them up, to share knowledge. And the ways to take that kind of action is through networking. So one of the great things the Papuan master teachers did when they all came back from Australia is they made a Facebook group and they all talked to each other about the improvements they were making in the classroom, the benefits to children. And they also started doing workshops with other teachers in their regions. And I was told by our agent in Indonesia that for the first time ever, Papua on the national test of education on teaching capacity were in the top 10 in Indonesia. And they'd been always down at the end, like last. So that was great to hear. And this was all because they started this network and started sharing their knowledge. When they first came to our university, because they came from a dog-eat-dog culture where it was very competitive and everyone was trying to get an advantage over each other, what changed was they learned that they need to work together as a team and share information and resources. So collaborate, form special interest groups, SIGs, and form communities of practice within teacher education. So when you leave here as alumni, as students, when the students leave here, they keep in touch with each other, they share information. So thank you. I'm here to share, but also to learn from you. I've learned a lot already. Thank you very much, and there's probably no time for questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Carey. Your presentation was a treasure trove. I am sure a lot of teachers in the audience have questions. Before we go into questions, we have Dr. Paraday. She's going to be doing an online presentation. So straight after questions, we'll go into Dr. Paraday's presentation. We have 5 minutes for questions. Please, if you have comments to add, you can add them later on during a personal or private conversation with Professor Carey. But for now, we have time for questions only. Right before we start our questions, I'm sure I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Landu, the PVC ARI, and Dr. Pratek, who is PVC Policy and Planning, and of course, our Dean for the School of Humanities. Thank you for being with us this morning. Okay, so we will take 5 questions now. Raise your hand and Mr. Soper will bring the mic around to you. Questions? Oh, surprising.
Um, it was overwhelming, I must say.
I've overwhelmed everybody. Sorry. Thank
It's
you.
really good. Multi-sensing teaching.
Yeah.
Um, I thought it worked mainly with early childhood children. Does it work at all levels up until
Absolutely.
university?
Yeah, so those techniques I was just talking about, jigsaw, reading, another one I didn't get time to talk about called dictogloss, which is actually a listening and a speaking task, uses an integration of multiple skills. So because of the multiple skills, reading, writing, listening, and speaking at the same time, they are using multisensory components of their brain, essentially. So yes, not just for children. So the kinesthetic stuff where they're tracing letters in the air, it's a kinesthetic visual. Uh, Certainly. That's more the sort of thing you'll do with early childhood for reading, but you can definitely translate that into other areas for adults. We also learn the same way. Thank you for the question.
Hello.
Oh.
Um, I learned quite a few different things from you today. Thank you. And so my question is, maybe at the end of the day, can you finish your address, teach us some more stuff if we have time?
If you have time, yeah, happy to. There was a lot I didn't get through. I tend to talk longer than I planned for. So my students tell me this too. Why didn't you get through all the slides? Oh, you can read it yourself later. But certainly, yes, I'm happy to talk, and if there's time, talk again to everyone. Online people, but they might be asking. Oh, of course. Still have some?
Thank you, Professor. Your presentation is very significant for us as a teacher training institution.
Thank you.
What would be your advice to teachers using English to teach other subjects in the schools
Yes.
using the strategies that you have taken us through?
So using English with
what,
languaging, you said?
what would be your advice to other teachers, not necessarily English teachers,
Yep.
other teachers using English language to teach
Yep.
other subjects in the schools?
Yeah, there's a very useful methodological framework called CLIL. Have you heard of this? Content Learning Integrated with Language. So it started in Europe as a thing where they set up, for example, international schools. Maybe in Germany, for example, where there are a lot of students of expats who wanted to get an English school, right? So they decided, yes, the language of instruction is going to be English, but we're teaching from the German curriculum. So learning science in English. Then German students started coming to class as well because they thought this is a great way to learn English, improve my English. And it actually, you may think, oh, teaching science in English when English is not their first language, that doesn't that make it difficult? But actually, because science is universally written in English, if you look at publications out there, if you want to do well in science, you'll be reading in English, and most of the good stuff to read is in English, right? So really important. So CLIL took off in a lot of schools as the method to teach. And it's a special method in which you're not just teaching the subject, but you also pre-teach vocabulary. And strategies like jigsaw reading are used to introduce new vocabulary contextually. So rather than just saying, these are the words we're going to learn today, mitochondria, cytoplasm, blah, 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 you get a reading and it has these words in it. And then you might watch a film so that vocabulary is being recycled in different ways, in auditory, visual ways, and they have discussion. So again, multisensory learning, multi-skills, reading, writing, listening, speaking, and viewing are used to learn. But there's a special set of skills that are language teacher skills. that are involved as well, with a particular focus on vocabulary, and in science, things like teaching when to use the passive and looking at research articles functionally and seeing what the moves are, introduction, methods, etc., results, discussion, and what's in an introduction. You know, what's talked about in an introduction, what's talked about in an abstract, what tenses are used in English. Okay, so there's a lot of linguistic content as well as the content itself, but it's very effective. So yes, definitely other disciplines clearly is the way to go. One more.
Dr. Kari, it's a very comprehensive presentation. And as an English teacher, I am well pleased with that. By looking at the term raising the standard of English in Papua New Guinea, I have just recommend one book which you might have already have seen it or have done some research, Create and Communication, for the high schools and the secondary and then probably grade 7 and 8 and all this. What I have seen, your presentation is just similarity to that Create and Communication. And I am well pleased because what I have seen as a secondary and high school teacher speaking from that perspective, I have seen, I think we have, Papua New Guinea have lost the track by losing that book, Create and Communication. And I think that book is very, very good. And what you have mentioned is all recorded in that book. They have special topics and a section to go through. So thank you very much. This was a comment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Carey. I think from your presentation, I have taken away that as a teacher, I need to include multisensory teaching and a lot of feedback with my students. So thank you very much. Okay, please another round of applause for Professor Carey. We will take into consideration your request for him to do the rest of his presentation at the end of the day. So up next, we have Dr. Paride.
Good morning to you all.
Her presentation is going to be online. She's available on Zoom for Q&As. I just want to remind us that tea is being served outside. So if you want to stretch your legs during the presentation, have something to drink or eat, you may do so.
We have tea outside. We won't have a tea break, but if you want something to drink or to have a bite, you may walk out and help yourself out there. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our first presenter of the day on linguistics and language documentation in Papua New Guinea. I hold this person in high regard for because of personal reasons. When I was coming through school, finishing from UPNG, and she's a accomplished researcher and a lecturer at the University of Papua New Guinea. Her presentation is a pre-recorded one. I'm going to play it here. She's available on Zoom. Dr. Paride, if you can hear me, good morning to you and Mr. Kamene. If you're available for Q&A at the end of your video recording being played, please let us know. I'm sure people may have questions at the end of the video. So, yes, Dr. Patricia Paride.
Good morning to you all. Happy 50th Independence Anniversary to all who are participating in this conference at the University of Baroka, those who are participating online within Papua New Guinea and outside of Papua New Guinea. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Tama, Dr. Selvi, Ms. Wanap, and others in the conference organizing committee and the IT team for all their hard work in organizing this conference and for making it happen as planned. Thank you all for your commitment and dedication to this conference. Boina boina tun. So for my presentation, I'm going to be presenting the phonological changes in the Tinatatuna language. This paper is the beginning of my research on the changes that have occurred to my language, Tinatatuna. And this is the beginning of my documentation of the linguistic changes in this language based on my lifelong experience with this language. So Tinatatuna, or the Cornwall language, belongs to the Austronesian language family, specifically the Oceanic branch, and part of the Patpatar Tolai group within the Meso-Melanesian cluster of the Western Oceanic languages. The Tinatatuna language is spoken by the Gunantuna or Tolai people of East New Britain, and they live mostly around the Gazelle Peninsula of East New Britain and also around Papua New Guinea. The population of Tinatatuna speakers is about 167,000. As we all know, languages change and they evolve over time because of varying factors, internal and external factors. These changes can be phonological, lexical, semantic, or synthetic. The Tinatatuna language, like other languages, has evolved and changed over time. So this presentation will focus only on the phonological changes. So in the Tinatatuna language, the sounds or the letters, the sounds are A, B, D, E, G, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, R, T, U, V, W. So these are the sounds that are used to form words, phrases, and sentences in the Tinatatuna language. It does not have some of the letters that are present in the English language or other languages. However, with the influence of the English language and Tokpisin and other languages, new sounds have been adopted and used in Tinatatuna language. Tinatatuna is borrowed words from English and other languages. In the case of borrowed English words, they are changed in pronunciation and spelled differently when used in Tinatatuna, but still mean the same as the English word. Example, rice. When this item was first introduced, it was called patnakarakum or karakum or karakum or karakum. This phrase means red ants eggs or seeds from red ants because the rice grains look like them and are the same size as karakum eggs. Over time, this phrase changed to one word, rait or raita. This originated from the original borrowed word rice, but it is spelled and pronounced right or raita, as the Tinatatuna word formation structure dictates. In this case, the sound in rice changed to the t sound. Example, right or raita. Over time, this word underwent further changes. In this process, the sound from the original borrowed word was brought back into the word. And so the word is now spelled and pronounced as rice or rice. When sausages was first introduced, it was called Pupulu Kairapap or Papu, and this phrase means dog's penis because they seem to look like them. Over time, this phrase changed to one word, totit or totiti, which originated from the English word sausage. The S sound changed to the T sound and the spelling according to the Tinatatuna word formation structure. The pronunciation has again changed to sauces. Telephone first came into existence in the formal workplace. This word was also borrowed and used in the language. The sound changed into the P sound. The spelling of the word and pronunciation also changed. So telephone changed to telephone or telephone. Over time, the P sound in this word has changed back to the original F sound in the word, so it is now spelled and pronounced telephone or telephone. In current times, the educated and younger generations pronounce it the English way. The word Friday used to be called Bungay Lima, meaning the fifth day. With the influence from English, this became Paraide. In current times, the day is pronounced the English way, Friday. Sugar was called halami. This word means sweet. Over a period of time, it's changed to tuga or tuka. This word underwent further changes and now it is spelled and pronounced sugar or suka. In current times, the educated and much younger generation just pronounce it the English way. This paper presents some of my research findings into changes in my first language, Tinatatuna. I have presented only a few of the phonological changes that I have observed during my lifetime while using this language. The adopted words undergo a number of changes, and some now sound more like the original borrowed words. And these are my references. Boina tuna, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paraide. I think one similarity between Kwanua and Suau language is our use of the word. So for Kwanua, it's totiti, and in Suau, it's sosisi. We will have 2 or 3 questions for Dr. Paraide, and we'll move on with Dr. Bradshaw's presentation. So Dr. Bradshaw, please be ready. After the Q&A, you will do your presentation.
Thank you very much for that. A couple things. For Friday, could it also be pronounced like Friday in addition to just Friday, like with the consonant cluster at the beginning? And also, for sugar, are some people pronouncing it like suga, shuga, or shuka now with the sh in addition to the s sound?
Can you hear me from there? Hello? Yes. So can you hear me?
Doctor,
Hello?
all right, did you catch that question?
Yes, but can you hear me from that end?
I think so.
Hello? Hello?
Apologies, we might be having technical issues.
Yeah, hear you.
Oh, you can hear us now?
I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Yes, doctor, we can hear you now. I'll probably give the mic back so you can ask his question for the second time before you answer.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, please.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I had 2 questions with Friday starting as Paraide. could it also be pronounced Friday, without the consonant cluster, like the first A being there, or is it just Friday with a consonant cluster at the beginning?
I have from my experience, before it came back to like the F sound, it was always Friday, yeah? But now, as I said in my presentation, the younger generations, they use Friday, yeah? It's not Friday. It's either Friday or Friday, kind of thing. So I haven't heard that, but maybe I should explore this a little bit more.
Okay. And just a clarification also with sugar, it did go from t to s, but just a clarification, has it also gone to sh, or like shuga or shuka, or is it just suga and suka?
Okay, so it depends also on the generation of people who are using it. Huh? So the older people tend to use suka or sugar. And like for me and those who have had a lot of exposure to the English language, it tends to be, it's coming closer to that sh sound, sugar. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Parade, for a very interesting presentation. I believe Kuanwa is somewhat famous for not having this, what's it, post-alveolar fricative S, and you mentioned that at the beginning of your presentation too. But then I noticed you had a final S sound in the word, I think it was rice actually. I think the final fricative didn't change. And then I was wondering, okay, are we now, or is Kuanwa now introducing the phoneme S into the phoneme inventory, or could it be an allophone of another sound? Or could one maybe argue that the word rice is actually technically not a Kuanwa word, but just a borrowing from another language, in this case, English or Tok Pisin?
Yeah. So it is borrowed, yeah? Can you hear me? So yeah, rice is a borrowed word because we never had rice before. And when it was introduced, we just used the word, like first it was patmakarakom or kilmakarakom, and now it's rice. Or before it was right or writer, and now it is rice, or yeah, or rice. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, before we let Dr. Parade go, I just want to acknowledge Dr. Kamane. He was supposed to do his open address or welcome address yesterday. However, we were not able to have Zoom. So for today, I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Kamane, who is joining us live from the University of Papua New Guinea. He was also my lecturer when I was studying there. So good morning, Dr. Kamane, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. My apology for not being with you yesterday. Sorry about that. Some issues. But welcome to you all participating. I think that's the main thing. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on with Dr. Bradshaw's presentation. Dr. Bradshaw is a linguistic consultant. He is also a translator whose work focuses mainly in Central Province. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Bradshaw with a round of applause.
Good morning. Today I'm going to be talking on the subject of Southeast Papuan languages, looking at some comparative analysis. Here are the abbreviations that I'll have in the presentation. Okay. To begin with, I've had the privilege of being able to be involved in language research and development of 3 languages, Southeast Papuan languages in Central Province for the last 37 years, beginning with the Fuyug language and then the Dormu Koki language, and also for a short time with the Ware language. As there has been some comparative looks at the Southeast Papuan languages, however, it's been over 50 years. I feel like since I've been involved in these languages that I've really seen there's a need for some update on the research. Looking first at the Trans-New Guinea phylum, of which Southeast Papuan is a part. There are 7 families of the Southeast Papuan languages, and these languages range in population from the smallest of just a little over 50 to over 26,000 for the largest language. Here you can see the 7 families listed from north to south. And I won't read all of those there because I'll go into them in a little bit in a moment. And they are located in 4 provinces, 2 in southern Morobe province, and then the bulk of them in central province at 18, then quite a few in Oro, 12, and then the remaining 6 languages in Milne Bay. So there's a total of 38 languages in the Southeast Papuan group. So beginning the initial research was carried out over 50 years ago by Tom Dutton, and you can see the dates there, and then I'll go into some detail with that research in a moment. However, since that time, there has been lots of research, and I'm still collecting more. You can see what I found so far over nearly 200 items, documents of research, and still ongoing. Okay. According to the Ethnologue, the Trans-New Guinea phylum has 482 languages in 39 families. Sorry, I'm having a little difficulty with this. Okay. You can see here that there have been various hypotheses about the composition of the Trans-New Guinea phylum, how to classify it. Beginning in the 1970s, particularly, you can see that Pauli and Hammerstrom have identified 3 names. They've called them TNG, Trans-New Guinea 1, 2, and 3. You can see there in the 1970s. Then another iteration in the 1990s. And then, let's see. In some more recent studies in 2012 and 2018, you can see some of the scholars there that have done some. And even in these more recent ones, it's still being claimed that Southeast Papuan is a member of the Trans-New Guinea phylum. Yet, even in this newer research, it doesn't seem to be evident that all of the newer research has been consulted. So that's an issue. Let's see. Here's a map showing all of the families of the Trans-New Guinea phylum. So it extends all the way across the whole island from just below the Bird's Nest Peninsula in West Papua, and then going on down towards the south, towards Milne Bay, where the Southeast Papuan languages are located. And there you can see in the circle where the Southeast Papuan languages are located at the tail end of the island bordering the oceanic languages of Milne Bay. Even after all of these iterations, there are many that claim that Trans-New Guinea is putative or supposed, as you can see here from the quote from Palmer. Let's see. Looking at the Southeast Papuan languages in particular, I've listed them here by families and then the specific languages moving from the north to the south. So the northernmost family, Goilalan, is composed of two subfamilies. You can see the Kunimaipa family with 4 of the languages. The first 2, Biangai and Aman or Weri, are the 2 that are located in Morobe province, and then the remainder primarily in Central province. And then the Fuyug language has been classified in its own family, and that is the one that's the largest language in the Southeast Papuan. Then moving on to the Koyarian family, this is composed of 2 subfamilies, the Koyaric, 4 of the languages, and these languages are located in Central Province around Port Moresby. And you can see 2 of the languages are threatened. And then the Baraic family, which are located in Oro Province to the south of Papandeta. Then the next family, the Yareban. Did it skip one? I thought I had another one. It skipped that, but that's not right. Sorry. Okay, yes. The next 2 families, the smallest ones to the southeast of Port Moresby, are the Kwalian, which has 3 languages, one of which is extinct, and then 2 living languages. The Manubaran family has only 2, so it's the smallest of the Southeast Papuan families, languages. So, okay, I keep doing this wrong, sorry. There we go. Okay, the next family are Reban, all located in Oro province. You can see there's 5 languages there, one that is threatened, Nawada. And the Mailuan family, which has 6 languages there, one of which is extinct, are all located in southern or a central province, particularly along the coast. The last family, Dagon, I keep getting this, is the largest. You can see it has 9 languages, all primarily located in Milne Bay, except for the Onjab language, which is threatened, and it is located in Oro and non-contiguous with the other languages. And you can see Turaka is considered Moribund, and that's the smallest of the languages. Here's a map showing the various families. So you have the Goilalan in the north, and then moving down, you can see where the Koyarian is located, some on central and some over on Oro side. The Kwalian, the Manubaran, the smallest one, Yareban, Mailuan on the coast, and the Dagon, primarily in Milne Bay. So we'll go through some of Dutton's early research. The first of his research began in 1969 when he wrote his ANU PhD thesis on the Koyarian languages of Central Province. And so here he was looking at the Koyarian language family in particular, with first giving some literature review, and then and at this point he proposed the subfamilies of Koyaric and Boraic, and then he also had a transformational grammatical sketch of Koyari. The second publication in that same year is The Peopling of Central Papua, some preliminary observations. So here he's laying down the foundation for this, the Southeast Papuan languages. He's saying that in 1929, Ray came up with the classification into the groups and subgroups. Then in 1943, Capel solidified the Mailuan classification. And then in 1964, Stein, Krauss, and Pence, LSPNG members, further established the Goilalan family. And at this point in time, as little was known about the Qualian and Manubaran families, Dutton proposed that they were all part of the Yaraban family. And he continued with his strong interest in the Koyarian family, particularly the Koita and Koyari languages. As part of his thesis, he proposed these subgroups, and here is how he divided them. And in a tree, you can see his division of those. The next publication the following year, Notes on the Languages of the Rigo area of Central District. So this just provided some very brief statements, mostly just about the details of where the language community was, the villages and populations. It included some descriptions of 3 Oceanic languages listed there, as well as 6 Papuan languages. So these first 3 had been described in his previous publications. So and again, he's still saying at this point, little to nothing known about the Qualian and Manubaran languages. But thankfully, there has been SIL-PNG work in both of those languages in the 2 families, so that now there is much more known than there was at that time. The next publication, Languages of Southeast Papua. So this covered an area to the east of Mount Brown in Oro Province. So it covered Papuan languages in 4 families. The first one would be the Binandarian family, and that's outside the scope of this discussion because the Binandarian is considered at the stock level and not part of the Southeast Papuan. So then the other ones that are Southeast Papuan, first, the Yaraban, it included some discussion of 4 languages, not the threatened Nawara. Then the Mailuan, again, it did not include one of the languages because it was extinct, but you can see 5 there. And then the Dagan, not including the moribund Turaka, had discussion on 8 languages. The next publication in 1973 was just a checklist of languages and present-day villages. So this just gave some alphabetized lists and some village names and population figures. So good historical information, but of limited use now, especially the population figures as they're almost 60 years old. Then in the last year of these comparative studies in 1975, so now 50 years ago, was studies in languages of Central and Southeast Papua. And this was the first one that gave some grammatical descriptions of several languages. And so he wanted to there were at this time now SILPNG linguists involved in various languages, and you can see those listed in bold, the ones that had SIL involvement, and wrote up these grammatical descriptions. And then he included one from ANU, which was his description, which I'll mention in a moment. So you can see that the 6 grammatical descriptions were from 3 of the families, and the languages listed there, just one in Mailuan and Yareban. And so this was the first way to get some early classificatory work, and he even said there it needs to be refined. Okay, one of those chapters, as I mentioned earlier, was his work. So his writing a grammar of the Khoita language and vocabulary, and then he was to continue more of that later. That was derived from some of his earlier research. Okay, then the final one of this 1970s era is the Southeast Trans-New Guinea phylum languages. And it was at this point that he's starting to come up with some kind of comparison of them. So he's trying to look first for some kind of typological overview. And at this point, because he doesn't have very much to go by, he says he's not only looking at it, kind of at the top, not looking at all the families in particular, and giving this as a task for the future. And so just, I go into more detail in these in the paper, but just look at some of those typological overviews, like he's listing here. They're usually 2 series of plosives, some fricatives. So going into the various consonants and vowels, talking about them. And like here, he says some languages are tonal, and this really begs for me to want to know more, because at this point, I've only been able to find one language that is tonal, the Aman or Weri language, and it has a low functional load. So I want to know what languages did he think had it, and more. And the same for some of these other issues. He's not really telling us much about stress and intonation at this point. This is a nice thing about pronouns, and I'm happy that, there are more recent studies on pronouns that will be helpful, because at this point I have not been able to locate this reference he cites here, so I can't comment on that anymore. I like that he talks a little bit about medial verbs, and from my observation, I've seen that Koyarian seems to be the simplest in their in the indication of same and different subject. However, this says in some, Koyarian, but Barai is also a Koyarian language, and what I've observed so far is it seems to be the most complex. So something that we need to look in more detail. Then other areas such as plurality of nouns. In my observation, I've seen this, so that seems like that's probably right on. Just need some more details. And it's interesting what he talks about numeral systems, giving some examples here. However, my observation in the 3 languages I've done research in is they all have various ways in which they don't agree with this point here. So we need to study that in more depth. Okay, then looking at some other things, and again, real general, and here about absence of conjunctions. I have to disagree with that in my observation so far. But this seems like a safe thing. There is no passive. So as you can see, this is just a quick highlight of some of the points that there's not any detail, no examples. So all of these need to be fleshed out in much greater detail and give some examples and just we can do that hopefully now from all of the newer research. So now I'll move into looking at what that newer research is a little bit. Well, sorry, after this. He also has some variances with Trans New Guinea, and you can just see some of those things. I won't go into them in great detail, like the last one, differing forms of negatives. We'll see a little bit more about that in a moment. And here's another one where I would disagree. I have with his proposition about interrogative. And he looks at some cognate percentages, but there's no details. I'd like to know more. And I think he proposes from that, he's classifying different languages as linking primarily based on those cognate percentages. But then he does talk a bit about borrowing, and I'm not sure where he was coming with that. Here he gives a comparison of Southeast Papuan grammatical features. This is a nice table, and you can see that unfortunately at that point he has a lot of unknowns, but since there's been a lot of research in Goilalan particularly, that should be taken care of. But even at this stage, back then in the 70s, you can see already some things appearing as in a distinction between North and South as far as negative forms. So he says there's conflicting pattern of relationship and that he can't really group them any further. So this is just giving the imperative that more research needs to be done. This gives us an initial foundation. He's given some, very brief things that we can start on, and then we can move on forward. He did do some further research after the 70s, albeit only limited to the Koyarian family, as you can see there. So this table just shows the linguistic research that's been done since 1975. And you can see that the Goilalan family has had the greatest amount, and particularly, okay, let's see that. Yes, there it highlights it. So the Goilalan there. And then the language that has had the most is Doromukoki. And then the least you can see there, Mailuan, only has 4 items. So looking at the research and language development things in a little bit more details, you can see there's been lots of literacy work, Bible translation, grammar sketches written, even PhD dissertations, dictionaries, and other items. So these are just some preliminary conclusions that there's this nice foundation that he's laid from his research in the 70s that we can start with, giving some typological features and a few variances with Trans New Guinea. And those are described in further detail in the paper. Don't have time for that in the presentation. So what is the future? As I said, this has been an ongoing process of collecting data. I've found a lot that is still there that I have not been able to access yet. So I'm still working on trying to access that. So even in the paper, some of my conclusions are preliminary at this point. In collecting this, I found that there are some gaps there's 10 languages that have very limited to no adequate data. And we need to find some way, if possible, to get that data. So the bolded are the languages, and then the unbolded are the families that they're in. And I'm glad at least to have recently heard that the last language there, Dima or Jima, has recently had an SIL PNG team start working there. So that means some data will be forthcoming. So I have a large job ahead of me and look forward to keep working on this in more detail and find out more later. So here are the references. So I hope you've enjoyed learning a little bit about Southeast Papuan languages and how they fit into Trans-New Guinea. Thank you.
Thank you, Badaheria, Dr. Bradshaw. We'll have time for one question from the audience, if there is any, and we'll move on with Larry Doyle's presentation. So changes in the program. After Larry Doyle, we'll have Olga Fomenchuk and Jonathan Moe.
Mr. Kamani?
Yes, Mr. Kamane, we can hear you. You can ask your question.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bradshaw. I'm Sakarbi Kamina here. Interesting work you are doing. I have one or two questions or comments. The first one is that you are showing us that the kind of phyla or phylum we have, Trans-New Guinea phylum, is not really kind of sorted out yet. That seems to be coming out from your work you're doing. So maybe the question of Trans-New Guinea phylum, maybe we need to do more about it to really sort it out and have some kind of solid phyla set up, Trans-New Guinea phylum set up. That's one maybe comment and a question. The next one is how much of the work you are doing can be used to maybe reorganize or reclassify what we have for many, many years. How much of the work you are doing can help us to adjust or modify the current and existing phyla, especially the Trans-New Guinea phyla. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. Yes, which way should I look? I'll look at the audience. Yeah, yeah, thank you very much. I agree with that. We very much need to keep learning more and figuring things out because there's, just so much about the Trans-New Guinea phylum that is really iffy, just really needs, better exemplifying, so that's one thing. Even this data that I've looked at, I feel like it gives some things, but I would like even some examples and some more concrete evidence. So I think yes, we really need to get more evidence so that we can really have a case for how we want to reclassify it and really can validate our claims, which a lot of stuff can't be validated very well, I think.
Thank you.
Dr. Brutto, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. What concerns me is the extinct languages. In your presentation, you highlighted two extinct languages, and I'm curious to know what factors contributed to language extinction, and how can these extinct languages be revived?
I don't know too much about them. That's something that you need to find out more. Like Mulaha was one of those that's in the Qualian family. And even back in the early 20s, so maybe almost 100 years ago, it was considered extinct. So I don't know, what happened to it, but there is a word list. So at least we have that to go by. But like those other ones, Lawa, I don't know. That's something I need to look into what I can find on it. And one like the one Turaka, the smallest one, at this point, there was a survey done in it, interestingly, by Dr. Chulin, who spoke yesterday about one bell. He did a survey in that language. And so I got some data from that language from him. But, that was many years ago. Is what's happening with that language now? It was already very small at that time. So need to find out before it's gone.
Thank you. That's all the time we have for. Sorry, one last one.
I'll take the last one. The research that you did, done for query and then done the coast towards the central province. And even you went to Oro, Baruchi down to Melon Bay. That's on the mainland. Have you done any study on the island? Kerwina, Namanbi, you have Salamu. Have you done some research on that, the language?
No, this is just limited to the Southeast Papuan languages at this point. And I haven't been to all those places. I've just been, involved in those three in Central Province. So I've just been looking at the research that others have done for these other languages.
Agutoy Lailaina, Dr. Bradshaw. Thank you. Let's give him another round of applause. As stated earlier, we will now listen to Mr. Larry Doyle. He is a linguist translator specialized in the autonomous region of Bougainville languages.
There we go. Good morning. All right, good morning. My name is Larry Doyle, and I would like to present to you my paper on problems in orthography development in the Solos language and how standardizing the informal orthography that they already have in place is proving to be a challenge. If you'd like the paper itself, feel free to email me whenever the slide comes up. Well, let me get this slideshow going here. Yeah. Here we go. So yeah, feel free to email me. I will also try to make it available via the conference notes afterwards. First, though, a little background on the Solos language itself. It is an Austronesian language. not too different from the other languages in that area of North Bougainville. The traditional language area is on Buka Island itself, and there are something like 15 to 20,000 speakers of the language. Solos is traditionally the primary language in 19 official villages, but there are other hamlets and plantations and smaller groupings where it is also spoken in the households. There are probably two main dialects, but some villages have significant variation from their dialect type. And there's also quite a lot of free variation in how Solos is spoken from place to place. Solos has a very long history of people writing and reading it. And this started with the mission schools in the early 1920s as Catholic missionaries came to the interior and northwest coast of Buka Island, and Methodist missionaries arrived on the southwest coast. They taught people how to read and write English. And being the enterprising people that they are, they rapidly transferred those skills to their own language of Solos. Prior to the Bougainville crisis in the 1990s, there were many generations of highly literate Solos people. And then in the 1960s, the Catholic Church published at least two versions of a catechism that culminated with Inahaman Gwe God, which is a 117-page book that contains a catechism, prayers, and a vernacular church service liturgy even. Here's the first page of that book. And it shows how people were writing Solos in Gagan in the 1960s. Beginning in the 1990s, some attempts were made to produce literacy materials in Solos for the Talk Place prep schools that were begun at that time. These do not appear to have been widely distributed, unfortunately. They were in the middle of the Bougainville crisis at the time. So most of that work was actually lost. What survives today is the Hahatanya Otutanim and Ohapita Otaning, which are two alphabet books for the coastal and inland dialects, respectively. The current situation regarding orthography development centers around the Solos language program. It's influenced quite heavily by an outside advisor, namely myself. And I've been working with the Solos language since 2011. In 2013, we invited an SIL literacy worker to come run a writer's workshop for us. And we wrote some stories, translated a few other stories, and hammered out sort of a rough sketch of what the spelling rules should be in Solos based on what people had already done. Unfortunately, for various reasons, we were not able to do much with those materials. But in 2024, we were able to publish these 8 books and get them distributed to all of the villages of the Solos area. This is a very small start, but currently we have another 20 books in process and another 33 stories that are awaiting artwork and editing and that sort of thing, so we can get those into books. We also have a dialect survey in process. I did the field work for that this year. So hopefully that can be written up by the end of the year. Much of the material for the next sections of this paper actually comes from that work. Most Solos people do currently read and write Solos to some degree, even though there's been no formal schooling in it. Many people with great skill, actually. You ask them to write stories and they're able to do that quite readily. It is an informal orthography. It does vary quite a bit, but people do use it on social media. We have a Facebook page actually devoted to the Solos language. People use it for signs at their local markets. They write songs for church. They write letters to each other. And this has gone on, like I said, for a very long time. The literacy materials that we're developing now, as well as the Bible translation that we're working on, are all being done in the trial orthography that is developing as we use it. And I'll say a bit more about that in the next couple of sections. The problems that we're running into in developing the orthography can be divided into two rather broad categories. And the first of those are problems that could be expected anywhere in any language. Variations are just difficult to write down. People speak Solos in two distinct dialects that are mostly differentiated on phonological differences. And there's also, like I said, quite a bit of free variation in how people pronounce words. And so it's very difficult to write those down. One broad category we have is nasals at the end of words. Things like ing in the the inland dialect, and in the coastal dialect. And so, yeah, how are we going to write that? We have to make a decision between one or the other. There's also word initial changes, such as voicing between the g sound and the k sound. And sometimes the whole phoneme will change. Some people use a t sound, other people use a ch sound at the beginning of certain words. There are also phoneme changes at the end of words, such as this k, which would be used in inland, and the p in coastal solos on the word for red. We also have vowel variations that happen, and there's a whole list of these. I will only give one example here. Super common word. If you're inland, you'll say yan. If you live on the coast, you would probably say yin. And how are we going to write that so people know that we're talking about fish? Sometimes whole syllables can actually be added or dropped, depending on which perspective you're looking at it. In the inland dialect, people would typically say muniasin when referring to their brother, or if they're a female, their sister. While in the coastal dialect, we would simply say munisin. So that whole syllable is just there in one dialect and not in the other. We also have some variations in borrowed words. Over time, they tend to become more solicized. One example of that is the word for white man, which I hear quite frequently as I go about from village to village. If you're on the coast or in one of the border villages, the surrounding languages all have the L phoneme, and so you're likely to hear tolala. But if you go to the interior villages, and this is across dialects, you will not hear the L, because Solos doesn't have the L phoneme, and so those people have changed it to tonana. And so, again, a choice needs to be made about how we might write that word. And I will note these are not unusual problems in orthography development. Each of these is well attested in the literature, as well as the other examples I give in the paper. But the question of how you write things that are said differently in one coherent system, it's not an easy problem to solve. Everyone recognizes all of these, even the ones with additional syllables, as being the same word in Solos. And so if we write them the way people say them, they're going to look very different. They're not going to look like the same word. Elke Karen, in her, I think, groundbreaking paper in 2014, entitled Standardization, What's the Hurry? She gives a few suggestions. One of them is don't rush to standardize in orthography. The early solutions that you find are likely not going to be the best ones, so try out different things and take your time. Also, have lots of people try their hand at writing. Just see if they generally do or don't follow any standards that you're proposing. Recognize too that it is not a bad thing to have multiple standards, especially at the beginning of the process, and just encourage people to write like they talk in their dialect or in their village variant. And then finally, test whether those written variants and styles are acceptable. See if people are okay with things written in the other dialects, or if they really want things written exactly the way they talk. And these attitudes should influence how we choose to standardize or not in the language, and those attitudes will probably shift over time as well as outside influences come in. That being said, our biggest problems in developing the orthography in Solos have not been with the variations or with the dialect situation. Solos has been written and read for about a century now, and some entrenched patterns have emerged. And these do vary from place to place, even sometimes individually within a village, depending on who taught that person to read and write Solos and how they learned it. There's almost nothing published in Solos, and the things that were published a long time ago. There are very few copies that people have on hand. And so there is no standard for how Solos should be written. There are people with really strong ideas, though, which makes it a lot of fun. They'll say, oh, that's not good Solos writing, or that is good Solos writing. We should write it that way. And of course, their neighbor disagrees with them. The Catechism, though, that was published a long time ago, is our only major work published in Solos. And so I'll be using that as an example as we go through the next section of this presentation, just to give you a visual of what this looks like and the things I'm talking about with these entrenched patterns. Now, it doesn't use all of them, but hopefully we can use it for contrast. If you would like more examples, there is a more complete list in the paper. Some of the more interesting cases involve the kind of non-standard sounds, things like ch. And mostly people write this as ts, which most of the related languages in the area do that as well. But there are some who write it as j. This is a small minority. So in the trial orthography, we have chosen to say that it should always be written as ts. And you can see an example of that here in the word chihao, moon, in the Catechism. The ing sound is also mostly written as ng, borrowing from English and Tok Pisin, and that makes a lot of sense. But there are some people who write it as g. And this can be quite confusing because we also have the g sound as a common phoneme in Solos. So what did people do with that? Well, quite creatively, they have a q sitting there. Nobody's doing anything with it. So some people write the g sound as a q. I thought that was quite the enterprising solution. Thankfully, not very many people do that anymore. And so in the trial orthography, we've said, let's just go with NG and G and forget about the Q. Let's not even try that one. But you have to be aware of this because in old notebooks and things people have written in years past, there were teachers who actually taught this method of writing to their students. So if you see one that has G's where ing should be and Q's where g should be, then you know you have that system that you're working with. Another unusual sound we have is the bilabal fricative, or the soft B, v. And traditionally, this was pronounced as a V, or written as a V, I should say. And it was done that way in the Catechism, as you can see here. It is not a separate phoneme, however, and there are people who do regularly write it as a B. And it is very predictable where this allophone shows up. And so if you do write with all B's, people can still pronounce it correctly when they're reading it. And so in the trial orthography, we have eliminated the V and are attempting to write all the V's as B's. And we have yet to see whether that works out. This first batch of things was just distributed in basically May through July of this year. So we have not yet gotten full feedback on that. Some solo syllables start with a vowel sound, but that sound functions much like a consonant. And this is the classic use case for semivowels, things like W and Y. And when the sound is low, like an O or an U, people traditionally would write it with those letters, such as in this form of the number 6 you see here, wionon. And in the trial orthography, however, we've gone with, especially word initially, gone with a W to represent this type of sound. And this should help people with transfer to and from English, because English obviously uses those semivowels. And people are learning that to some extent in their schools. And so people who try this method like writing with the W usually. Similarly with the E and S sounds, followed by a lower vowel, Y seems to be a good fit, with the one exception that I'll talk about here in a moment. But on this page of the Catechism, you can see 4 examples. Unfortunately, 3 of those examples are spelling errors. The only one that's actually correct is the third person singular pronoun yo on the far edge of the page there. That one should have a y at the beginning of it. The others are just influenced by the e in the preceding word, and they somehow put a y in there when it didn't really go there. Yeah, the traditional way to write that, though, is here lower on the page, using just the E and not a Y. And here again, you see some of the variants, even on the same page in this document. And out of the hundreds of times that the third person singular pronoun appears in the catechism, it's only spelled with Y 3 times. The rest of the times it is spelled with the I. So this idea to use the semivowels is not unheard of in the informal writing systems that people have been using, but they're definitely in the minority and have been rarely seen and rarely used consistently, even at that. And so we've gotten a bit of feedback about this already. People saying, hey, we don't have a W or a Y. We shouldn't use those. This is the most controversial change that we've tried to introduce in doing a trial orthography. So we'll have to see whether that sticks or not, and whether people do actually use it when they write themselves. Vowel length is another sticky point in the informal orthographies. Solos, I will say, normally has short vowels, but in some words there are lengthened vowels, and these are lexical, they're contrastive, they're always there in those certain words, and some people have marked these by doubling the vowel, which again makes a lot of sense. But other people, when they're writing, they never mark it. They'll write a whole story and never once use a single doubled vowel. And in many other places, it's inconsistent. Here in the Catechism, using the word non, as you see here on this page, that's the word for day, which appears very commonly. It's definitely lengthened phonetically. But as you can see, sometimes it's marked, most often it is not. In the Catechism, I went through and counted, it's doubled 5 times, and the is not doubled 68 times in the word non in this book. So in the trial orthography, what we're doing is we're just picking certain words where people tend to more often double the vowels and saying in those words it should be doubled. And the list to me seems quite arbitrary at this point. I found no pattern whatsoever. But with just a small amount of practice, people seem to be able to consistently write with just those words having doubled vowels. So we'll see how that works out over time. The tripled vowels are another interesting place. And in the informal orthographies, people have consistently written these with just 2 vowels. And this is one place where I think using Y would make a lot of sense, but nobody ever has and nobody does. So we're not even suggesting that at this point. Here in the Catechism, they've been quite consistent with that. As you can see here in the word chicken, kakinyao, it's spelled EO there at the end for the yao part, not EAO, which phonetically it is. And it's even more clear when people do slow, careful speech. They intentionally pronounce all 3 vowels as they go through, but then you ask them to write it, and they'll only put down 2. So one possible exception to this is the word life, for life, which is called twy. Most writers these days seem to want to spell that T-O-A-E. Traditionally has been spelled T-O-E. And here in the Catechism, you can see it's again a very common word, so it's repeated a number of times, and it's always spelled T-O-E. And so we'll have to see which of these wins in the end, whether the way people are writing it now or the way people have written it. And we're going to do that hopefully by testing both versions in certain stories and seeing which ones people like. Solos, I'm going to skip a couple of these because we are short on time today, about the articles, about the verb phrase clitic. Those are very interesting things, the way people have chosen to do spacing on those. But I think I can cover most of that concept when I'm talking about the single vowel markers. With articles, relators, and things of that nature, a lot of them are single vowels. And so phonetically, when people are talking, those vowels get joined with a nearby word. It doesn't even necessarily have to be the word that they're syntactically tied to. And so when people are writing these, sometimes they join them, sometimes they don't, and it's very, very inconsistent. If you get a naive writer who's never written much in solos and ask them to write a story, sometimes they'll do it, sometimes they won't, in terms of spacing or joining. And as you can see here in the catechism, we have a third person singular pronoun again, yo, and it has a relator coming before it, the and they just smashed that right in with it. Why not? And then at the end, there's actually a marker that goes with the following verb. And because it's phonetically pronounced together, they've just smashed that one in with the pronoun as well. And so this is fairly typical. We see this quite often. And so in the trial orthography, we've said that all these little markers that are just single vowels, yes, we pronounce them together, but let's spell them separately. And I've given that there at the bottom of the slide, separating out the and the e and leaving yo by itself. Since we're talking about relators, that's the last category I want to talk about here. Most of that class of words tends to be short little wordlets. They're 1-2 letters usually, and they tend to be rather inconsistently joined or separated with others. And here on these 2 pages, these are subsequent pages, the bottom of one, top of the next, at the end of the catechism, we see one of these relators separated from its pronoun, nerun. We see another one joined to its pronoun with yemu. And then we see at the end with a proper noun, te god. And so that's fairly typical of the way people write. Sometimes they're joined, sometimes they're not. And so in the trial orthography, we're saying that they should normally be separated, these relators particularly. But for pronouns specifically, if you want to contract them into one word, you can. Because people do anyway. Even people who are trying not to, as they write a story, will oddly separate and join them in no apparent pattern. People do very well with nouns, keeping them separate. You almost would never see a noun joined with a relator like this. But the pesky relator pronoun pairs keep getting joined together. And so this is one of the modifications we've actually made to the trial orthography since we wrote it up a few years ago and said, as people are writing more material and they are joining these, we're saying, okay, let's call these contractions, and yes, you can put them together if you want to. And so that's made for a lot more accurate writing. For conclusions, I want to note that with these more entrenched orthography issues, we are not trying to force anyone to do anything. We're intentionally taking this process of setting up rules and conventions for writing quite slowly and only after testing. And even then, once we've said this is a rule, we're sending it out in trial versions to see if people will accept that or not, and whether they like writing and reading that way. Our philosophy is that the Solos orthography must be shaped by the Solos speaking people. That being said, we do have a goal in mind that anything written in Solos should be accessible to all Solos speakers. It is a sizable group, but there's simply not a big enough population to publish different versions of every document and story and book that is written. So we have been pleasantly surprised, however, by the amount of agreement between different writers at different times and in various places. A good example of that is the Catechism. We did not actually find a complete written copy of that we could digitize until 2021. So meanwhile, everyone working on writing stories, doing Bible translation, all of this work had never seen or used a copy of the Catechism. And when we got the Catechism finally, we found a lady who had it stored away in the back of her house and got photos of every page. We were surprised to learn that we had made a lot of the same decisions that the editors and writers of the Catechism had done back in the 1960s. So that gives us some hope that we will be able to work out this goal eventually and have a means where everybody who speaks Solos can read the same style of Solos. One challenge that does continue to confront us in standardizing the orthography is there's no central authority. The area is split politically and in other ways, and one side of the language group has very little to do with the other. There's no social cohesion at all. And so the only way forward that we can see is to print and distribute as often as we can in trial versions to see what people actually want to do. And we'll have to follow that up with feedback, of course, go out and see the people using these books, do they like the way they're written? Do they like the way that feels when they read it that way? And our goal there is to get a broad view of what people would like to see when they see solos on a page. And we know that we will get some dissenting data. And what we're hoping for in each of these instances is that we can get a pragmatic solution to each problem as it arises. And it's just going to take some time. So in the PowerPoint here, I've included some of the sources I have used, as well as a partial list of the Solos works that I've used in this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next presenter. Due to time constraints, I'll ask our following presenters, that's Miss Olga Fomenchuk and Jonathan Moe, if you can keep your presentations to say 15 minutes, if possible. If possible. Our time is now 12 o'clock. So after our two presenters, we'll break for lunch.
Hello. My name is Olga Formanchuk, and I'm a linguist and a Bible translation advisor with LSPNG, and I have the privilege to be working with the Nema people in Western Province. So the Nema people live in 3 villages in the Morehead district, Western Province of Papua New Guinea. It's on the map, underlined with a blue color. This area is also known as Southern New Guinea or Transfly. The Nema language is vigorous. It's used in all domains and is being passed on to the children. Nema is a Papuan language, and it belongs to the Nambo subgroup of the Yam family. The same family, the Yam family, is also known in the literature as Morehead Upper Maro family, but I prefer to use the term the Yam family, which has been first introduced by Professor Nicholas Evans from the Australian National University, who has been the pioneer in the study of these languages. The Yam languages are morphologically remarkable for their complex verbal inflection, characterized by a tendency to distribute inflectional exponents across multiple morphological sites. I would like to present a little bit of some basic facts of the Nema morphosyntax. Nema is an SOV language. That means the verb comes last. It uses both case marking of the pronominal arguments and it indexes them on the verb. The case marking of the pronominal arguments is organized in the ergative absolutive frame. That means that, and I will try to use the pointer, that means that the object or the O argument of the verb is in the absolutive case of the transitive verb in the same way as the S argument or the single argument of an intransitive clause. We see that it's also an absolutive case, and in Neme, the absolutive case is not explicitly marked, so there is nothing at the end of the verb, but it's the transitive A argument or the transitive subject that stands out as different, and it's marked with this ergative enclitic on, and we see it's for singular. And I will read the examples. Yendonte avia kaje tegmeten. I killed the cassowary yesterday. That's a transitive clause. And yentenafas nomon begarioba. I ran with an arrow. That's an intransitive clause. And we see, interestingly, the pronominal arguments only differentiate number in the ergative case. In the absolutive case, as you see, there is no number distinction because it's all marked on the verb. And I would like to draw your attention to this very interesting word, kaji, which I glossed plus or minus 1 day because this word can be bidirectional. It can look into the past and can be translated as yesterday as in this example, or into the future. That's why it's a little bit glossed differently. Verbs are by far the most complex system in the language. They can index person and number of up to 2 arguments using both prefixation and suffixation. On the grounds of morphological indexing, verbs can be divided into prefixing and ambifixing verbs. And this terminology of prefixing and ambifixing has also been introduced by Professor Evans, and since then has become a standard for those working in the YAM languages. Prefixing verbs use the prefix to encode their single arguments, as in these 2 examples. Yen yena wakayongan, I'm standing here. Ba yakayongan, he or she or it is standing. And we see that the prefix site, oops, sorry, did I? The prefix is what's changing as we move from the first person to the third person. And then ambifixing verbs, they're more complex and they use they encode their arguments using both prefixes and suffixes. The ambifixing verbs can be transitive and intransitive. Transitive ambifixing verbs encode their most actor-like argument in the suffix, called the actor suffix, and it's glossed with small capital A. And the most patient-like argument, or the undergo argument, with a prefix, called the undergo prefix, and it's glossed with small capital U. And here, I repeat example 1, Yendonte avia kaji tegmeten, and we see that the actor argument, I'm sorry, the actor argument is encoded here with this first person singular suffix, yend, yendon, and the O argument, which is the object, is encoded here. That's the gloss with the third person singular undergo argument. Intransitive ambifixing verbs encode their sole argument in the actor suffix, and the prefix slot is filled with person and number invariant middle prefix, as in examples 5 and 6. Yent nafas noman and bam nafas nomange. We see that only the suffix side changes as we change the person of the single argument. Now I'd like to present a brief overview of tense, aspect, and mood, TAM for short, as the background for my further discussion of distributed exponents. The fundamental contrast that lies at the core of TAM organization in NEME is aspectual. All verbs display distinction between imperfective and perfective aspects. Additionally, there is a third derivational aspect which essentially combines the features of both aspects, and I call it imperfectivized perfective. Each aspect cuts out time differently, and it makes sense to discuss tense distinctions inside each aspectual paradigm. Thus, the imperfective aspect has the following tense distinctions: non-past, recent past, and 2 aspectually different remote pasts, delimited and durative. The perfective and the imperfectivized perfective aspects express recent past, remote past, habitual remote past, narrative past, and future. Mood is not morphologically marked, but rather is expressed by the combination of fully inflected verbs and preverbal particles. And now I come to the focus, to the topic of my presentation, distributed exponents. The complexity of the NEMA verb lies not only in the number of affixes involved, or in the complexity of TAM categories, but in the way the meaning of each relevant category is encoded across the morphological site. Carroll and Döhler, two linguists working in the Yam languages, Ngalumpu and Komju respectively, call it distributed exponents. Distributed exponents is characterized by the fact that morphemes are underspecified for a particular category. Therefore, morphological material from different sites must be taken into account and unified to construe a proper grammatical meaning. Thus, the grammatical categories of tense, aspect, and mood are spread across prefixes, suffixes, special TAM suffixes, which are sensitive to dual versus non-dual contrast. And let's look at some examples. Here's a verb. I took it in isolation, yakita, and it means that, oops, there is a mistake, she or he or it is looking at it, him or her, or you singular are looking at it, him or her. It's a transitive verb. It's ambifixing. As we see, it uses both the prefix and the suffix to encode its arguments. Now I'd like to see, to show you how the distributed exponents actually works. So here, oops. Sorry. I wrote out grammatical categories that are relevant for this particular word. This is the undergo person and number. This is non-past, that's a tense category, a spectral category, dual versus non-dual alteration, and the actor. So if we look at the prefix, and if we take it by itself, the only thing that we know for sure it signals to us is that it's third person singular. And taken in isolation, taken by itself, it gives us no understanding of its contribution into the aspectual and tense meaning of the word. But prefixes are essential in constructing TAM meanings of the verb, but their specific contribution is only clear when we look at the suffix side. And here at the suffix side of the verb, we see that we have the imperfective, basic imperfective marker that shows us that it is imperfective and that none of the arguments are dual, so it's non-dual. But it gives us no information as far as the tense value. Then if we look at the actor suffix, which is here is represented by this zero morpheme side, it shows us the actor that it's either second or third person singular. It again signals to imperfectivity, but gives us no information regarding tense value of the verb. But only when we take it all together, we look at all the prefix and all the suffixes combined, we see this whole web of meaning starting to emerge, and that together, unified, gives us the meaning that it is an imperfective verb in non-past tense. That means that non-past includes the action that's happening now, including the speech act and into the future. You or he, she, or it is looking at something right now. And again, the person of the actor argument will have to be disambiguated by the context. Now, if we look at the same prefix, again, in a different combination of suffixes at the end, as in this example, the verb yakitamat, which means that they, three or more, looked at it, him, or her some time ago, that's in distant past. We again see a whole web of meanings that all this, the prefixes, for instance, the prefix in combination with all the suffixes at the end, sends the meaning that it's remote past, it's imperfective, and of course that it's third person singular in combination with all these three suffixes at the end. And then a change in any of the slots in the prefix or suffix will lead, among other things, to a different tam value, as in this other verb, takitawat, they, three or more, were looking or kept on looking at something. We see that, again, the prefix t encodes third person singular, but there's a different Greek letter at the end, and I will explain the meaning of it later in this presentation. But in combination with the suffixes p, w, and the actor suffix t, it gives a different aspectual meaning, that it is remote durative past, which means that the action was happening. It's an italic verb. The action was happening with emphasis on duration. And here also this graph or this picture shows how tam, tense aspect mode, is distributed in the verb. So it has to have prefixes, the special tam marking prefix, another special tam marking prefix, and the actor suffix. So that's how it's distributed inside each verb. And the meaning has to be combined and unified to give us the exact grammatical meaning. Döhler argues that this phenomenon of taking prefixes and suffixes together cannot be treated as a circumfix where separated formatives always occur together, but rather as a circumfixal paradigm where the formatives in the different slots are quite independent and can be manipulated independently. Now, this high level of complexity in underspecification of meaning of affixes causes problems with glossing. Thus, in the YAM languages, the glossing conventions have been, following again Professor Evans, to group prefixes into sets and to assign to each set a semantically neutral label expressed with Greek letters. In NEMA, there are two prefix sets labeled with Greek letters alpha and beta. The alpha set is used to express non-past imperfective, imperfective remote delimited, and all these other tense and aspectual distinctions. I'm not going to read them out because it's not exactly the purpose to read out all these aspectual and tense specifications, but rather to show the complexity of what we are dealing with. And the beta set is used to express other tense and aspect values. The number distinction is made on the singular versus non-singular basis. The actor suffixes to play an important role in encoding tam categories, but unlike undergo prefixes, show more definitive tam values. For example, in non-past and recent past, a contrast is made between imperfective and perfective forms for all persons except first person non-singular. And in addition to the complexity already described, all basic tam suffixes such as ta for the imperfective and r for the perfective are sensitive to dual versus non-dual contrast. For example, the basic imperfective suffix ta, as in this example 12, nemane wakitate, is only present when neither of the verb's arguments are dual. So that's why the translation specifies, why are you 3 plus 3 or more are looking at me to signal that neither of the verb's arguments can be interpreted as dual. However, in example 13, yent ben nakim, we too see you, one, the suffix star is absent, and that gives us a signal that one or both the verbal arguments is dual. But because we're dealing with distributed exponents, the absence of the suffix doesn't point to which argument can be interpreted as dual. So we need to go through this, again, process of unification. And if we look at the undergo prefix n, it shows that it's second person singular, so we cannot interpret it as dual. But then if we look at the first person, or at the suffix site, the m, that shows us that is first person non-singular, and because it's the only non-singular argument, and in the absence of the suffix ta, we can interpret this argument as the dual argument. That's why the translation is we too see you one. Interesting, to me, one of the fascinating things happens when both arguments are non-singular and the prefix star is absent, again signaling that one or both arguments can be interpreted as dual. And example 14, yent bem awakim, can be translated in 3 different ways. We too see you or them, 3 or more. We, 3 or more, see you or them too, or we too see you or them too. That will have to be disambiguated by the context. So by way of conclusion, I would like to restate that Neme is a language with highly complex verbal inflection, characterized by a tendency to distribute inflectional exponents across multiple sites on the verb. Under this pattern of distributed exponents, it is difficult to assign specific grammatical meaning to prefixes and suffixes. The grammatical meanings can only be determined once multiple formatives have been combined together. The exponents of complex stem values is distributed in a verb across prefixes, suffixes, dedicated stem suffixes, which are sensitive to dual versus non-dual contrast. And sometimes, as we have seen, further disambiguation needs to be provided by the context or free pronouns. So thank you. I probably should say it in the Neme language, Kanjamer. Thank you very much for listening. And I hope I didn't put you to sleep, but rather was able to give you at least a brief glimpse into the beauty and fascination of this language. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Olga. Again, we don't have time for questions, but we can do that if we do have time after Mr. Mo's presentation. So please, another round of applause for Ms. Fomenchuk. Okay, up next we have an engineer turned Bible translator whose work focuses on a language in Madang province, Jonathan Mo.
I'm not Jonathan. Don't worry. I haven't done anything to him. He's right here. We're co-presenting today, so give me a minute to get our PowerPoint open here. All right. Okay, Well, it'll come up eventually. Okay, wonderful. Like I said, I'm Bennett Selfridge. I work with Jonathan Moe, and we both work with LSPNG. And today we'll be talking about tense and reality status in Hmong, as well as a brief typology of the Finisterre languages. First, I'm going to give some background, give some brief definitions, and set the groundwork for our presentation. Then I'll give a typology of the Finisterre languages, and then John will give a deeper dive into tense and reality status in Hmong. The reason for our research, the Finisterres is a very large family. It represents about 5% of the total languages in PNG, so it's a substantial body of amount of languages. There are several individual grammar descriptions available. There's quite a bit of research that has been done. We have data for about half of the languages in the Finisterre. Total, there are 40 languages, and we have about 20 that have data on them. And the typological descriptions, while there are a few, are dated, and even some of the more recent ones only focus on a handful of languages. So we wanted to collect some more data and put it together to help future linguists. Here is a map of the language area. The map is kind of small on the top right, but we have our languages in the Finisterre group, which is a subgroup of the Finisterre Huan language family, which is a part of the Trans-New Guinea family, and they are organized geographically. The bolded languages are ones that we have collected data on and that I'll be talking about today. So by way of definitions, tense is the way languages indicate the time of event with respect to the moment of speaking. Whereas reality status is the way some languages mark the reality of an event by means of a grammatical system. There's two options for reality status, either irrealis or realis. Realis refers to something which has happened or is happening, whereas irrealis refers to something which has not yet happened, or something that could have happened in the past but did not. Examples of some common irrealis status across languages, but particularly in the Finisterres, are future time, imperatives, contrafactuals, and desideratives. So here I have a very busy chart. Don't worry, I'm going to walk you through it. So there's a lot going on, but I'm going to explain what's going on. On the left side, we have all the languages that we were able to collect data on, as well as the families that they're a part of. So we have 20 languages total. At the top of the chart, we have all the tense markers or dividers where languages tend to break tenses. Above that, we have a key marking the colors that we have for different tenses. And then some of the other things that are going on the chart, narrow bars are languages that we have more tentative data on. And so we have we want to have more tentative analysis because we have brief data. Some of the slanted bars are where either the data is unclear where the break is or language usage is irregular or inconsistent. And then the purple category is not a tense. It is some residual factors that do not fit easily into categories, and I'll come back to those later. So now that we've kind of walked through the chart, the past tenses in the Finisterre languages are relatively simple. Often there are two past tenses that break between those is last night or the previous night. Some are different than that, but that's the common way that it's broken. Some items of note: two of the tenses, Guajarake and two of the languages, excuse me, Guajarake and Nankina, have three past tenses, while Nukna has a present tense that extends earlier in the day than usual, which could be classified as a past tense, but has been analyzed as a present tense by the author of the Nukna grammar. Present tenses, all languages have a present tense. The present tense often has extended usages, such as for historical present or expressing universal truths, but this is present in all languages. Then the future is where things get fuzzy. Some languages have one tense for upcoming events, where Nukna may have up to 3, depending on analysis. Near and remote future often break at dawn of the following day. And future time often has irrealis status in most, but not all languages. And then, like I said, I was going to come back to the residual category. I don't have time to talk about all of these things, but these 4 languages have difficulties fitting into the categories of near and remote future that the other categories, or that the other languages fit into. For example, Mamanda encodes a simple future tense with realis status, but also has a secondary future tense with irrealis status, and there's fuzzy overlap between these. Now, after talking about tense, I would like to talk about irrealis. So here we have a graph that we put together. We analyzed how many of the languages in the Finisterre subfamily have an irrealis status marker morpheme, and we found that 11 of the languages do have that. 2 of the languages were analyzed as having an irrealis mood, not necessarily a marker, but it's likely that they also have a marker in addition to they have a morpheme in addition to the mood. 5 of the languages don't have enough data written on them to state definitively whether they have irrealis, but there wasn't anything mentioned about irrealis, so it's unlikely. And then 2 of the languages have full grammars, plenty of information, but no mention of irrealis, so they do not have an irrealis status marker. So now that I've given a brief typology I was also going to say, so total 2/3 of the languages in the Finisterres have some sort of irrealis marker present in the grammar. So now that I've talked about tense and reality status typology of the Finisterres, John's going to come up and talk about the Demung language specifically.
All right, thanks, Bennett. Okay, you may give him 60 na goa. Okay, Demung. So this language is located roughly in the middle of all the other languages in the Finisterre family. It's right on the border between Morabay and Madang provinces. There are 3 tenses in Demung, like most of the other languages that Bennett presented on. There's a remote past, a near past, and a present tense. Future time has irrealis status and is often quite fuzzy, both to linguists like us and even, I would argue, to native speakers of the language. The delineations are less well defined in their own minds than the tenses are. So in example 1, you can see 3 different time frames used within the same sentence. So I'll just read this one example. No bau arato ang damo puraut otna taut teak tingyak. The practice of this ancestral custom did not finish. It really existed before, it exists now, and it will exist. Note that the tense and or irrealis modal markers occur, which I've bolded in the example, they occur after the verb roots, and I'm very thankful my verbs are not as complicated as neme, Olga. Let's take a closer look at each of the 3 tenses. So in Demung, the remote past tense is used for any event that occurred prior to yesterday. It can be used for legends or myths or for actual events, as in example 2, which I won't read for the sake of time. The near past tense is used for any event that occurred yesterday or earlier in the current day. As in example 3 that you can see here. Yesterday an earthquake happened and I saw it, kat. And then finally, the present tense is used for any event that's currently happening, as in example 4. The sun is burning very strong, which is my enemy with my bald head and my white skin. So I say that a lot in Demung. Anyway, it also has some extended usages, which I'm not going to get into. Reality status in Demung is an interesting and complex topic. Reality status is unmarked in Demung, and it includes the 3 tenses that we just looked at briefly, along with a direct or immediate imperative mood. Irrealis status, on the other hand, includes future times, so both near and far or remote future, desiderative and abilitative modalities, meaning he wants to and he is able to, respectively. Two additional imperative moods. One is just not enough in Demung. We have a polite delayed imperative as well as a future imperative. And then finally, a hypothetical mood. As with several other Finisterre languages, such as Mamanda, Nema, Nungon, and others, Demung marks Irrealis status on the verb with a morpheme which inflects to agree with the number of the subject actor. So it's like a portmanteau morpheme to some extent. And you can see those highlighted in the table. Note that for singular subjects and actors, the Irrealis marker is actually a null or zero morpheme, which can be easy to lose track of, obviously. And all the remaining examples, I've color-coded the Irrealis marker morpheme in the same sort of purplish font. And lastly, note that the form of the Irrealis marker varies based on the morphophonological class of the verb, and the presence of these different classes is quite common in Finisterre languages. Okay, so since we already reviewed the Realis tenses in Demung, let's begin with a quick look at the last remaining Realis status inflection, the direct immediate imperative mood. And then we're going to compare it to the other two imperative moods, the polite delayed imperative and the future imperative, both of which have Irrealis status. So both of the Irrealis imperative moods have the Irrealis plural marker that I mentioned. The direct immediate imperative that you can see here in example 5 has realis status. It doesn't have the marker. It's considered very forceful. It's used when the speaker expects immediate and complete obedience, often from children, for example. The polite delayed imperative in example 6, on the other hand, is more polite. It's used when the speaker doesn't expect immediate obedience, or maybe when the speaker can't see the addressee, such as when they're on the mountain opposite, or even when it's dark. And so they don't know if the command is going to be fulfilled. It may also be used for a polite request or an optional suggestion. And then finally, I just turned that off. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Finally, the future imperative in example 7 is more forceful than the polite delayed imperative, but it more focuses on the future. So it's an ongoing or continuous command to continue to do something sort of indefinitely or at some future point in time. Okay, moving on to future time, which also has Irrealis status, we'll observe once more that future time is fuzzy in Demung. This is a feature which has been noted in many grammars, like Bennett highlighted. Anyway, similar to past time, there are definitely two categories of future time, near and remote. Both are formed morphologically by adding that same Irrealis marker morpheme after the verb root, which is then followed by the near or future time marker, respectively, depending on which time you want to talk about. And then that's followed by a subject-actor agreement morpheme, which I've highlighted with the red arrow there. All right, now let's talk about the usage of the future times. The near future can be used for any event or action which the speaker believes or intends to occur immediately after the utterance. Near future time extends into tonight, as in example 10, where will you sleep tonight? And the near future may also be used to express general truths. It's often used in the apodosis or the result of conditional clauses. So if X, then Y kind of situation. The remote future is preferred for any event or action which the speaker believes will occur tomorrow or beyond, as in example 11. Tomorrow, you all will go plant Chinese taro. Okay, so far so good, but there appears to be an additional form of the remote future which drops this ya portion of the remote future marker, as well as the following subject-actor agreement morpheme entirely, as we can see by comparing example 12 versus example 13. Now, based on discussion with native speakers and analysis of texts, I analyze the abbreviated form as having two different functions. First, it can serve as a simple abbreviation of the full remote future form, the development of which is not really that surprising, perhaps, given that some of the future verbs can contain up to 16 phonemes or more, as shown by 12. Mankanding yamarak, it's a pretty long word. The abbreviated form in 13, Mangkandiang, no longer distinguishes between the first person and the third person because it's lost that prefix, right? But the presence of the Irialis marker morpheme means that the distinction between singular, dual, and plural number is still retained. So while it's underspecified, it still retains a significant portion of the subject-actor agreement, and then context will provide the remainder. Second, it can serve as the first or third person form of the future imperative, as in we too must go down. Now, in example 14, note that the full future tense is used with the final verb, or in the final verb. Naksingin anatu angabara mayo geruk demo piyinyat. I will not kneel, or I will not plant the knee. It's a nice little idiom there. Okay. If, on the other hand, the shorter form of piying was used in the final verb position, then the speaker indicated that it would act as a first-person future imperative, meaning I must not, instead of I will not. And if the even shorter form of PE is used, it would be a second-person future imperative, as in you must not. I'm not even talking about me anymore. I'm talking about you. A third possibility, which I have not entirely ruled out yet, is that this abbreviated form may serve as a sort of more indefinite future version of the remote future. And some Finisterre languages do mention inflections, which I'm, for the sake of time, going to skip describing. So in short, the future is fuzzy and it remains an area for future research in Damung and in Finisterre languages in general. For the sake of time, I'm just going to briefly summarize the rest of the Irialis status modalities, but I do think it's important to highlight this because I'll come back to it at the end of the presentation. So the desiderative modality is used to express desire, as in 15, we wanted to go to the tap and aid post, but it may also be used to communicate imminent or prospective action, as in example 16, I was about to go down to the hot place. The abilitative modality also has Irialis status and expresses the idea of ability, as in example 17, and it's often glossed as can or able. Lastly, what I have termed the hypothetical mood is used for either hypothetical what-if situations, as in example 18, or for a contrafactual, also called counterfactual, which I think Renee will present on later today, as in example 19. The Irialis marker is less obvious in the hypothetical mood, given the use of the zero morpheme that I mentioned earlier, and also how it combines the person number distinctions within the hypothetical mood. Nonetheless, there's reasons to still classify it as having Irialis status, and I've chosen to do so. Okay, so that concludes my very brief presentation of tense and reality status in Damung. But before we wrap up, and in light of the second emphasis of the conference on English learning within PNG, I also wanted to point out that many vernacular languages of PNG, like Damung, have very rich and expressive grammars that can often help them bridge to English or understand English or have conceptual categories for similar ideas in English. So for example, the very fuzziness that I've been describing in future time in these Finisterre languages actually maps quite well to English, because future time is also fuzzy in English. Dixon discusses two main ways that languages deal with future time. In some languages, he writes, future is a tense. But in other languages, future time is shown only by modalities within Irialis. There is no overarching grammatical term referring to future. One has instead to choose the appropriate member from a system of modalities. English is of this type, he argues. And I would argue that Damung and many other Finisterre family languages, perhaps all of them, are also of the same type. So, native speakers of rich vernacular languages like Damung are very likely to learn and understand English better if the areas of similarity and overlap between their languages and English are discussed with them. And, in other words, vernacular language knowledge can be a powerful tool. We've been talking about that tool versus problem or resource versus problem. I argue that they can be a powerful resource or tool for acquiring English. For example, LSPNG has conducted vernacular path. I think I lost you. There we go. Vernacular path to English training, and many in many different vernacular language communities in PNG. It's an approach to learning to read English and just learning to understand English even that has proven helpful and which continues to be requested by many language communities, including the Damung people. And they really want me to run one of these soon. In fact, just a couple of weeks ago in Ukarumpa, EHP, SIL-PNG completed one such vernacular path to English course, which you can see some pictures from that course here. Photo credit I should have written down here to one of the teachers there, Brenda Carwile. And I think Susan Howard was at this training. If you have questions, you could talk to her about that. And then I've got there's a lot of bibliography because we looked at a lot of languages. So I'm not obviously going to review those, but if you want that, you can ask me for it later. Kwaptei, thank you.
Very much for running through that presentation. Our time is now 20 minutes to 1. So we will go have lunch now. Feel free to find Larry, Olga, Jonathan, and his colleague to ask them questions about their presentations on the languages that they've studied. Often we know that we have 800 languages, but when have we ever stopped to look at them in detail? So please do find them during lunch. Once we return from lunch, lunch is going to be 30 minutes, not an hour. So once we return from lunch, we will have an online presentation from Kibli Minol. If she is unavailable, then we will have Mr. Mambi to do his presentation, followed by Dr. Renee Vandenberg, followed by Dr. Frowein, and then Mr. Tama before Dr. Theodore Florin. So that is order of things after lunch. Thank you very much. We'll see you in 30 minutes.
Hello? Can you hear me? I don't know. All right. If you're around outside, we're about to start. If you're done with lunch, could you please make your way in? If you're outside, please make your way back in. We're about to start. We have our password for the Wi-Fi. You can connect by scanning the QR code on the board there. I mean, on the screen there. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to head into our second session of the day. Hope you all enjoyed lunch. Just before we do, I have a short story to tell. So on the eve of independence, I know there's a lot of linguists here right now, so I'll just tell this and then you make your own deduction of the story. So just on the eve of independence, I was at home and my nephews, two of them, one is 5 years old and the other one is 4. So they saw me holding out my mobile phone and they rushed over from where they were, and then they were telling me, Daddy, fotori mitla. You know how you would know, I usually say in talk person, you say snappy mia, but they were telling me fotori mitla. So yeah, as linguists, you can make your own deduction of that, whichever way you think, or whichever method of word creation that was, then you can analyze that on your own, and maybe you can tell me at the end of our presentation. So our next presenter will be photoed up onto the board, onto our screen. We can enjoy her presentation. Miss Kipling Minol, if you're online on Zoom, could you put your screen on? Apologies. Apparently she's offline on Zoom. So we'll move on. Oh, she is. Miss Minol, can you hear me? She's muted.
Sorry, just give me a minute, please, Chair. My apologies.
Miss Minol, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Kipli, can you hear us?
Yes, we can. I can hear you.
This is me. It's Patricia.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr.
I can
Parade,
hear
we can hear you.
And
Okay,
Goroka can.
let me just try and open up my slides.
Okay. All right.
Okay. And submitting, what do I do?
Right.
Do I? I share.
There you go. I can see it.
Yeah, you can see?
I can see, yes.
Yes, we can see it now. When you're ready, you may begin.
All right, so thank you, Chair. Are you able to, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may continue.
Okay, are you able to hear me? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, just go ahead. We can hear you.
Oh, okay, so I will go ahead. So my apologies for this, for the delay, my technical problem on my part. Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kipli Minol with the University of Papua New Guinea. And my presentation this afternoon is on phonological variation in Lele, which is a language of Manus province. Firstly, an outline of my presentation for today. I will talk about previous work that has been carried out on the language. I will also share with you my motivation and aims for this study. I'll present a brief background of the Lele language, and I'll also take you through the data collection method that I used for data elicitation. Following that, I will share the phonemic inventories of Lele as put forward by our previous researcher. And the main part of my presentation should focus on the findings and discussions for two phonemes in Lele, the apical-alveolar trill, as well as the lateral. Okay, and then I will finish off with some concluding remarks. So firstly, in discussing previous work on Lele, there has been a comprehensive linguistic study that is seen in a PhD by Miss Julian Bodka, titled Topics in the Grammar of Lele in 2015. So with that, a lot of work has already been done on the grammar. There have also been other efforts at language documentation that are seen in translations of both the New and Old Testaments of the Bible, and in publications of hymns and other religious texts in Lele by the Libenzo missionaries. I have two motivations for this study. Firstly, to date, there have been no publications that focus on the dialect variations. So apart from the study on a lot of work on the grammar, there hasn't been much on, or there hasn't been anything on dialect variations. Additionally, the researcher is of Lele heritage from Drano and Yiringo villages and has a keen interest to work towards language documentation efforts in the community. Aims of study, and for this presentation, so this is a work in progress for an overall research into the varieties of Lele and the differences that exists across the dialects at different linguistic levels. For this seminar, I present a work in progress that focuses on phonological variation only. And again, the aim of this presentation is to present two phonological variables in Lele. So looking at the phonemes, the alveolar, apical alveolar lateral and the alveolar trill as well. And also to present their reflexes across the three dialects and conditioning environments for these sound changes or their shifts. I'd like to just quickly take us through the background of Lele, belonging to the Manus subgroup of the Eastern Admiralties group, again of the Admiralty Islands higher order subgroup, so all being from the Oceanic branch of the Austronesian languages. Its location, sorry, the arrow is right up there, but the location is around the Lorengau town area. The neighboring languages, Koro, Nali, and Lonu. Number of speakers, I stand to be corrected on this one, but approximately 4,000. The language code is LLE. Its status is as an endangered language as present, used only by adults in the ethnic community, but not by the young people. So this is from the Ethnologue of World's Languages. Next, I'd like to briefly share on the data elicitation method used. So I didn't have the time to go and set up at different Lele speaking communities, but I did carry out a mini dialect survey, I'll call it, that brought in 14 participants aged between 30 to 70 years. And from the survey, the two main outcomes were the completion or the establishment of a Lele dialect map through perceptual dialectology or mapping exercise based on participants' own knowledge of their language varieties. And the second outcome was a comparative word list for the three Lele varieties of 208 words. So the word collection task used a modified Swadesh list from Blast, Robert Blast previously, and took about 20 hours to complete, compile. During the survey, we also did audio recordings of some Lele discourse. The outcome of the dialect mapping revealed, showed that we had three major varieties of the Lele language. Previously, through Botka's study, she identified at least 4 varieties, but with consultation with the speakers who were present, they all came to an agreement that there are 3 major varieties. And the first one, the variety 1 being the larger variety, that can be broken up into 2 further subgroups. So we can see there our subgroups or our villages where the varieties are spoken for each of our Lele varieties 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so just sharing some images from our mini dialect survey. 14 participants, 7 Lele speaking villages. They did group work, presented dialect maps, and the word lists, confirming word lists with facilitator before recording sessions. Okay, next I'll move on to talking about the phonemic inventories. So according to Botka 2015, who's worked on this previously, she identified at least 18 consonant phonemes, and I'm just sharing them. And from our data elicitation, our comparative word list, I was able to identify at least 4 phonemes that displayed or showed variations across the 3 dialects. So I've just highlighted them in blue, but I will focus only on the trill and the lateral approximant in this presentation. I'm sharing also the vowel phonemes, although I'm not going to talk about them in this presentation, but we have the 5 vowels typical of the Austronesian system, and I'm sharing also the variations that I found from our comparative word list. So findings and discussion. From the mini dialect survey, we saw that there occurs a sound shift for both of these phonemes the apical-alveolar trill and the alveolar lateral approximant, L. So there does occur a sound shift for both phonemes, and this is observed across varieties 2 and 3. And we'll see that the shifts are conditioned according to their word position and syllable structure. There's still a lot that needs to be done, but I will try to just share some of the most significant findings that I have come up with. Okay, so firstly, we'll look at the alveolar lateral. So the first sound change that we've noticed is palatalization. So firstly, in word initial positions, preceding any vowel, there is palatalization of the lateral. So in looking at our word list, some examples I'm just sharing. We have the word number 1 on the word tooth in variety 1 is lehen, which becomes yehen. We have the word for sky, which is lang in variety 1, becoming yang. So palatalization in the word initial position. Also in word medial positions between vowels or intervocalically, there is also palatalization of the lateral. So again, examples from our data set, the word for fall, ilos in variety 1 becomes ios in variety 2. The word for 3, or suffix there, tolo, becomes toyo in varieties 2 and 3. In word medial positions, also before nasals, there is palatalization, but in order for this to take place, there is vowel epenthesis also happening. So again, sharing some examples. The word for his or her head is palm, and it becomes payan. So we see there the palatalization happening with vowel epenthesis. In certain lexical items, also in word medial positions, also there is vowel glide coalescence. So we can see here the palatalization is happening, but then the merging there with the vowel. So I saw this actually only in one example from the data set. So the word for egg, neltun, becoming neitun in varieties 2 and 3. A second sound change that I noticed for the lateral phoneme is vocalization. Word finally, the L vocalizes to the I sound, perhaps also through a process of coalescence, but I'll share with you some examples. So the word for man in variety 1, camel. In varieties 2 and 3, changes to kamai and kami. The word for hungry, munrul in variety 1, becomes munrui in varieties 2 and 3. Okay, I move on. That brings me to the end of the first phoneme, the lateral. I move on now to looking at my second phoneme is the apical-alveolar trill. So the first sound change that I noticed, or the most obvious one, is the lateralization. So the R is becoming an L. The trill is becoming a lateral in all 3 word positions, word initially, word finally, and also intervocalically, word immediately between vowels. So I have examples for the word day. Word initially, the word is rang, and it becomes lang. The word for red, ramen, becomes laman or lamin. Word finally, the word for earth, kor, becomes kol in varieties 2 and 3. The word for sleep, metir, becomes metil. And intervocalically, we have some examples. We have a lot of examples. The word for moon, wara, becomes wala. The word for white, peren, becomes pelen. Also, for the apical-alveolar trill, epenthesis and lateralization happening together. So in clusters where there is the trill followed by a consonant, there's always an epenthetic vowel. And this again leads to vowel trill vowel sequence and results again in intervocalic lateralization as described previously. So some examples from this one, we have his or her name. From variety 1, it is ngarn, and it becomes ngalan or ngalin in variety 2 and 3. It does get tricky though. There are some cases where the phoneme R is seen to be retained in clusters also where there is the trill followed by the consonant. So we have the word for I, marn, where the R, the trill remains as maran, marin, in varieties 2 and 3. The word for throat, perkoln, remains as perkoyon, perkoyon in varieties 2 and 3. So in summarizing the sound changes, I hope I'm keeping within time. In summarizing the sound changes across the Lele varieties, for these two phonemes, it's observed that variety 1 speakers tend to retain the lateral phoneme. Varieties 2 systematic change, they show palatation of the to the laminopalatal. That there is a separate final vocalization process. Trill to the finally not so it's not so lateralization.
Kipling? Kip, are you there?
Sorry, it seemed like I had a technical glitch there. I'll try to continue from where I left off. Okay. Okay, I think I lost everyone. Am I still on?
No, we can hear you. We're here.
We can
We
can
can
hear
hear.
you. We can't see your presentation.
Slide in.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm still on, but I'll just complete my presentation. So as this is still a work in progress, sorry, I have to complete with a slideshow, sorry. So there's a great varieties 2 to 3 of Lele show lateralization of the trill to a lateral word initially and word finally, and a strong, also though not so consistent intervocalic lateralization. There's also a great deal of retention of the alveolar trill in words. And it seems, I have to do more on this, but it seems to be in words which have a higher frequency of usage. In conclusion, this is still a work in progress. There is still more work that is to be completed in the area of phonological variation in Lele, perhaps with more emphasis on vowel length and stress. Other suprasegmental features also should be included in further transcription of data for analysis of consonants and vowels in this research. Thank you all for your kind attention, and I welcome any thank you very
Ms. Minol, can you hear us? Well, rather, can you hear me?
Kipling? Kip, are you there?
Miss Minol? She probably has technical
Yeah,
difficulties.
she's stuck. Yeah.
I'm having some technical difficulties, but I can hear you now.
Okay, good.
Great. We'll take one or two questions from the audience and then move on with the next presenter, if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Does anyone have a question for Miss Minol in regards to phonological variation in the Lele language? It seems that we do not have any questions. We will move on with our next presenter, who is Henslem Mambi. He is somewhat of a multi-purpose tutor with the Division of Language and Literature. He teaches both English and literature, although he is a linguistic student, a linguistic graduate from the University of Goroka. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Henslem Mambi.
Thank you, MC, for the introduction. Afternoon, all.
Afternoon.
As mentioned by the MC, my name is Enslem. My surname is Mambi, and I am assisting the lecturers here at the university, working at with some courses. The language that I am presenting now is on very few or brief information about the pronouns, the case markers of the Ambulas language. This language is my own language, which I grew up speaking in the village. And this is one of the, I guess, Trans-New Guinea languages in the civic region. So this language is spoken by the Abelam tribe, and it is spoken by the Abelam tribe in three different various dialects. The Samokundi dialect, the Kamukundi dialect, and the Mamokundi dialect. The Samokundi dialect is one in which I speak, and that is mostly spoken around the areas of the Maprik Township area and the neighboring villages or surrounding villages, all the way west to the Albiges and Mamblip areas within the 4 LLGs of the district, the Central Tripik area. Samu basically means the interrogative what, and Kundi is word or mouth. So Samu Kundi refers to that word. The Kamakundi dialect is spoken by the people from the south, or sometimes this dialect is called Wasara Kamu because it's spoken by the people of the southern part of the central speak area. And again, Kamu is just a dialectal variation of the same interrogative word spoken by the people of Wasara and at least a little bit of Tamawi area, the southern part of the district, and further into the Wasaragawi district, another district. So the tribe or the language spans across 3 districts. And the Mamukundi dialect is spoken in the western part of Yanguru Sausia district. So that's another district. Again, Mamu is another dialectal variation of the same interrogative word. So it's spoken by the eastern part of the Maverick district and the west Yanguru LLG area of the district, and specifically peoples of the Winge, Belmo, and all the way to the Kubalia areas, or before that. I don't have a better map to show, but it's on the orange. If you can see, the northern part is the Maverick district, southern part, it will be the Wasara, or the below part, and then the to your right, that's where the Mamakondi is spoken, the western part of the Yanguru Sosia district. My presentation today is basing on my own dialect, the Samagondi dialect. And I wish to very briefly discuss the pronouns, singular, plural, the dual, and at least identify the inclusive, exclusive in the duality, singular duality. And then few case markers. I know this will be very brief because I'm also a keen and aspiring linguist. I'm not very expert on these things. So you would already tell through the presentations, there'll be a lot of technical errors through the presentations, but please bear with me and I'll try to make it more linguistic. For the benefit of our friends who have joined us from overseas, you see this building. This is what inspired the design of our Parliament House, and it's from my tribe. Okay, so for the first person, I have first person singular, and first person dual, and first person plural. So the only phoneme, the only difference is on the word initials and the word median. So I pronounce this word, first person singular is una. This E, comma, E grapheme there represents the schwa. So you have my first person dual is ane, and the plural is nane. So une, ane, nane. The second person singular has to be masculine and feminine. So this one goes specifically has to be described as mena for male and nyana for female. That alveolar nasal there for the feminine is just a grapheme representation for the palatal nasal nyana. For the second person dual, I have bena, And the second person plural, I have guna. And for the third person singular, I have de. And for the that's for the masculine, and for feminine, I have le. And then for third person dual, I have bit. And for third person plural, I have de. So you will notice that from Swa, well, all my pronouns from first person and all the person and numbers. That's why at the word final transitions from the Swa or the central vowel to the mid-low back vowel. So this again, the grapheme here on the orange represents the mid-low back unrounded vowel. So I'll go une for first person singular to una to possess una microphone, my microphone. So that continues to first person dual, Anna and Nana, and all the way to second person singular, second person dual, and second person plural. Again, for all the second person singular, second person, and singular third person has to be feminine and masculine. And then I come to the possessive pronoun that is standalone, this one. You claim possession of something. So I keep the mid-low back vowel unround, and then I had a alveolar nasal there to have it from una to unan. So now the my becomes mine. So whose microphone is it? Unan. And then the statement is complete. So I have unan, anan, nanan, and then same goes with second person and the third person. And the masculine and feminine, notice that they continue to exist throughout the entire pronoun system. So when it comes to, these are some case markers and examples that I decided to have. So when it comes to the typology or word order, my object always, the ambulance object always have the tendency to have that dative case and for dative case and occurs in the object position always have the tendency to exist first, and then I have the subject and the verb. So somewhat I have a OSV typology. So just to give an example, if I have to say he hit you, then I would say menat the yak. So ya is the hit, he punch or he slap, but represents both. And the past attachment is the villa plosive. K, yak. So moving on to identify the inclusive and the exclusive, I have the first person dual and the first person plural are always like they are ambiguous. So if I say like Anna and Anna, as all of you know, it's kind of ambiguous where you don't know, but someone who you're speaking to or who is listening in has to be uh, aware of the context in order to work that out, whether it's me and the MC or it's me and someone else. Or me and both MCs for none, or me and I'm just letting you know that it's me and two other people from the outside. For case markers, I decided to talk about the dative ke, the dative te, and probably the allative ba. So it's a very early inflected language and with the OSB, topology. And so my dative te for two, for English, if I say the dog beat me. Then in my ambulance, I would say, unat dawasatik. So the ke past. For my dative ke is kind of a portmanteau for two or four. So in English, I would say the woman gives the dog to the man. In ambulance, I would say, duke let's wasa kwai. So I didn't say kwaik, but I will say kwayu because the U is the progressive. So the ke represents in the verbs the past, and the U it's the progressive. For my genitive na, for in English, the dog's or the woman's dog, the inflectional possessive S there. For in Ambulas, I would say na. So takwa na was or the woman's dog. So woman plus the possessive na gives the woman a possession of the dog. So of like some contemporary cases like in Bible or Bible names, you can say Peter's house or you can say Peter Nanga, guy's house, or John Nanga or Mark Nanga or Luke Nanga. And my ablative from in English, it's he is coming from home. So in my amulas, I will say Ngamba Deyao. So with the U again, present progressive. So I have the village attached to a or the ablative mba attached to the village Nkai, and then give that the case marker for the object. So this in translated as it is translated to my language or to the English will be from plus om is coming plus is and coming, the verb phrase. Thank you all very much, and that is the end, and I hope this makes some sense. These are all the references that I used. Some are from SIL. SIL was in my village in, I don't know, 1960s. And they did some work on the Ambulance grammar and the Wasara Kamu and the dual language family. Thank you. Like I said, as a beginner or aspiring linguist, I would like to have some comments or critics, but if we don't have time, you can talk to me later or right now I'm willing to take some.
Thank you, Mr. Mambi. It's quite different to have a speaker of the language teach you about his own language. It's quite fascinating. Yes, we will make time for questions if you have any for Mr. Mambi, or even comments about his work as an aspiring linguist. All right, another round of applause for Mr. Mambi, please. Okay, up next we have Dr. Renee Vandenberg. Dr. Vandenberg is a linguist consultant, who has been working in Indonesia for some time. He decided to cross over that border some 20 years ago, and he's been in PNG for a while now. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Vandenberg.
Let's see. Vandenberg.
Good afternoon. My name is René. I'm a Dutch linguist and I'm working with LSPNG. And my topic today is counterfactuals. If I were you, and you can fill that. Here's an outline of my talk. We'll talk about definitions first. What are counterfactuals and some examples? Then the functions. Why do we use counterfactuals? Pragmatic, psychological, and literary functions. Then counterfactuals and areales in the context of linguistics, counterfactuals in the Bible, towards a typology, and then some summary and recommendations. First, what are counterfactuals? They are statements that describe possible situations in an alternative reality. They're not real, often referring to the past, but also with present or future reference. Another definition that somebody wrote is counterfactuals are conditionals concerning hypothetical possibilities. So here are some typical examples. If you'd studied harder, you would not have failed the exam. But the reality is, you didn't study hard enough and you did fail. If it wasn't for the life jacket, I would have drowned. The reality is, I had a life jacket and I didn't drown. If I were you, I wouldn't do it. But the reality is, I am me. It's actually interesting that there's considerable literature on the topic. For instance, Karawani and Xian, and there's a long list of references at the back. Actually, not too long. Counterfactuals do not just occur in conditional clauses, we also find them elsewhere. For instance, we should have taken an earlier train. Sorry, not so relevant in PNG. But we took the last train and now we're stranded. Don't you realize we could have drowned? I should have seen that, but I didn't. And I wish I'd not been born, but I was. Wouldn't a sunny day be nice? But it's cold and raining. These are non-prototypical counterfactuals, not in conditional clauses, but they still describe a reality that's not there. Well, what are the functions? Counterfactuals have three primary functions, I think. First of all is the pragmatics in speaking. We use it to blame others. For instance, after a failed soccer match, if you had not missed that penalty, we would have won. Blaming and reproach. Accidents. Realizing good fortune. And I'm quoting Dr. Friedel Froedwein from yesterday's speech. If I hadn't met Greg Volker, I would not have been here today. Good fortune. Chance encounters, unplanned events. Or he would still be a rascal. That's the other possibility. I should not have gone there. Regret. And also frustration. I'm trying to do something, climb into a tree, jump over a wall. If only I were 20 years younger. Again, counterfactuals, not real. And then sometimes some well-meant advice. If I were you, I'd stay home. So that's good, but that's not the only function. We can move on to other types of functions. Most of what we've had so far is in the area of reproach, self-blame, and regret. But you can also have counterfactual thinking and positive effects. So let's look at the negative again. We have reproach, regret, disappointment, what-if questions related to a missed job opportunity or a car accident. How would a job interview have gone if I had dressed differently? Maybe I would have gotten the job, maybe not. But positive, and some people have stressed this, you can use counterfactual thinking as an effective teaching tool, especially in the hands of a teacher, a mentor, or a coach who helps you. Let's say you made a terrible mistake in a repair job, in a job interview, in a term paper, and your coach says, let's focus on that mistake you made halfway. What would have been different if you had made a different decision at that point? Now, you might think this is speculative, unhelpful, hypothetical, dwelling on the past, that's the past. But it seems to me that our cognitive ability to think, our cognitive ability for counterfactual thinking can be harnessed and maybe should be for good in the context of learning from one's mistakes, reflection on the past, and even setting personal goals for the future. So that's a possible psychological function. Then there are also literary functions. How many of you read science fiction novels or have read? That's at least 3, 4, 5. Thank you for confessing. These are situations that really do not exist, cannot exist, or at least not yet. Science fiction is an obvious one, time travel, etc. An example is your vacation on the moon. How could that happen? Let's imagine a brief dialogue with somebody who went there. So where did you go for meals? Well, we went to the lunar restaurant. How was the food? The food was great, but there was no atmosphere. More seriously, there is a genre of fiction called alternative history. And I found online this bundle of articles about what if written by eminent historians of world history. For instance, they asked the question, what if the Allied invasion of Europe had failed in June 1944 towards the end of World War II? How would history have looked differently? And in the context of PNG, we could ask ourselves, what if Australia had not pushed PNG towards independence in 1975? How would this country have looked like now? Or, more contentious maybe, what if the PNG government had spent more money on education in the past 50 years? Would the country have looked differently? And in what way? Okay, moving now to linguistics and Irialis. Jonathan already mentioned Irialis this morning. There's been considerable debate. Is Irialis actually a real category, a helpful category in linguistics? And a recent work by Kilo von Prinz, a German linguist, states unambiguously, Irialis is real. It's there and it's there to stay. And she claims that the semantic domain of Iriality can be split into two domains, the possible, think of future, and the counterfactual, the past that did not happen. And she says that an Irialis marker in a given language may refer either to only one of these domains or to both. So counterfactual is part of the Irialis category in a broad semantic perspective. And here is a chart that graphically represents this. So from left to right, we move from past through present to the future. The solid black line there at the top represents real events that actually happened. The open dot at the top is the present, and this branches out into possible events into the future, those broken lines. From the past, we see dotted lines at various points leading to the present and to the future, and each of those lines represent counterfactuals, a state or an event that could have happened but didn't. And this includes the future, if we're talking about Irialis. So semantically, Irialis just covers that solid black line, and Irialis covers everything else on the graph, the possible and the counterfactual. Notice again, this is a semantic map, not a description of a particular language. Moving now to the Bible. Here, work in a Bible translation organization. And if we search on counterfactual, I did that by searching on would not have, it yielded 18 hits. Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. This is the story of Lazarus and his resurrection. In a parable, if the owner of the house had known at what hour the thief was coming, he would not have let his house be broken into. Notice the stacking of verbs there. Would have let be broken. This is good English. And on a more personal issue, if I cherished sin in my heart, the Lord would not have listened. All these are interesting, and they're all with. There's also the possibility of using could have. An example is, if we had not delayed, we could have gone and returned twice. And those of you who know the Bible well can tell me later from which story this is. Okay, so much about an. So let's now look. Let's now look at the morphology. Can you hear me? Let's now look at the morphology. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's look at the morphology, sorry, not the morphology, the typology of counterfactuals. And we'll look at 4 languages and how they express counterfactuals in their morphosyntax. So the morphosyntactic marking. And we'll look at English. We've already seen examples, Tokpisin, Bola, and Mawake, an Austronesian and a Papuan language. First of all, let's go back to our English examples. All our English examples so far have had past reference, and they use a past perfect or a pluperfect had come, had bought, and a modal auxiliary. If you had studied harder, you would not have failed. This is past reference. And if John had been on our team, we could have won. Again, past, but in this case, a modal auxiliary, would or could. Present reference, I'm talking about the present and making a counterfactual statement. We still use the past. If you had her looks, you would not be here. I'm not looking at anybody in particular. If you had, notice I'm talking about the present now. Yeah, you have certain looks, and I'm saying if you had, but it's not the past. It's a past tense morpheme, but we're talking about the present, but in a counterfactual way. If I were you, that's a past subjunctive. Rather than I was you, I were you, I would not do it. So English is fairly straightforward, past and counterfactual for counterfactuals and past modals. In Tokpisin, we use the future marker by and the modal auxiliary inap. Suppose me been rain, I think by me no inap come. If it had rained, I would not have come. And thanks to Melinda for helping me with these examples. Notice the by future particle. So contrary to English, which uses past, Tokpisin goes to the future, uses a future particle and then a modal auxiliary inap. Suppose me no bin rain, I think my mipala ino go long lay. Mipla inap go long lay. If it had not rained, we would have gone to lay, but it rained, and so we didn't. Suppose me all same you, me no inap walk him. If I were you, I would not do it. Notice that in this case there is no by, and Melinda told me that you could leave it out and it wouldn't make any difference in meaning. I think this has not really been studied well, by the way, in Tokpisin. Two examples from the Bible, the examples we saw earlier. Big plus, suppose you've been stop here, by brata belong me, ino inapidai. Again, same thing, by and inap, the future particle and the modal auxiliary. And then another text, suppose emi no man belong make him pass no good, all right, mipla ino inap bringing emi come long you. And again, notice that there is no by here. So maybe enough is enough. Native speakers of Tokpisin, please check this for yourself and get back to me if you have input. So that was English and that was Tokpisin. Let's now look at counterfactuals in two languages of PNG. One is Bola, an Austronesian language spoken in West New Britain around the town of Kimbe. And a colleague and I worked on the grammar of that language. Counterfactuals here are marked by exclusively modal particles, specifically bara and gi. Bara has a very wide usage. It's a weak future, indefinite. It's also apprehensive. Take care lest you fall, do not fall. In conditional sentences, both conditional and main, the whole thing gets repeated, past habituals and counterfactuals. Gi, or a variant ge, is used for irrealis, simple future, more definite than the bara, purpose, should, obligations, and habitual conditionals. The exact division of labor between the two is not easy to pin down, and each one is listed as given as having 5 or 6 usages in the grammar. So here is an example from that grammar. Bara iukavalaravi, bara metereri. If it hadn't rained yesterday, we would have played outside. Notice the double use of bara in the conditional clause and in the main clause. If we go to the Bible again, I've picked 2 examples. Bakovidagi, yoe bara o mande kwea, e kurabangungu iukama ge mate. Notice a bara in the conditional clause and a ge in the main clause, the then clause. And another one, Rabakoviea, geia bakovi kamumu, iu kamami gi tuli vomu. That man, if he was a good man, we would not have brought him to you. 11 has bara and ge, 12 has ge and gi, and 10, the earlier one, had twice bara. What is the difference? I looked in the grammar, but it didn't tell me. So there's further work for me and my colleague to do on this language. And as I said, the division of labor between these two particles is very elusive. Finally, counterfactuals in Mawake. Mawake is a Papuan language of the Trans-New Guinea family spoken in Madang province. There's the verbal suffix ek. So we saw in English a past tense, and we saw modal auxiliaries, we saw particles in bola, and now we're seeing a suffix that marks counterfactuals, always in combination with the past tense suffix a. There is the past tense again, even if the reference is to the present or the future. I've never heard this language, so I'm not going to pronounce it. If I saw my younger brother now, I would be happy. Notice the verb form starting with uruf. Uruf is the C, then we get the suffix ek, marking counterfactual, then the suffix a, marking the past, then a suffix m, referring to first person, and then eclectic na, marking the topic. Remember that conditionals are topics. So if I saw, or but notice that there is a past reference, whereas the meta is about the present. There is the adverb now. If I saw my younger brother now. And again, we have that connection between counterfactuality and past marking. Notice that the past ek is also present in the main clause. I would be happy has the same thing. Ek and a. Another interesting example of a counterfactual marking is number 14, translated as I very nearly fell. This is not a conditional clause, but a situation that happened, but not really. It is true that I almost fell, but I didn't fall. So that kind of ambiguity is marked in the language by using the counterfactual. And again, here the past is obvious because it's a past event. Summary and recommendations. Counterfactuals are well studied, but they appear to be really under-researched in PNG. When you look at grammars and you search for counterfactuals, you will often come up empty-handed. There's also no aerial typology. There is a general typology, but typically it pays almost no attention to PNG. So here is a bit of a general typology. We find modal auxiliaries. If I had known, I would not have come. Modal particles, bola, bara, and ge. We have verbal suffixes or special verb forms. That's what most Trans-New Guinea languages do. If they use counterfactuals, they have specific verb forms or verbal suffixes. And then we also have languages, and I can't go into details, that have special conjunctions. Indonesian is one and Hebrew is another. If or if not, only used in counterfactual conditional clauses. And then surprisingly, there appear to be languages where there's no dedicated marking. The context will have to disambiguate between if he does not come and if he had not come, maybe with a temporal adverb. Recommendation, if you're a field worker, if you're studying a language, your own language or somebody else's language, collect a natural body of counterfactuals from texts and also from conversations. Listen for conversations where they occur. I've heard several counterfactuals even during these few days of LSPNG. You can also elicit examples through creating hypothetical scenarios. Imagine a situation when I was 20 years younger and I would be able to climb that coconut tree. How would you say that? And if people were to live on the moon, what would they eat? We all know that's not true. There are no people there, but what would they eat? Check translated material for naturalness, that's especially for Bible translators, and devote a separate section in a descriptive grammar to this topic. It's worth it. It has pragmatic, psychological, and literary relevance, and also translation relevance, obviously. If more people studied counterfactuals, would the world be a better place? Not necessarily. But if more people studied counterfactuals, we would know more about language and about ourselves. True. Thank you. And thanks to Melinda.
So
Thank you, Dr. Renee, for that wonderful presentation on counterfactuals. If you had not completed your presentation, I wouldn't be up here right now. We'll take questions. We'll take 2 questions from the audience. If you have a question, raise your hand. Ms. Boy will bring across the microphone to you. Participants, questions?
If there would be questions, I would answer them.
That's fine.
Yes, well, yeah.
Yes. Who's panicking? Yes.
Yeah, Renee, you said that there's been no study if there are any areal similarities with these. Do you think there are any between both Austronesian and Papuan languages?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, you said there've been no studies
Yeah.
to prove or disprove whether there are any areal phenomena with counterfactuals. Do you think there are any in the region?
Okay, if you can tell me there are, I would be willing to read them. Yeah.
You were supposed to do a thing this week. You know, we did. We do it tomorrow.
That's mostly, they should be asked to.
Someone should ask a question. Let me.
Renee,
He's permitting no one to ask. Let me end this one again. Somebody should ask him a question.
So, participants, if you have a question, please let us know. If not, could you please mute? We have a question from the audience here.
Put your hand down.
Dr. Renee, this is Sakarape here.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. I'm just wondering about counterfactuals in translation. How easy or difficult that is in terms of what we do, translation, Bible translation, and all these sorts of things. How practical is this language aspect in translation? Is it easy from your experience?
Thanks for a good question, Sakarape. I don't think it's easy. I remember struggling myself with that because it involves a way of thinking as an alternative. You have to step outside of your current situation and imagine a situation where something did or did not happen. And so it involves a level of abstraction that can be hard for co-translators. Also, in natural texts, you don't have many examples. Many stories I've looked at do not have counterfactuals. You have to almost hunt for them. And that's why I suggest doing these scenarios to get a grip on them. And I believe that every language can express them, but you just have to dig a little deeper. So the short answer is no, it's not easy. but it is important.
Thank you.
Hey, so the source where you so that 5 category general typology on counterfactuals, was that from that source that was cited in the slide, and was that based on like a like a worldwide survey of possible structures, or
That's a very good question, and I have to be honest here. I found those 2 sources late in my research, so I just skimmed and browsed and summarized to the extent of my ability. So if I were to do the whole thing again, I would pay more attention to that typology. So it's a very preliminary typology based on a superficial reading of those works. Thank you.
Yeah, I prepared a special little set of questions to ask to explore that sort of thing in languages I've worked with. And but I found your examples are also very useful, and I really want a copy of them. Thank you.
Okay, I think that can be arranged. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vandenberg. Please give him a round of applause for that wonderful presentation on counterfactuals. I guess we would maybe use counterfactuals in our everyday conversations, maybe when we're being rhetoric or sarcastic at most, but that would come back to you as an individual. All right, moving on with our presentations. I'd like to call upon Dr. Friedel Frohen from the Language and Literature Division here at the University of Goroka. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up.
This is working, it's showing on my screen. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope your minds are still fresh. We're coming to the later part of the afternoon. And I have been a bit worried in the presentation of this, in the preparation of this presentation, because we have quite a diverse set of linguists here, because we have some people who are very deep into grammar, typology, language documentation. Some of you are focusing more on things like literacy. So I was a bit worried that if I talk too much about, hardcore grammar and things like that, that you wouldn't be able to take anything home with you. So I'm trying to keep this presentation as simple as possible, as far as this topic allows it. And those of you who are not into typology or language documentation, when I talk about the CR language now, it's okay if you forget about the CR language. The CR language is just one piece in the big typological puzzle. But I would be happy if at least I can send you home with the bigger picture that I'll summarize at the end of this presentation. So my presentation today is about reciprocals in the CR language. And what I want to show you is that reciprocals, especially in the oceanic languages here of Papua New Guinea, have way more meanings than the reciprocals we find in English. Now, before I jump into the typology of reciprocals, let me just briefly introduce you to the CR language. CR is spoken at the very southern tip of New Ireland province. I've highlighted the area down there. It's spoken around Cape St. George. That's the southern end of New Ireland province. I've summarized the genetic affiliation here. Of course, if you draw the entire family tree, There would be much more detail with all the phylums and groupings and linkages, but these are the most important nodes of that family tree there. So some of the related languages we've already heard of. We had Dr. Parade earlier talk about Tina Tatuna, or the Kwanwa language, which is very closely related to CR. Now, in terms of number of speakers, I don't have an exact number. The last number that I'm aware of is 4,000 speakers based on the 2000 census. I don't have any more actual data here, and it's been a long time since I actually went to the village. But CR is a fairly stable language, I would say. It's not like the languages of northern New Ireland province that are all connected to the Bolominsky Highway, and then you have people coming and going, and then of course has a negative impact on the languages. But the CR area, there are no roads or anything, so it's more rural, it's more remote, which is very beneficial to the survival of the language. And generally, like most Oceanic languages, CR doesn't really have much morphology going on. There's a little bit, a prefix here, a suffix there. Reduplication is very common. But apart from that, morphologically, it's actually a little bit boring. But it makes up for that in having very complex noun phrases, genders, articles, noun classes, possessive classifiers. And 8 years ago, I talked about the demonstrative system in CR, which is very complex. CR has a clockwise, counterclockwise distinction, which is very unusual. So this is just to give you a rough idea of how CR works typologically. Now, my presentation today focuses on reciprocals. And to be on the same page, let's just throw some very basic concepts at you. When you think of reciprocals, you may think of reciprocal pronouns like each other or one another. In a sentence like John and Bill hit each other, John and Bill hit one another. That's what we would call a reciprocal sentence. Reciprocal means that John and Bill are actually both the subject and the object at the same time. So when we say John and Bill hit each other, it means John hit Bill and Bill hit John at the same time. And this is why we call each other and one another reciprocal pronouns. Now, if you dive a little bit further into the matter, you will also find cases where you may have situations that are semantically reciprocal, but not morphologically or syntactically. So there may be sentences where you have a reciprocal relation, but you don't have a reciprocal pronoun. Like in the sentence, John and Bill are meeting. In this sentence, you have no each other or one another, but there is still a reciprocal relation because John is meeting Bill and Bill is meeting John. So it's not always that straightforward. So you can have reciprocal relations in English without having a reciprocal pronoun. Now, how would you translate the first sentence to Tokpisin? John and Bill hit each other. What would be your translation? Paitim tu playet? John and Bill paitim tu playet? Yeah. Tupla paitim narapla? Ah. Okay. Yeah, like in Tokpisin, it was interesting because in Tokpisin also, I think there are actually different ways in which you can encode reciprocal relations. One translation that I got was this one here. John Nabil Pait Gokam. You agree with that? Yeah, so you have something that looks like, maybe you can call it a serial verb or something. So you don't really have a pronoun here, but you have a combination of words that express a reciprocal relationship. John Nabil Pait Gokam. How about this one? John Nabil Paitim Wampla Narapla? Sounds okay? Yes? No? I don't know. You guys are the native speakers. I'm not an expert in Tokpisin. But that's another translation that I got. And then we had actually another one, Paitim tu playet. Yeah. So there's actually lots of different ways in which you can encode reciprocal relations. in Tok Pisin, maybe even more than in English. And then another one that I was thinking of is actually similar to the second one that we have there in English. If you say Jonna bil pait, there's nothing there morphologically or syntactically that tells you this is reciprocal, but semantically, the event is still reciprocal because John paitim Bill, na Bill paitim John, right? So it's still kind of, it's not expressed overtly, but it's still understood. So what's a reciprocal? A reciprocal means we have multiple participants, usually two, that are acting upon each other. John hits Bill, Bill hits John, which means John and Bill hit each other or hit one another. Now in English, that's pretty much it. English doesn't really have much variety when it comes to the meaning of reciprocals. But what I want to show you today is that in oceanic languages, there can be way more diversity when it comes to the semantics of reciprocals. So in oceanic languages, including CR, reciprocals or the use of reciprocal can mean more than just each other. So some terms that I will talk about are collective events, repetitive events, distributive events, which are way different from just reciprocity. Okay, another thing to keep in mind is oftentimes when we talk about reciprocals, we mention them in the same context as reflexives. Now, reflexives in English, we have a dedicated suffix for those. We have self or selves, like I see myself in the mirror, or you see yourselves in the mirror. But in English, we don't have a dedicated suffix for reciprocals. There's one for reflexives, but not for reciprocals. Now, in oceanic languages, it tends to be the opposite. Oceanic languages tend to have morphology for reciprocals, but not for reflexives. And it has been argued that actually in many oceanic languages, you don't have reflexives in the first place. You only have reciprocals. Now, of course, there may be exceptions to that because when I talk about oceanic languages, I'm talking about a huge language family. So, of course, there's lots of diversity in there. So how does CR do it? In CR, you have actually also two different ways of encoding reciprocals. One thing that you can do is you can have a serial verb construction in which the second verb, the minor verb, is a combination of the verb to return that has a causative attached to it. So cause to return. And that verb, that causative verb, is responsible for the reciprocal reading. So for example, you can have a verb malai, which means to laugh. That's just laughing. But if you say malai ais, laugh, cause, return, it means laugh at each other. So it's similar to laugh, well, not laugh, go, come. That probably doesn't make sense in Tok Pisin. But you have a main verb, malai, and then ais, cause to return. And that ais causes the reciprocal interpretation. So malai, laugh, malai ais, laugh at each other. Nangan, help, nangan nais, help each other. Yan, eat, yan nais, eat each other. Now, this is one way in which you can form reciprocal constructions in CR. But there's a more common way of doing it. And I think there's actually a more common way in many oceanic languages. And that way is by using a dedicated prefix. CR has a prefix par that can be attached to a verb to make it reciprocal. And that prefix that you see in CR, it's not specifically for CR. It's actually found in many, many oceanic languages, especially in that area of East New Britain and Southern New Ireland. And it's a reflex of the Proto-Oceanic form pari. Now, those of you who are from East New Britain or New Ireland, or maybe even Bougainville or West New Britain, you may have a similar reflex in your language as well. Maybe the initial consonant is changing from per to fer or to ver or something like this. Or here in Patpatar and Labelle, you have the h sound at the beginning. But this kind of prefix is very common in New Ireland province and in East New Britain as well. And in all these languages, one of the function is the reciprocal. Now, this prefix is actually very productive. You can attach it to all kinds of verbs. For example, you can attach it to active verbs like hit, help, and chase. So means to hit, arum means hit each other. Nangan means help, arnangan means help each other. Kapsur means to chase, arkapsur means chase each other. And those of you with a keen eye, you will have noticed there's actually now two ways in which you can make the word help reciprocal. You can attach the prefix, arnangan, or you can use that serial verb construction with cause to return. And both of them are equivalent. Both of them mean help each other. So you can attach it to active verbs, or you can attach it to stative verbs as well. So verbs like be angry or be alike. And then if you attach the prefix, you get be angry at each other. Or you get a verb like to resemble. Because when something resembles something else, then A resembles B, and at the same time, B resembles A. So there's also a reciprocal relationship there as well. So far we've mostly been talking about the concept of, well, reciprocity, reciprocal. A affects B and B affects A. What I want to show you today is that there can be more to a reciprocal. And this is research that is not, I'm not the first one really to do it. But Frank Lichtenberg, who's my favorite linguist, he already did some work on that, and he was the one who really did the first comparative study of oceanic languages and how they express reciprocity. But before him, there were also Bob Dixon and Pauly. They have also noticed that there can be more to reciprocity than just A affects B and B affects A. So they have suggested that we shouldn't call these constructions reciprocal, because reciprocal is just one of the meanings. It's just one of the functions. And they have therefore suggested to call it instead plurality of participants or plurality of relations, which is more generic, which is a bit wider in scope, but it covers all the different interpretations that a reciprocal can have. So let me give you a list. In the table on the right, you can see 9 different situations, constructions, meanings that the reciprocal can take in the language CR. So whenever you see that prefix ar or far in CR, it can have one of these first 8 meanings, one of these first 8 interpretations. So when you see that prefix, it can mean reciprocal. It can refer to a chaining situation. It can refer to a collective situation, converse relation, distributed situation, and so on. Now, Lichtenberg also finds a 9th case, which is middle uses. Now, that's where the discussion gets a little bit tricky and murky, and that's where the opinions start to diverge a little bit. And that's a case that I haven't found in CR yet. But what I'm going to do on the following slides is I want to show you examples for each of these interpretations of the what we would usually call reciprocal. So the first type is, of course, the reciprocal itself. We can use the prefix far in CR to refer to a reciprocal relationship. Okay, so reciprocal means a reciprocal represents at least 2 propositions in which the thematic roles are permuted and each participant is linked to both thematic roles. So thematic roles, usually agent and patient. When you say John hit Bill, then John is the agent. John is the one doing the action. John is doing the hitting. And Bill is the patient, the recipient of the hitting. But at the same time, Bill is also hitting John. So the 2 roles are permuted. They're interchanged in the same event. So here you have an example for this. I went through my corpus. I looked for all the instances of reciprocals. And this is a typical reciprocal construction here. John apebil dira arum, John and Bill hit each other. That's pretty straightforward. So we have a hitting event in which John hits Bill and Bill hits John. So it's actually not just one event, but it's two events. One in which John hits Bill and one in which Bill hits John. But on the sentence level, of course, it's only one sentence. Now, that's straightforward. That's how we traditionally think of a reciprocal construction. Now, here's where it gets more tricky. That prefix there, the R, you can also find it in other contexts, such as chaining situations. Now, what's a chaining situation? You have a situation in which participant A stands in a certain relation to participant B stands in the same relation to participant C, C to D, D to E, and so on. So we have an event where you have multiple participants, and they're all connect like a chain, or the events are kind of connected like a chain. For example, in this sentence here, Metke sarmurita, we were sitting in a row. Now just imagine a situation where you have multiple people and they're sitting in a row. Now, how do you visualize that situation? Now, in that sentence, you can see that the prefix has been attached to the verb mur, which means to follow. So they're sitting, following each other. Now, maybe intuitively you would say, okay, maybe they're sitting behind each other. For example, like in a canoe situation. When you're traveling in a canoe, you have someone sitting at the front, someone sitting in the middle, someone sitting at the back. They're sitting behind each other, like in a chain, right? They're connected like in a chain. Now, this is what I usually first think of when I hear the word follow. Follow means somebody's at the front, somebody's at the back. And of course, there's a chain. But then I was thinking, could it also be something like this? So they're not sitting behind each other, but next to each other, because now you still have a chain, right? It just doesn't go from front to back, but it goes from left to right. But they're still sitting next to each other. Now, that particular sentence, when I recorded it, I couldn't figure out which of the two was the case. I only knew it was a group of girls. They were sitting in the garden, and they were sitting, well, in a row. But the sentence didn't make it clear to me, were they sitting behind each other or were they sitting next to each other? So it's maybe a little bit ambiguous here. But is this really reciprocity? Is this a situation where A affects B and B affects A? No, it's not. It's A affects B, B affects C, C affects D, and so on, like a chain. So the semantics here are quite different from what we would usually consider reciprocal. And I was actually very lucky because this is the only sentence in my entire corpus where I found a chaining situation that's encoded by a reciprocal prefix. So if that little girl hadn't given me that sentence, I wouldn't even know this were possible in CR. Sometimes it's the little kids that make a difference. I've had so many situations when I did my fieldwork where there was just one occurrence of a particular construction in my entire corpus. And it's not an adult that said that. It was like a little girl or a little boy. And then I was like, oh my God, thank you that you said this. Because now I have a completely different perspective on the grammar of the CR language. These are the little joys that you can get when you do linguistic fieldwork. Okay, so reciprocal situations, chaining situations. You can also have collective situations. So what is a collective? Two or more participants are together involved in a situation in the same initiator type role. So that's different from reciprocal, and it's different from chaining as well. So the sentence that I have here is, we were meeting. Matol arsongma. You see the verb meet, and it has the reciprocal prefix attached to it. But this is an entire group of people. This is not just two people, but there was a whole group of people. So the sentence was, we were meeting with the people who were strolling around, just to give you the entire context there. But it's not reciprocal because there's more than one person involved. And all the people involved in this meeting event, they're involved in the same initiator type role. So it's not the case that somebody does something and then somebody's affected by that activity. They're all equally affected. When you say John hit Paul, then John is doing the action and Paul is the one being affected. Okay, but in a meeting situation, you don't have that. Everybody's equally involved in the meeting event. So that's a collective situation. A converse relation. Converse relations can also be expressed using that prefix far. Now, I have two quotations here. The first one by Lichtenberg, who takes a slightly more semantic approach to the matter here. The roles of the relevant participants are not identical, but stand in a converse relation to each other, which is maybe not the best definition because it's kind of circular. And then you have Dixon, who takes a slightly more syntactic approach when he says, the core participants are grouped together as a single set with no indication of who is A and who is O. So A being the subject of a transitive sentence and then O being the object of a transitive sentence. So something like this. Diraki ar kapsur, the two were chasing. So you see the verb chase and it's got the reciprocal prefix attached to it. Now, this is not they're chasing each other. Because if you have two people chasing one another, what would that look like? Like if Mr. Tam and I were chasing each other, I would run in his direction, he would run in my direction, it would be over in a second. Right? But usually when somebody's chasing someone else, you have somebody running away and then somebody running after them. Right? So again, it's not reciprocal. Reciprocal would mean Mr. Tam is running at me and I'm running at him, and then we're hitting each other in the middle. So that's the sentence that I got, diraki ara kapsur. Now this sentence is ambiguous. Now I will tell you this. This is one of these traditional stories where you have the dog and the wallaby and the cat, and you know, these stories where they used to be friends and then something happens and then their friendship broke up. And that's why now the dogs hate the cats and the cats hate the chickens and stuff like that. So it's one of these beautiful stories. Now, you see the three dots at the end of the sentence there. It's not the entire sentence yet. Okay? So this is how, again, that little girl started the sentence. And here's the rest of the sentence. The two were chasing, clause number one. And then in the second clause, the wallaby was running and the dog was after him. Okay, so now she's specifying who's chasing whom. So she first said, okay, they were chasing each other. And then she realized, okay, hold on, I need to be more specific because this is ambiguous. So now she's specifying in the same sentence in a later clause, the wallaby was running, so running away, and then the dog was after the wallaby. And now it's clear who's chasing whom. But this sentence, I think, is a beautiful example that illustrates that the reciprocal there is ambiguous. We don't know who's chasing whom. It's only the second clause that makes it clear. Then, so you can already see there's a lot of versatility with that reciprocal prefix ar or far. It's not just reciprocal, it's much more than that. Distributed situations. In distributed situations, the overall situation comprises a plurality of localities or different directionalities. So in this case, it's not so much about participants, so who is involved in the event, but where is the event happening, or in what direction is the event happening? And when we talk about location and direction, there's always different ways of doing that, which is why there are different subtypes here. The first subtype is called dispersive. Dispersive means you start at a central location and then you move away from that central location in different direction. You are dispersing. So in a sentence like this one, they gathered the fruits and they shared them amongst themselves. In this sentence, you will see that the verb share has the reciprocal prefix attached to it. But what does this really mean in this context? Okay, so they gathered the fruits. When you gather something, you get them from outside and you gather them in the central locations, in the central location. And then when you share, you take the fruits from the central location and you give them to different people in different directions and different locations. So you're dispersing the fruits. Again, that's not at all reciprocal. This one doesn't even focus on participants, it focuses on direction and location. So dispersive is one subtype, so from a central location away. Or you can also have a reversive context, like in this sentence here. My friend, let us switch places. So this is one of these traditional stories where you have, I think the story was there were two birds and a turtle. They were traveling in a canoe and they came past a village. And then one of the birds was sitting in the middle of the canoe. And then all the people at the beach, they were admiring the bird that was sitting in the middle. And then the turtle got jealous. And then the turtle said, okay, now I want to sit in the middle so the people can admire me. So they switched places in the canoe. Now the turtle is sitting in the middle. And then they travel to the next village. And then when they come to the next village, now the people are admiring the bird at the end of the canoe, the one that's steering the canoe. And then the turtle gets jealous again. And now the turtle wants to sit at the back. And it's one of these beautiful stories there. So, kin balik daro el arkelis. Hey, my friend, let us switch places. So the turtle is saying to the bird, let me sit in the middle, or let me sit at the back. So that's not dispersive, that's reversive, because the turtle is moving into the middle, and the bird that was in the middle is now moving to the front or to the back. Okay, so you can see lots and lots of different meanings that the reciprocal can take on in the CR language and in many Oceanic languages as well. The reciprocal can also take on a repetitive function. Repetitive meaning that you can have an event that occurs more than once. Or according to Lichtenberg here, repeated occurrences of a situation with the same initiator or the same type of initiator involved. So the person starting the event is always the same person. It's not switching to someone else. Like in this sentence here, Yanap Yarkampanaitar, he went and he repeatedly called him in vain. So he's not just calling once, he's calling several times. But it's always the same person calling. That person down there is always the same person. But he's not only calling once, he's calling multiple times. And here you can see that the verb call has that prefix attached to it. So it's not reciprocal. How can it be reciprocal? There's not even a second person involved. It's just one person there. Right? What else? Okay, now it gets a little bit technical. Depatientive function. The reciprocal prefix can have a depatientive function. What does that mean? Now, transitive verbs are made syntactically intransitive. So when you have a transitive sentence, you have an agent and you have a patient. The agent is the one doing the action. The agent is doing the hitting, for example. And then you have a patient who's receiving the hitting. Now, depatientive means the patient is backgrounded or it's not expressed. Similar to a passive construction, right? The endpoint participant encoded as the direct object of the source verb is backgrounded, not expressed. So I'll give you an example for that one as well. Now this is part of a longer sentence. So the first part of the sentence, I will just give you the context in English, and then I will show you the construction in CR. So here's the context. When I had drunk the medicine, I felt it was getting dark before my eyes. Okay? So that's the general context that we have here. But then, in this case, a little boy said, Marasining I arum. The medicine was fighting it. But now when you look at the CR sentence, you will see there's no object there. It's not specifying what is being fought. It's implied because medicine is usually supposed to fight a malady, a disease, an illness, a sickness. But that whatever illness it is, it's not specified here. It's not clear from the context. Okay, so it's backgrounded. The speaker of the sentence probably knows what the illness was, but the sentence doesn't make it clear. So the patient, in this case the sickness, is backgrounded, it's not expressed. But of course it's still implied. That's why we call it depatientive. The sickness is the patient, but the patient is backgrounded, so depatientive. Then noun-based derivations. This is an interesting one because you can take the reciprocal in CR and you can nominalize it. You can change it into a noun. And that's a situation where the prefix changes its form a little bit. So instead of just having the AR prefix, you can see there's also an initial fricative f there. So it's not just ar, but it's far. That initial f you only see when the reciprocal is nominalized. Like in the word farlemen, which means friendship. So, farlemen anun main dirawi takutus. His friendship with the two broke up. Now, when you have reciprocals that are nominalized, usually that nominalized reciprocal refers to some kind of a social relation. So things like friendship, partnership, or kinship. Yeah. That's also what Lichtenberg says here. The nouns involved are kinship terms and terms for friend, partner, and others. Kinship terms and terms such as friend and partner are by their nature relational. Again, that's why they call it plurality of relations rather than reciprocal. They refer to sets of two or more individuals that are in certain converse relations to each other. And in that sense, there is plurality, oh my goodness, I can't pronounce the word, plurality of relations. It's getting late. Okay, so noun-based derivations. So reciprocals in CR are not just reciprocal, they can do a whole lot of other things as well. And CR is not special in that. Many Oceanic languages share similar semantic features as well. So this is already 8 different semantic uses of the reciprocal in CR, which is quite a lot. Now the last one, middle uses, that's one that I couldn't find in CR. But that's a semantic relation that was identified by Lichtenberg and some others as well. So, but that's where the waters get a little bit murky and where the discussion gets a little bit blurry. Because in Kemmer, for example, defines it as actions that are typically performed by a human agent on him or herself. Now, when you hear him or herself, you might be thinking, okay, why isn't that just reflexive? You actually have reflexive pronouns there, himself and herself. Okay. And that's where it gets a little bit tricky. So what they say is in many Oceanic languages, or maybe not many, in some of them, you can use the reciprocal for events in which someone performs action on himself, but it must be performed to your body. For example, when you're scratching yourself. Okay. Now, when you're scratching yourself, who's the agent? Well, right now I'm the agent. I'm doing the action. And I'm the agent because I'm doing it with volition and control, and that's how we define an agent, right? But who's undergoing the scratching? Who's the patient? It's me as well, right? So I'm the scratcher and I'm the scratchee at the same time. Okay. So in a sense, that's reflexive, because you could also say I'm scratching myself. But they decide to call it middle. And there may be some arguments for that. For example, I think the argument they have is when you have an active sentence, right? The subject is the one doing the action. When you have a passive sentence, the subject is the one undergoing the action or receiving the action. Now, the way in which middle is defined is the subject is doing the action and receiving it at the same time. So it's kind of in between active and passive, which is why we call it a middle construction. It's a little bit tricky, this one. It's something that I haven't found in the CR language, but it's fine. It's not really necessary for CR to tick all the boxes. Actually, these 8 boxes that we've ticked already, that's a lot. And if you look at, I think it was it Nick Evans or Lichtenberg, one of these 2 papers, they looked at various languages and they counted, okay, how many of these different semantic relations can you find? And there were some oceanic languages, like I think Manam was one of them, that only have 2 or 3 of these 8. But then they also talked about Fijian, which has almost all of them, like CR as well. And Futunan was one of the other languages that have lots and lots of different interpretations of the reciprocal there. So, what should you take home from this? I don't expect anyone to remember what the reciprocal prefix in CR looks like. We've seen lots of different prefixes today, lots of different suffixes in lots of different languages with lots of different functions. It's impossible to remember all of them. Those of you who are heavy into typology, language documentation, I'm pretty sure that René's gears are already turning and he can memorize all these morphemes and he will probably throw them back at me in 10 years. And he will remind me of that presentation that I did today, even though I have long forgotten about it. So some of you may have that mind and take from this whatever you can. Those of you who are not into typology, those of you who are not into language documentation, maybe your focus is a little bit more on things like literacy. What should you take home from this? You don't need to remember CR. CR is just one little piece of the puzzle. But all the puzzle pieces together, all the different oceanic languages, what picture do they give you? Here's the picture. Here's what you should take home. First, unlike English, oceanic languages tend not to have morphological mechanisms to encode reflexive relations, but to encode reciprocal. So that means in English, we have self and selves. We have dedicated morphology to refer to reflexives. We do not have dedicated morphology to refer to reciprocals. Oceanic languages are the exact opposite. Oceanic languages have lots of reciprocals, but they often don't have reflexives. Then, like in many other oceanic languages, the semantics of the CR prefix far extends far beyond that of reciprocity. So again, reciprocity means A affects B, B affects A at the same time. That's reciprocal. But I've shown you lots of examples now that show you that some of these relations or some of these situations where you use the prefix, they are not reciprocal. So converse relations, chaining situations, collective, distributed, repetitive, depatientive, noun-based derivations, they are all different. They all refer to different types of events. They all have their participants involved in different ways. Okay. So there is more to this prefix than just the reciprocal. Now the middle uses, I left them a little bit on the outside because I haven't observed these interpretations yet. They may exist. I put a little question mark there. I doubt they exist, but that's something where I would have to do a little bit more grammatical elicitation. I doubt, though, that this is one of the cases that we can find in CR. What else can you take home from this? That's my final statement here. The CR reciprocal is not just a simple grammatical marker, but it also tells you something about how people think, how people perceive the world, how they understand the world. Right? It gives you a window into how related concepts of social interaction, relationships between the participants in the event, how they are bundled and expressed through a single versatile morpheme, in this case, the prefix are. And that brings my presentation to a conclusion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fawain, for that detailed and wonderful presentation on reciprocals in the Sierra language of New Ireland. Now, I think we can take one or two questions. Miss Boy is there. Yes.
Thank you, Friedel. That was indeed a memorable presentation.
Thank you.
I'll get back to it in due time. I was wondering, I was struck by the fact that you have so little morphology that's been retained from Proto-Oceanic and even Proto-Austronesian, obviously. Now this far thing is reconstructed all the way back to Proto-Austronesian and also occurs in Indonesian and Tagalog. I'm wondering, why was this particular one retained? And is it possible that there was a relationship with social cohesion and the relational meaning of this particular derivational prefix? In other words, because it talks about reciprocal helping each other or hitting each other, chasing each other, and being friends and being kinship, would that have helped in the retention process? Any thoughts on that?
Oh, that's something that I haven't even thought of. I love the idea because, PNG is the country where reciprocity is an important part of the culture and an important part of social relations, social interaction. That's a beautiful thought. And I would like to think this is true. Because yeah, you could still see the reflexes of these prefixes in so many languages, like in New Ireland. I didn't mention the languages. There was Kuanua. We had Dr. Paraide talk about Tina Tatuna earlier, Kuanua, Label, CR, Patpatar was there as well, and I think Vinitiri I mentioned as well, also spoken in East New Britain. That's a beautiful thought. Yeah, there isn't much morphology left. The two other noteworthy ones are the causative. I don't know how that relates to social interaction. And there's also an anti-causative, which doesn't do it either. But that's a beautiful thought. Because oftentimes the environment, the culture, the interactions, they have a strong impact on language. And I did talk about that 8 years ago when I talked about the demonstrative system of CR and how it's shaped by the local environment. So why not have a prefix that's shaped by social interactions and culture and tradition? That's a beautiful thought, and I would really love to or like to believe that's true. Thank you for that idea.
So, you had the serial verb expressions, and is, and also the reciprocal prefix spar. And they appear together, or would that just be redundant?
If they could appear, well, I don't have any occurrences in my corpus like this where they occurred together. I would be inclined to say they're redundant. But one thing, you notice that there was the verb help, which can be used in both situations as a serial verb and with the prefix. And there may actually be a subtle difference semantically that I haven't caught yet. And there probably is. And what is the reason why some verbs can go into the serial verb constructions and some verbs cannot? Why is it easier for some verbs to take the prefix? And why can some verbs take the prefix and go into the serial verb construction? I would need to look into this, but I have not found any cases where you have the two together in the same sentence. That would be very interesting to find, though.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. You have clarified some hidden word here as a simple, English teacher and reciprocal. I have seen John and Bill are like subject. Hit each other is a verb here now. So I think each other is something that shows the nature of verb taken place. But in some part of Melanesian, especially in my area, Kasu, sometimes it is quite ambiguous in some part of verb. Like first person will say in Kasu, aro, aro, meaning kill, kill. And then the second person or either third person will take action. Okay, likewise, in some part of our people here, Chimbu, sometimes they say sure, sure, sure. A first person speaking the verb. And then the second person or the third person or the crowds will involve in that action. It is quite ambiguous, and then I don't know under this middle construction, these verbs comes under what category? It is, it's quite ambiguous, you know. Can you just clarify that? We've got lots of linguistic experts here to make clarity on that.
So that sounds like you may have reduplication that encodes reciprocity. It sounded like you were repeating some of the verbs, some of the words, which maybe wouldn't surprise me. That kind of makes.
Say kill, 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 sure, 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 it's a verb. Repetition of verb. Without subject or whatever, but the first person will speak it out, and then the action will be taken by second person or third person or the crowds.
Mm-hmm.
So I sometimes confuse in that such verb. So that verb will be categorized under which action, you know.
Is it an imperative or something? Like a command or?
Not comment, but a question I'm asking because it is quite ambiguous to me. Such verbs now comes under which verb?
What language are you speaking?
I am speaking Kasup language.
Yeah.
Which means Aro, the language which I have brought up. The first person will speak a word, meaning kill, kill, kill. And then second or third person will take the action. Likewise in Chimbu, a person will shout, Aro. Sorry, I almost want to say Aro, but say, sure, sure, sure. It's a verb. Repetitively speaking by the first person. But action will be taken by second person or third person or anybody.
Oh.
So it's quite confusing in this verb now. I sometimes ambiguous, you know.
If it's confusing for you, it won't be any easier for me. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about typology and language diversity. And because now your language also now gives me a little perspective into how your people think. Sia gave us a little insight into how the Sia people think. And it's just beautiful how language can really shape our thinking, or the opposite is true as well. Our thinking can shape language as well, probably even more so. Yeah, so I would have to do some more research into your language. So maybe sometime when you're free, I'll drop by your village and we'll do a little language documentation. Yeah. Okay, we'll do that.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. For the depatientive function, do you have more examples of that? Do you think it could have meant that the medicine and the sickness are fighting each other?
Yes, so in that sentence, what's the verb hit? Yeah, I think the verb was hit. So the medicine was fighting, but the sickness was not expressed, so it was implied. So it is still some form of reciprocity there. So definitely the medicine is fighting the sickness, but the sickness was not expressed overtly. It was not mentioned in the sentence, but it was understood from the sentence. But it's backgrounded. So it was in the parentheses, so similar to a passive construction. So the window was broken by, you can just leave it at that, or you can say the window was broken by the child, But then again, the child is backgrounded. You can mention the child, you don't have to mention the child. And in the similar way with this sentence, you can mention the illness or you can just background it and remove the patient from the clause. So yeah, but if anything is fought in that sentence, it would be the illness, I guess, or the malady or whatever the child had there. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone put your hands together for Dr. Foreign one more time. We're coming to the end of our day and also to the end of our program for today. I think we're supposed to have an online presentation, but I am not sure if our participant is awake on his side of the world. So we'll move on to our next presenter. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Philip Tama. He's the head of division here for the language and literature here at the University of Goroka. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up.
So you type the message that on the chat that the UPNG team is leaving because it's almost time. It's almost 4.
Unakale. Unakale means good afternoon in Alecano. So I'll be presenting my paper on Alecano final verbs, actually looking at mood. I know there are areas that we can look at them, like tense, aspect, and mood, but I just concentrate on mood in Alecano. I think that's the heading of the conference. I'm just looking at the part sub team on linguistics and language documentation. So that's the, how do you actually you place it up there? Or? Oh, it's going okay. So I'm looking at the subtitle linguistics and language documentation. And the title is Alecano Web Finals, Web Final Moods on Mood. Moods. For Papuan language, you will see that most of the, I think it's common that you have web finals. So that is what I'm going to look at. And there's a brief on Alecano. Alecano is spoken around Goroka. There are 39 languages. Now the Alecano village is growing. That means settlers are coming in, and also, so there will be some settlements. So there will be, the number might increase. But we have 39 indigenous language villages. So those, that's the language. So it's a language that is spoken around the vicinity of Goroka, even including the University of Goroka. That's the land for the Alecano, for the Okufa, Asarifa, and also the Masi. So we have, that's the land that we are selling. Okay, we have, you know, it's under the Kanantu Goroka branch of Trans-New Guinea language family. So that's the map from SIL. It's a language spoken around here. It's not showing there, so it's up there. So you can have a look at it. Just look at the Alecano inventory. We have the sounds there in the consonant sounds. So we have special sounds like the special B there. One of our friends said that soft B, bilabial B there, we have that. And also this B where we have labial dental is between the labial dental and also the labials. And then we also have the glottal stop where you have this coughing sound. So we have those special sounds there. Otherwise, and then we have the retroflex. It's a sound medially. So I'll give you just an example later so you can see that. Yeah, so we have the vowels. we have a very simple vowel, but sometimes we have a free variation like the consonant that we have. We also have the vowels freely. We have a free variation of those vowels as well. Okay, I have an example where we have like I know you come to this land, so I'm going to set the Goroka. We have this Goroka means go loka. So we have this retroflex R there with the glottal stop. So it has two meaning here. One, if you look at it's taken as a locative. This loka is a locative. If you take it as that, is from the place that the sun rises. But if you take it as a verb, you have the verb, and this law is the do plus the habitual ka. So it's more, there are two meanings to it, but the people from Goroka will actually see it at the dawn of the day. So the place that you've seen on the here is okay. South of it, this area is called Goroka. There's a place there. So when the Europeans come in the 1934 or something, they try to pronounce the word. They find it hard to pronounce the retroflex, but the glottal stop. So they have this Goroka. So that's where the area is. So this place is called Goroka. So that even where you are down to that area. So there's a little bit history of Goroka there. Just to illustrate the phonological system of Alekano. Okay, we have a basic structure. The basic word order in Alekano is subject, verb, object. That's the normal structure. There is no, on the verb itself, you have the verb final structure. So you can have something like what we have. What we are going to look at is this one. For those who are not linguists, word final is the one that, like in English, you have the subject, verb, object. But for most Papuan language, you have the verb at the end. Okay, Papuan language is okay. Most of the Highlands language are Papuan language. They have a verb at the end. That is a truth. So sometimes you will have subject, object, verb, or you will have object, subject, verb. So in Alekano, we have that structure there. So we have the subject, object, verb. So we will look at this area there. At the red one that is written out there. So we can say that awo iza hutave. Okay, awo iza hutave means azokata peak or peak. So we have that one. So Alekano is morphologically, Alekano is an agglutinative verb final language. So that means from a research which keep going, it's going up to 23 slots. Slots is actually agglutinative. For those who know, that is a cluster where you see, like for example, you have this one there. The no in front there is like it's more like complete. Something that is we call it incompletive in linguistics. That's the first sound, and then you have a slot for verb as well, like molo is a verb. The O is the marking a person. You see for some linguistics you have this benefactor. Some will think it is a dative. We have three classes in Alekano. So there is one class that actually look at the dative like the word to give, amezo. We have actually the indirect subject object there, and also the direct object in the class. For this one is not a dative; it's a benefactive. It's taken from Kinsin 1983 dictionary that he wrote in one of the languages, I think the Penal language or something. So his understanding of that. So some might be thinking it's a dative. No, it's not. We have three classes in Alekano, and then it's a different marker. So all these slots that you will see 1, 2, 3. So the color that is showing is slots. So there are 20 of the morphological or morphosyntax slot in Alekano, and each slots have you cannot move it. Okay, you have to go by that. So you see even the one word there, you can have the whole sentence there. So in the end of the sentence, web final, you will find all this there. So each of those slots, I'm going to look at the last one there, ne. Okay, this is declarative or indicative at the end of the verb there. That is the mood. So we also have mood and other type of attachment at the end, but I'm specifically looking at the mood for this presentation. All right, we have web final mood there. Web final mood in Alekan refers to the morphocentric phenomena in which markers of the grammatical mood, whether it's indicative, that's the Alekan meaning. The one at the bottom there, it's taken from the some of the linguistic book which I put down. But for this presentation for Alekano, you will see the one that is defined for this mood is present there is where final mood in Alekan refers to the morphocentric phenomena in which markers of grammatical mood, indicative, declarative, interrogative, imperative, and condition occur at the end of the verb complex, typically in close final position, reflecting the head final synthetic typology prevalent among many Papuan languages. So for many Papuan languages, we have, like Dr. Rene said, some of those counterfactuals are marked on the final verbs. I'm going to talk about counterfactual as well. Those are the features of the Papuan language. So we have that in Alecano. So we go to the next one. If I'm going quickly, you can stop me and then I can explain. Good final mood. Okay, we have the morphological, they are attached in the close final position at the end of the verb. You have declarative or indicative. You have antifocal and focal. That means it's focused on the subject and the focus is a bit driven away from the subject. Okay, you have interrogative, you have the antifocal and the focal as well. You have the imperative, comment, and you have counterfactual, like our friend Rende was defining that one. So he was defining as the possible situation in an alternate reality if I were you. Okay, for this one, what if? Okay, for me it's what if. So that's the counterfactual. We have other counterfactual as well. We have a counterfactual coordinator JAR. I've just it's blank out there, but and then counterfactual consequence where it take the suffix counterfactual coordinator which take the suffix JAR. Counterfactual consequences which take the suffix nazo, and counterfactual exclamatory which takes the suffix na. So we have other counterfactual, but I'm just going to concentrate on condition because it's tilted towards mood. Okay, that's the final, and then we have just a little bit of explanation of monofocal and antifocal declarative or statement or indicative and interrogative question. They are where final mood suffixes that occur at the where final close endings. So at the end of the sentence, we have these, I said, slots in the morphosyntax clause. You have about 20 of those slots. They are agglutinative, they stack to each other. But they are optional. The only obligatory morpheme there would be the verb. The others are optional. So the verb would be the only, so those, there are 20 of them, and then I did some research, it's going to 23. So we will be seeing that they are glued to that area. In that area, the final edge of it, at the ending of the verb final verb, you have the mood. So in the mood, you have the antifocal attached to the first person plural or the second person singular. All the other subject person number forms take monofocal marking. Okay, and then we have those markings there. So it occurs on the declarative or indicative and also on the interrogative suffix, yes, no question only. All right, for declarative or indicative suffix, you have it's for statement or facts. So we go to a little bit of those that I've explained. The markings that you have there for monofocal and there for antifocal, antifocal, declarative or indicative for statement. And then you have for the question, you have hair and pair. Hair is for monofocal and pair is for antifocal. We will look at some examples for you to, so that you can know those examples there. So I got these examples. So those ones you see on the front in the box there, the markings, okay, the markers. And the examples are given there, like Nuve, I ate, Nane, you ate, Nave, he ate, or the third person. Nusive, okay, dual person marker, we two ate. Nasive, they, you, they ate. So those is common to that. You will see that the marking for in most Papuan language, you will see for the third and second and third person, you will find that it's the same marking. So you have Nusive there. Nasive, sorry. And then you have Nune and Nave. So those some examples of the declarative or indicative mood. I choose to have declarative mood because indicative sometimes have the meaning of questions as well. So I go for the declarative mood there. Okay, we have also the interrogative mood, and you have the markings there. In the markings there, at the end of the, we have the antifocal in highlighted there, and then you have the monofocal not highlighted. So you have in question, you can say, "Nu he, did I eat? Na pe, did you eat? Na he, did she eat? Nu si he." Okay, you have person number. Did we to eat? Na si he, did they to eat? So it, and then nu pe, do we eat? So we also, you will see at the end, I have this falling tone over the, that's the final clause. So there is a suprasegmental falling tone at the end that has a meaning as well. So you close the, so you cannot say nu he only, you have to have nu he at the end to make the final closure of that sentence. All right, we have also the imperative. I will show you the imperative. It's it's for it's common for only for the second person. So we have wazo, wilizo, wilo. So it's for the word to go. So we have for the third person, second person only. So if you said wazo, it's actually implying that you are talking about the second person. It's a common. It's more like English, where you have to say go. That means you are talking about the third person, second person. All right, that's the marker for the imperative. Straightforward. And then I also have, I think I talk about the counterfactual condition. We have as if. All right. Rene was saying, if I were you. Okay, for us it's as if. So there are a lot of examples like, I enjoy what Rene was saying, but I just go for the negation of the, with the negation and also just a statement to give an example. So like, we go pa, as if you want to go, but it didn't go. But if you put a negative to it in the second sentence, like, vami go pa, that means as if he didn't go. Also, you know, go straight na itoto. So that means you went there, but you say you have a negated the sentence by saying that you know go. So it's more like that. Also, I give him straight na itoto. So that's a Papani way of saying that, oh, he is receive it, or but they're actually doing the negation to show that is a counterfactual. So we have that in our language. All right, and then there's an example or paradigm of this. I write it. I make a mistake up there. It's conditional content. Sorry, content counterfactual condition suffix. You have some examples. So the paradigm shows some examples there. All right. In conclusion, we look at these web final mood marking and Alecano, focusing on particular final suffixes. Alecano distinguish between monofocal and anifocal marking. Antifocal suffixes are used with first person plural and second person singular subject, while all other person number combinations take monofocal suffixes. There are these focal distinctions are recognized through post-morphic morpheme that also encode mood. Either they are declarative or interrogative, or they also mark the person in there too. And then I'm talking about the plural, and then for mono antifocal and all this. So that's why it's post-morphic suffix. So we also look at the imperative mood and according to counterfactual mood in Alecano. Now I was learning some things. There are a lot of examples. I'm looking generally at that today, like Dr. Frowein was actually look at the reciprocal and look at, it's very interesting to look at different type of reciprocal. For Alecano, we also have these kind of things, but it needs time to actually classify or give a sub function of all these moods, which I did not cover in this speech. With that, thank you for your time, and motabe wati kikabe. What I'm saying in it, Alecano is, it's good that you are here, and see you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tama, on that presentation on the mood markings of Alecano. We have a few minutes for questions, if there are any.
Thank you, Philip. That was interesting, especially seeing the contrafactuals back in focus. Talking about focus, I'm wondering about these terms monofocal and antifocal. So if I understand it correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, antifocal is second person singular and first person plural, and the rest is monofocal.
Yes.
Where do these terms come from, and would you be willing to reconsider them? Because they wrong foot, I think, most descriptive linguists, because we think of focus and the word anti is against, and there is nothing against focus here. So if you want something like do monofocal and bifocal, but especially antifocal does not really make much sense to me. And maybe to others. So it's just a suggestion to reconsider the terminology. And I'm just curious, did you inherit them from Deibler?
Firstly, thank you. I think that's a good suggestion. I'm happy that you make that suggestion. For Deibler, he actually followed the traditional way. That means he categorized he segmented the sentence, not like what I did, but in that traditional means he treated each phoneme separately, like monofocal. Like you in English, da is a monofocal morpheme. Not monofocal, monomorpheme. And then you have other things. But for him, you will see in his paper, he break up and then he actually classify them differently. And he give them a class, about 13 of them. So what I did was I actually take all these and then I cluster them into the slots that it will occur. All right, and then I try to give them, so there are 23 slots, and they will never actually, they have to be in that, they are glued to that area. So it's agglutinating, means they are stuck to that clause and they cannot move from there. Like the adjective that we have, you can move from one in English, but that one you have to be in that position for the final verb. All right, talking about antifocal and monofocal, you might be right on that because I was working on that and then I was thinking because there is a way to actually find a way to differentiate between the pattern that is there and then the opposite of it. Opposite of it. There are only two, like what you're saying is the, I think the second person, I think third person singular and the first person plural. So that one you can actually, so I put it as antifocal, but we can actually find a good term for that one and then we can go for it. Maybe you can suggest one, but I think that's a proper, not a proper, just in comma. For me at the moment to actually categorize it for the time being, to just make the difference between that one. So that one was taken from a writing by who? I think Kinsin in his 1983 book, a grammar that he wrote from one of the language there. I forgot the language, but it's a Solomon language. But we can actually look at, but it's nothing to do with Debla. Debla is different from what I have there. Debla actually have his own way of doing it. He's using metrics. And I'm using, I think, more a traditional way, or I think he's using the traditional way. But you are right in that. I'll find a good term for that one to actually do that at the, in the another presentation. Any more? Or did I answer your question? Or I might be okay? Yeah.
Another round of applause for Mr. Tama, please. All right. Thank you to the afternoon presenters for saving us some time. We will have our French students to come up and present an item in place of the French speaker, Dr. Theodore, who is unavailable online at this time. So the French students will present an item. After that, we have Professor Carey to give the rest of his presentation this afternoon. Okay, so while the French students make their way on stage, tea is available outside. I think you already know where that table is. So yes, please join me in welcoming our French students. Thank you, Miss Boy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, bonjour. We have two of our French students here. One rep in a way from French 1 and one rep from French 2, and they have a couple of items to share. As the Bahasa students performed yesterday, we have a small item from French today. So merci beaucoup.
Good evening, everyone. With the French students, I here to do two items. We are going to do two items. The first one is an introduction in French. The second one is a dance. So thank you. We shall start now.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Sharon Gramangui et je suis étudiante en deuxième année, étudiant de langue et littérature, étudiant de commerce et du français. J'aime lire Tolai et le langue sepik. J'apprécie les personnes qui agissent correctement et je n'apprécie pas celles qui se conduisent de manière inappropriée. Merci beaucoup.
Bonjour, bienvenue à tous. Je m'appelle Stella. J'ai 21 ans. Je viens de Chimbu. J'habite à Goroka. Je suis étudiant de langue et la littérature ici à l'université de Goroka. J'aime regarder l'anime et je n'aime pas de la film science-fiction. Merci d'avoir écouté. Thank you, and now we shall do the second presentation, which is a dance.
Đi đàn vô con giang If we are con giang
Vos militaires font comme ça. Et puis encore comme ça.
Thank you very much, ladies. Another round of applause for them. All right. Now we have someone who is back by popular demand, Professor Kerry. Thank you. We can make him up.
Thank you, because it's the end of the day, and I had a few requests to know what dictogloss was all about. So if you like, I'll dictogloss you now. And dictogloss is, as I left off with, a multi-sensory type of activity, which integrates multiple language skills, particularly listening, but also writing and speaking. And more than that, it also, I guess, gets the students to activate their metalinguistic knowledge. So they're involved in some close kind of thinking about language in terms of phonetics, thinking about sound correspondence, what they thought they heard as compared to what others have written down. So I'll actually put in another slide. This is what I actually teach with my undergraduate class. If I can find a slot. Can I pull out one of these memory sticks? Can we get sound and video? We can. So if I put on a video, it'll play. Okay, great. Didn't like that. It's not coming up. Maybe I need to move it onto the desktop. Okay. Fortunately, this is actually an activity you can do very low tech. So we might even go that way. I can explain. We don't need a PowerPoint. We've probably had death by PowerPoint today. And for people who are interested in using this technique with absolutely no resources, you can do it, because when I first came across it 30 years ago, it was pre-digital, and high-tech was a tape recorder with a little counter on it that you could rewind. But you don't even need that. You just need your own voice and a script. So does anybody happen to have a Bible here? And we can get biblical about it. All I need is any text, actually. What I will show you, if I can, is just a YouTube clip. So the modern version of the tape recorder is a YouTube clip. And what you'll find a lot of on YouTube are little stories created by students. So they may just have 6 sentences. They may be a PNG folktale even. I had some of my Papuan students do this with their folktales, and they're floating around in YouTube still. I've had primary school students do it. I've had postgraduate students do it. It's basically writing a book using PowerPoint that you put on YouTube. So you start out with just a PowerPoint slide, the pages of the book go on that, pictures as well, even little films if they want to be clever. And they can also narrate it. So this has infinite possibilities for the context of literacy that you're working in. You could start, I suggested this afternoon, speaking to some of the academics here with their pre-service teachers. They could get them to come along with a folktale from their respective areas, orally narrate it to people to start with, then sit down, write it out. And it only has to be maybe 6 or 7 sentences, so it's a summary of the tale, if you like. Then construct a PowerPoint of it, upload it to YouTube, and then you can use it as a dictogloss. So basically a tape recorder. The good thing about YouTube is once it's up there, you can actually use AI or other things to transcribe it to get the transcript, because you need that in this activity. And you can also use it like a tape recorder. So you can use the time coding to rewind and go back and forwards. So essentially what the dictogloss is, or the way it operates, it's a bit like a dictation. So remember dictation from school? Maybe every Friday the teacher would read a passage with the week's spelling words in it, and you'd sit there and you'd write down as they very slowly read sentence by sentence. So you'd hear them say, and I'll just make one up now, yesterday I was on my way to the conference. And you'd be there writing down. Okay, thank you. And then they'd continue like this. And the idea was after the passage was finished, students would maybe swap their pieces of paper, mark each other as the teacher put up the correct transcription. And it's all about spelling. That's it, just spelling. A dictogloss, on the other hand, is about close listening to the features of the language. And the reason it's about this, or the way it works, is that the person speaking the text or the recording of the text is in natural speed speech, which is usually faster than anybody can write down straight away. So 6 sentences usually, 5 or 6, natural speed. And as you're listening, you have to try and write it, and you can't get every word. You may get every 3rd word, or you might just really concentrate and get the first sentence, but there's another 5 that happen after that. It's done in groups usually. So you can have pairs or a table. And once they've listened through to this once, they compare notes. Oh, did you get the 3rd word there? What did you hear? I heard did. Oh, did you? Oh, I heard horse. And what they do is together reconstruct what they heard. And in this reconstruction, they have to use their knowledge of language, of syntax, of grammar, of sound systems, spelling. And even they have to think about things like punctuation, where that might go. capitalization. Syntactically, would a verb sit in that slot where there's that word that's missing, or is it an adjective maybe? So you can use this to engage multiple senses. If you have a video as well, you've also got the visual to support the story. If I can get this to work, the little story here is a very well-known story from the Australian Aboriginal dreaming called The Rainbow Serpent, which I know is also, interestingly, one of the stories in the whole region of Papua and Papua New Guinea. And it's spoken by a young Aboriginal boy from my region, my dreaming, the Gubbi Gubbi country. His English is fairly standard. There's some features in his pronunciation that are Aboriginal English. And this is really good too, because the listener may not be familiar with this particular dialect, and they have to listen very closely and they might miss some words. So because it's natural speech, you have all of those interesting things that are redundant in speech. You know, we have sounds that blend together. Cis, paragogue. We have all of these features of natural speech that are not like read speech. So if you were to dictate this yourself, you can make it on a tape recorder yourself, on a phone. You can read it from a script. The only thing is that as a human tape recorder, you may read it differently every time. It would be perfect for reading passages from the Bible, for instance. Just take 6 lines, 6 verses from the Bible. The other thing you do is, as you're playing the YouTube video or speaking it aloud from a read passage, you need to just say some numbers to tell the students what number we're up to. Let's just see if I can find it. Might have to just go right through. Okay, so dictogloss. As I said, similar to a dictation that's read at natural speed and with clarity, unless you want to make it difficult for them, or unless you want to feature different accents. Can be read from the page by the teacher, recorded and played, or a resource such as YouTube video can be used. The aim of the dictogloss is for a group of students to recreate a heard text by writing down the snippets of what they hear and sharing knowledge with a small group to reconstruct it in written form. By the way, you can also gamify this. You have 2 teams, and it's the first team to finish, but also the first team to be accurate. So as a teacher, you then just check, make sure there's punctuation where it should be, all the words are correct. But also you give them feedback on it. So it's also the incorrect things that are really interesting. So what did they mishear, and why did they mishear it? So all sorts of interesting linguistic lessons can be learnt through this exercise. It's particularly useful for, do you know this term, this abbreviation EALD? Heard of it before? Okay. When I started in the industry, it was just ESL and EFL. English is a second language if you're teaching the target language in the country, ELF if it's outside. In Australia, about 15 years of recognition of our Indigenous people and also our many migrant populations. We have about 90 different languages in terms of immigration in our country. We came up with this term, English is an additional language and/or, which is the / dialect. Because in Aboriginal English, they may have 3 languages that they speak. One of those is their home or local language, their vernacular. And then they also speak Aboriginal English. So it's a codified dialect that is fairly regional, but quite standardized. And then they speak English. Now, they may speak English as one of their primary sorts of languages, or it could only be a dialect that they speak, Aboriginal English. So for this reason, we give recognition to the dialect as something that's legitimate as well. So, if I can get this working, I'm going to get you to do it. Does everybody have a piece of paper and a pen? You could do it on a keyboard too, but not as fun. Okay, so this is the dictogloss that I use with my students. Usually what I'd have as well is the transcription and the time codes written on it. So when I play it multiple times, I can actually stop at the end of the sentence that I want them to focus on and give them a bit of a breather and time to communicate about it. So normally the sequence would be first time through, I play it through, and I just get them to write what they can. And I shout out 1, 2, 3 as each of the sentences go by. Then later on, I might play a sentence and let them talk with each other and then play the second one. So there's this kind of need to be able to pause it, rewind it constantly. I don't have my script here, so I've got to try and remember where the actual time codes are, but we'll see how we go. And I might just give you 1 or 2 goes at it, just so you get the idea. So let's see if this will work. It's just giving me the default YouTube thing for some reason. Okay, if we can't get this working, I can just use any passage at all. Like I said before, does anybody have a Bible? The difference here with a Bible is probably some of you have learnt the whole thing off by heart, right? You got it on you can bring something up on a phone? I just need like 6 lines, and don't begin with something like in the beginning Genesis. I think everybody knows that. 15 minutes. Starting at 15. Awesome. So start there. Okay, great. Okay. Oh, that's great. That's so nice to have numbers next to everything already. Okay, so it's okay. I'll just go with this. Yeah, I don't think it's going to find it. Something's blocking it. So I'll just go to the next slide. Just clean that up. Third? Oh, yeah. Yeah. It goes just a bit further forward. Yeah, it's probably like number 10 or something. I just need to be able to show people one more thing. That slide there. Yeah, that one. Next one. So on the piece of paper, you just need to write down, I'll just do 5 verses from the Bible. So just write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down the page, plenty of space in between each one. Yeah, so it looks like that. Okay, is this going to disappear on me again? Maybe. All right, I can pass it to you. All right, are we ready? Got your pens? So I'm just going to read this at fairly normal speed. 1, let the children come to me, do not hinder them, for to such things belong the kingdom of God. 2, truly I say to you, whoever does not receive the kingdom of God like a child shall not enter it. 3, and he took them in his arms and blessed them, laying his hands on them. We'll just do those three, just so you get the idea. So that was 3 sentences. When you've written all you can, just compare your notes with the person next to you, or go and sit near someone if you're not sitting near someone. You have a huge advantage if you actually memorized this passage in the past. Yeah, it's kind of obscure-ish, right? Okay, hands up if you think you got more than 50% of the words just then. Nobody? Maybe Robbie did. All right, are we ready to go again? I might just do it 3 times. Okay, here we go again. 1, let the children come to me. Do not hinder them, for to such belongs the kingdom of God. 2, truly I say to you, whoever does not receive the kingdom of God like a child shall not enter it. 3, and he took them in his arms and blessed them, laying his hands on them. And you may have thought this is written, so he's reading it in a written sort of a way. If this is more natural dialogue, or even a speech someone has made. So you could even take like Martin Luther King, I had a dream, take some famous speech and make that the listening, and that's more spoken like. And definitely when you have your own students who are reciting a folk tale, you might like to start in their local language or in Pidgin, or that's the first step, and then get them to translate to English to tell their story with help from the teacher. And this can be a good cultural sharing exercise. So I use the Dreamtime story because in our Australian curriculum, we have a mandatory Indigenous content component of our curriculum. So we have to have this cross-cultural perspective in a lot of our learning activities. So this ticks that box for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander content. I'll go one more time. So you can vary this and leave some big gaps. I haven't given you any gaps. I'll give you a gap between each line this time. That'll make it a bit easier for you. And you'll probably get a lot more out of this activity right now if you are sharing with somebody and asking, what did you hear? What did you hear? Okay, so this is the last time. 1, let the children come to me. Do not hinder them, for to such belongs the kingdom of God. So just a little while to compare notes. Two, truly I say to you, whoever does not receive the kingdom of God like a child shall not enter it. Okay, and 3. And he took them in his arms and blessed them, laying his hands on them. Okay, so at the end, what you normally do is show screen or distribute on paper the actual transcript, or if there's a Bible, just hand out the Bibles and get them to have a look at what it should be compared to what they had. In the old days, when we had overhead transparency projectors in Australia and in language schools generally, I'd get students to write it out on a transparency and then put it up, and we talk about what they'd written, which was great. A little bit harder to do now, so now it's more a matter of collecting paper. You can get two groups to just get together and make one final version and then compare. And again, gamify it, give points for the most accurate, and I also give points for the most interesting misheard things as well. Things that interest me. So that's Dictogloss, and you can try it out with many different texts. They can be multimodal, like a YouTube. They can just be simply something you read off the page. Disadvantage of me reading off the page is I read it differently each time. So there's a benefit for it being standardized. So the things they miss here, they will miss here again. Whereas the next time they might get it because I was a little clearer or I don't misspeak. And the way that I use redundancy in my speech, so the sounds that are swallowed, elided, coalesced, might happen one time but not the next. So a standard script's a good thing. Thank you. What's the actual passage if people just want to check? What book of the Bible? Yeah. Mark 10:13. Okay, so that's your homework. You can go check Mark 10:13 and see how close you were. But yeah, the really interesting bit is the feedback you give afterwards to students about those errors, what they got right. And even they'll have a conversation with you saying, oh, I heard that as this, and it's like, oh, okay. And that's because we contract that. You didn't hear the contraction and you heard something, a word you didn't know, or you predicted a different one grammatically because you knew there was a verb, but you just put the verb in there that you knew that made sense to you. Okay, so that's the little thing you can do with 5 or 6 sentences. You can use the same resource to do a running dictation. Have you heard of that before? Anybody? It's a very common one, actually. I'm surprised if you haven't. Right, great. It's a lot of fun too. So again, playing around with that idea of dictation, you cut up strips. And again, this is totally low tech. So those 5 or 6 sentences, cut them up, put a number or leave the number at the front, and then or sticky. You don't need that even. You can just put it on a chair and you put them around the room. So those sentences around the room. If you're in a classroom, you can even do it outside. So if there's fear of tripping over bags and hurting each other, running around, getting excited, it can be an outdoor thing. And can be kind of like a treasure hunt where they have to go and find the sentences on trees, etc. So the way you set this up, pairs, one student is the scribe and the other student is the runner. And what I like to do is divide the task so both students get to be a scribe and a runner. I think that's important. So if you've got 6 sentences, one student goes and finds the first 3 sentences, they're the runner, and the scribe sits there with the piece of paper. The runner runs away, finds the piece of paper on the wall with the sentence, memorizes it, runs back to their partner, forgets half of it, and then tries to dictate that to their partner. So, reading, memorization, speaking, scribe, listening. So, and when you get different language groups involved, when I used to teach English as a second language in the multi-language classroom, so I could have Koreans, Indians, Japanese, Chinese, lots of different groups. You have all those accents, so they also have mishearings of each other, which is really good for their development of phonological adaptation to their different accents in English. But similarly, if you have different dialect groups as well. So the sorts of things that happen, they just laugh. They find it so funny. The runner comes back, dictates, and this midway goes, "Got it," and runs back again, has another go. So again, you can gamify this even more, teams, or even if you have like 10 pairs in the room, so 20 students, what you can do is just say to them, okay, whoever finishes first, put up your hand, yell at me, finished. Then I'll come over with my script and just check what you've written. And I'll check, it has to be perfect. Punctuation, perfect. Spelling, perfect. Every word, perfect. And if you're perfect, you win. If it's not perfect, I'll say, go and have a look at the verb in sentence 5, or something wrong with the punctuation in sentence 6, and off they go again. So it's a bit of a tortoise and the hare. Well, the person that finishes first usually is not accurate. So usually it's the person that's almost last that is actually accurate. They get it right. So again, a lot of having to listen to somebody dictate to you. Remember what they say, write it down. And because it's handwriting, print concepts and everything as well. And then they've both got to look over it at the end and check each other's work. So they're having to look at their handwriting and talk to each other about the grammar and the punctuation. So multi-skill, multi-sensory, a lot of fun. So I would normally alternately do a running dictation and a dictogloss each week. And it's also really good for introducing or consolidating the main idea of a topic. So in any subject that you're teaching, you might be introducing key vocabulary and concepts, and you fit them into 6 sentences. And you may go to say Wikipedia to get those sentences. It's really a quick activity. You can just grab a definition of something, or as we did, a passage of the Bible. Many different ways that you can use it. I particularly like the idea of the story writing and using folk tales because they usually condensable, cultural kind of component as well. And it's also, somebody talked to me about translanguaging. You can also bring the translanguaging component into it when you get students to bring their stories that they ask their parents about, and they bring them into the class, and you have to tell them, so go and ask your parents a story, or bring one you know, but it's only 6 sentences. So having them to get it to be summarized into that kind of tight little unit. And then what I would do, if that were the context, is get them to share it orally with the class. And then they might even pair up with somebody else to do that goes with it. So they might paint a picture for each of the 6 sentences, or draw and color in, photograph it, put it on a PowerPoint slide. And with PowerPoint, you can record directly to it, put up on YouTube. So then you've got these resources that you can use again and again and again from your students to make dictoglosses from. So there's that cultural sharing. And of course, you can start in the vernacular, do it that way, and then translate to English. So all of the thinking about the story in their first language, and then they're translating the skills and the resource. Okay, was there anything else that you wanted me to talk about, or any questions you have? I usually get my pre-service teachers to give me some feedback after doing that activity. Any reactions, anything you noticed, anything you misheard? You probably all know your Bible passages. Yeah, I've got another two with me. And maybe the person that can give me the best feedback right now can have one. Not about how wonderful I am, I've heard that. It's something about what this activity was about for them. Hang on.
Oh yeah, I did what you said and got with a mate who had also done it to correct our stories with each other. And I found I had made a mistake when I checked his story because he had got a word right that I had got wrong.
Right, okay. And what was that word?
He took them in his hands, I said, but it should have been he took them in his arms.
Oh, okay, interesting. So you were filling in that lexical spot with a noun that would fit in that slot semantically, and so you're using prediction skills. So I'd give you lots of positive feedback about that. Not a mistake, something you actually did where you were activating your metalinguistic awareness.
Good.
Well done. You get a book.
Oh, thank you.
And I did the same kind of thing. I put will at first, and then I heard you say it again, and it was shall.
Ah,
so I had to change it.
Well, that could easily be my misreading too.
That's possible too.
Yeah. Yeah. So is that something you could use? Is that something you think you could use as a teacher? Yeah.
Voice. I can talk loud.
Before you start, I don't have another book to give away. I've got to give another one to a lecturer here, but go ahead anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Get wet or whatever, you just rewrite them, do it again. I think the low tech option
Yeah.
would be very helpful for
Yeah.
my context in the remote, jungle places, just can still use it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So both the dictogloss and the running dictation can be low tech or no tech. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Right. Good. Thank you. Glad to hear it. Graded readers, are they a freely available resource here in English? So readers that are graded by frequency of vocabulary. So, level 1. Sometimes they're different colors. Are they? No, blank faces. Okay, very true. Okay, all right. Actually, I might go see if they're available even in online form in some way that could be downloaded and kept by teachers. But yeah, graded readers are good too because you can choose to start with a book that has words in frequency in the range of maybe 1 to 50. So they have the definite article, indefinite article, the most common function words, verbs to be, content words, very common noun verbs, adjectives, adverb, first 50 most frequent in the English language in a little story. So that's level 1. Level 2 goes to that next 50 band. So graded readers are great generally, but you could actually pick here what you're going to use. Related to that, a website. Have you ever heard of Lex Tutor? No? Okay, so Lex Tutor, just trying to remember. Yeah, the source of it is Canada. So I can't remember the name of the university, but a bunch of, might be University of Toronto, a bunch of linguists got together, and Canadian as well as British linguists primarily. And they're linguists who are into concordancing. So they built all of these concordancing databases. So, you know, that count word frequency, look at collocation. So scan text and so you identify a word and it'll show that word. So the word might be dog and it'll find dog in every text that it has in its database. It might be the British National Corpus, might be the American Corpus, Gray's Corpus, I think. Brown's corpus, or the Australian corpus, Macquarie corpus, and it's just a collection of words. And I think nowadays they even have just a basic internet one that scans the internet and finds words, ranks them by frequency, and also does a concordance on them for collocates, so words that occur together. So that's the basis of it, but they've also made lots of activities and functionality which is free. And one of the things you can do is you can take any text of your own, stick it in, just paste it in, and you can get it to do a range or frequency count on those words in the story, in the text, and you can ask it to find the most frequent words, so the words that are in the first 100 in English, and remove them and make a gap fill out of them. And you can then print it out with the gaps and numbers, or you can keep it as an online thing if you have online access, and everywhere where it's taken out a word, it'll give you 5 candidates that the person can choose from. It's very old and clunky looking. It's been around for about 20 years. I'm still surprised it's there, but it's great. It's a great resource. It's free. And even just the concordancing is a really interesting thing to look at word frequency ranges. In these databases, there's a general list of words that are used commonly, and then the academic word list. So for university students, you might focus on that. So one of the more simple words in the frequency might be something like analyze. And then it might be, I don't know, something, the 1000th word will be a really obscure word from science, for example. You can also get it to take out all the verbs, all the nouns. When I came across this, it was so good for me because I started back in the days where you'd get a text and you'd photocopy it, and then you'd get out your Tipex and you'd Tipex out a word and you'd write a line. And the activity or the target language was kind of random, you know, it was like the best you could do is take out all the verbs or all the adjectives or something like that. But this will actually pick out all the low frequency, high frequency words in certain frequencies. You can also tell it what words you don't want in as well. So you can say, you know, I don't want all of the words that are have contractions. So yeah, there's a range of things you can look at there. So online, it's just, if you just Google Lex Tutor, you'll find it, LEXTUTOR. And yeah, there's about 20 activities. There's also language tests around vocabulary particularly. So there's types of tests. There are word association tests. So For example, you have a target word and then another 6 words that are associated with that word. So for example, might be giraffe is the target word, and then elephant, blue. And all they have to do is pick the odd word out. And then there's lists of these. And this is one of the really well-validated tests of English vocabulary. Another one's called the yes-no test. It's an interesting one. Students are presented with a word and they just have to say, yes, I know it, no, I don't. And you might be thinking, can't they lie? Yes, they can. But to foil them, there's also some phonotactically possible non-words in there. So a word like delighter. So morphologically, we see del-eyed, right, in English. Phonotactically possible, but not a word. So if they say, yes, I know a non-word, they lose a point. And it's actually a well-validated test. I've done a lot of research on it, and we've used it as a placement test in schools instead of using a battery of reading, writing, listening, and speaking, because vocabulary correlates very well with reading, writing, listening very well, and speaking fairly well. So correlation of about 0.6 with speaking and about 0.9 with all the others. Yeah. Yeah. So in the yes/no test, the words. So there's a formula for working out the final score. So it's not as simple as I just said there. There's actually a thing called hit, where you say yes, I know a real word. Miss, where you say I don't know a real word, and then something called a false alarm, where they say yes, I know a non-word. And there's a formula to work out a score. The only thing about this test is it doesn't work well with very low proficiency learners because they just guess everything. So there's a false positive or a false negative with beginners. So it works well with sort of elementary up to advanced, putting them in. So when we were doing this with the language school to put them into levels, we actually found that the students who were advanced, intermediate, elementary, all scored within bands that correlated as high as 0.9 with where they should be. Yes. Expanding your vocabulary, yeah. There's also some activities in there in Lex Tutor. Probably the good thing, the best thing in there is actually this collocation exercise. So you can take any word, and one I like to do with my students is the interesting thing we do with try. So if you put try in there, the concordance actually has 2 versions. Spoken English is the source, or written English is the source. So they've collected from radio interviews, etc., or TV, or from texts. And so if you look up the word try, what you can do is select words, 1 word either side, 2 words either side. Now think about try and the word we might use after try in a sentence. Collocation. 2? Yeah, okay. Now in the written form, that is the most probabilistic outcome because we're using after an infinitive of purpose, so try to do something, right? But have you ever noticed what happens in speak? I'll try and explain it to you. What did I do? Try and. Okay, so grammatically, if we want to be formal about this, not in written form, it's not the most probabilistic candidate there. But in speech, it is. So I teach my students a little bit about this, the difference between speech and writing this way. But really good for students to see what other words can possibly come after try. Yeah, so you teach them the verb to try, and say, okay, go have a look in the concordancer and find out what different types of words, what categories of word come after it, and what common words. So it'll also give you the frequency of how often this collocation of try comes up in the database. So very good for that in expanding vocabulary in terms of what you will also find in a learner's dictionary. So a learner's dictionary, you'll have the head word, you'd have the pronunciation, you'll have a definition, and in a learner's dictionary, you'll also have examples of the word in context with the different collocations that are high frequency. At least that's what the dictionary makers try to do. And what they use is these concordancing databases with collocations to work out the frequency to give this advice to a learner. So yeah, check it out. It's a really useful resource. It's free. Digital form and online form. One thing it used to have that they took out because of copyright reasons was you can put a text in, and that text, what we used to do is song lyrics. So we used to be able to go to YouTube, get a video of a pop artist, even find the transcript of it, and it used to play a video in Lex Tutor. And this was great for listening. And you could build a close with the song lyrics. And they love that because it's a song and you can sing it with them. But due to copyright, that feature disappeared a long time ago. But anybody who is good with programming could probably write something like that anyway. Okay. Yeah, I've got a lot more ideas, but not much time. So thank you for listening. Hope that's been informative.
All right, thank you, Professor. That brings us to the end of our presentations for today. Thank you. Another round of applause for Professor. Okay, a rundown of our program for tomorrow. We start again at 9. Mr. Fova will begin presentations, followed by Roger Mikey, and then Dr. Selvi. After that, we have a poetry recital from our language and literature students, followed by a panel discussion on the failing standards of English. We also have a closing dinner at 6 p.m. tomorrow at the Bed of Paradise, so everyone is welcome. And the LSPNG general meeting will also be held after lunch break tomorrow at the Tess Flatty room, conference room. Any more announcements from Mr. Tama or Dr. Selvi?
Okay, thank you everyone for the presentation. Thank you, Dr. Landu, for staying through the session. Our Pro Vice Chancellor, thank you for your time here. Also, Wadin also was here. Thank you. Mr. Sakayabotu, thank you for taking the time to come to the meeting or the conference. We have a little bit of change. So the SI people will be having their meeting, because of the SL people and also the Assam, that the meeting will be moved to the LSPNG meeting will move to 11 o'clock. You will be meeting at the Test Flatty, and then you can have your meeting. And then when we have the conference and when it's 11:30, you can have that meeting, the LSPNG meeting. So I think there would be a Zoom meeting with the president. So we can have the test party. So test party is that building next year. While we have this meeting, you can also have your meeting. And then we have a very important meeting, the panel. We want that panel discussion. It's important for following standard of English. We have, thank you, the teachers and headmasters and education advisors that are here. Please, that's a meeting that we want you to be there to contribute. We want to record that, and then we want to write on your behalf. So I have asked people already for you to write from the audience. So they will be writing your story. There are challenges that we face with the English that we teach in high schools, even at the university level, and we want this discussion to be held. There will be a panel discussion after this conference. It will start, so please come and join, and then your contribution, as I've said, will be recorded. That recorded experience that you say will be, we want to publish. So it would be an important one for the, because the university is hosting that one, basically to also to address the English problem that we have to write to appreciate the sponsorship and all this. So that's what we are going to do. But thank you for everything for this session that we have this afternoon in the morning until now. I think we have a very good time. I learned a lot of things as from the other linguists. There's one of the presenter, Neme, we were working on Teme language with Nick Evans, and there's a lady that present. I was working with that with Christian Donnell on the Kumso and all this. So some of the presentation, I appreciate it. I'm learning a lot. So we can work together to actually write papers on that. So thank you for everything that you contributed. I really like all of your presentation. We learn a lot of each other from each other, and thank you for that time. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The bus will be dropping you off where we have we do not have a dinner.
6 p.m. tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay, yeah, okay, yeah, we have a dinner tomorrow, but some of you are leaving. We thank you for your time with us. If you are not coming for the dinner. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tama. Final announcement to the LNL staff and UWC staff, if you can meet outside of Test Flatty after our closing prayer. Okay, with that, I'll invite Ms. Oba to come and say our closing prayer for today.
Let us come together to our Creator in a word of prayer. Dear loving Heavenly Father, awesome, sovereign, and almighty God, we thank you for this very high-profile opportunity of presentations done by high-profile people of this land, Papua New Guinea, and abroad. Thank you so much for such resource personnel that they've come to shed light into some of those darkness that we as a university and as individuals, teachers and academics need enlightenment, and we thank you for providing such opportunity here at the University of Goroka. I speak blessing upon every one of us as we depart from here. God of all graces, mighty, loving Heavenly Father, I commit all the professionals into your hands, their families, goodness, all the skills and talents, potentials that you have been placed in us. We thank you for them. Help us so that all these discussions, high-profile discussions that we have, will not be just platformed, staged on this platform and finished this year, but to be able to carry them out, implement them effectively in the societies of our land. We thank you for this very timely, high-profile conference. Bless everyone as we go. We speak for guidance as you are the source of all knowledge, wisdom, and good understanding. Please be with us the remaining hours of this time. And of course, to complete the panel discussion tomorrow, we pray too that you will lead us and end it off on a very good note. Thank you, Father, for being with us. We offer ourselves as a living sacrifice at the foot of the cross and pray that Jesus walk with us always as you are, our good shepherd. This is a humble prayer. Many more that is in our hearts. I offer them to you. Please accept it in the mighty name of your Son and our Savior Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Oba. Thank you, everyone. Ione, have a good afternoon. See you all tomorrow.